2 yet for some reason. Favourite snack, a new book. You know what I mean? One hand will please, on the other hand rather unimpressed.
Well, he's great friends with my godson. His father Charles Clark was chairman of Somerset.
That's what we've seen in the game.
Yeah.
Come on, Leicester. Stay in the game.
What did you do with
Yes,
usually say about
general feeling is that they wanted to know sort of 50 or 60, sort of 300 feeling, a bit like your lads. I feel this with those wickets last night was sort of pretty balanced there.
Yeah.
Still in the game. Things with Heat United. Also, he's still just 4 weeks.
A very good morning to you all from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Another beautiful morning here for the second day of this LV equals County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset, brought to you by BBC Radio's Somerset and Leicester. Your commentators for the game, Anthony Gibson and myself, Richard Ray. Somerset about to resume their first innings on 53-4-3. That after bowling Leicestershire out for 233. Leicestershire skipper Colin Ackerman won the toss and chose to bat on what has been, for my money, a great wicket, really. A little bit of pace, a little bit of bounce, surprising amount in really for the time of year, but it's offered a great balance between bat and ball, and it's led to some absorbing and at times exciting cricket. Jack Leach, Somerset's 12th man, night watchman even, the man who cannot be dismissed, is heading out into the middle, yet to be dismissed this season, and he's in the company of his skipper, Tom Awell. Leach has 10. He came in on the dismissal of James Hildreth last night, who was caught by Colin Ackerman off the bowling of Dieter Klein at 4-5. At that stage, Somerset 39-3, another wicket then. They could have been in real trouble, but Leach and Abel just beginning to rebuild the innings. 53-4-3, and another fascinating day in prospect, Anthony.
Yep, absolutely. Beautiful day for cricket, and as you were saying, Richard, this is a very good wicket, very good wicket on which to play county championship cricket. A little bit in it for the bowlers, but nice pace and bounce for the batsmen, so that they can play their shots, and their shots will be well rewarded on this lightning fast outfield here.
This huge outfield. Actually, it's already, I mean, it looked wonderfully green yesterday, but it's already taken on a lighter hue after all the sunshine yesterday. Dieter Klein, Leicestershire's left arm seamer, who picked up 2 wickets yesterday, is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. As you'll be used to by now, on Somerset listeners, you'll hear me do updates every half hour for BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency, the first of which will be coming up fairly shortly, hopefully just about at the end of this Dieter Klein over. In he goes, and bowls outside off stump, shapes away from Jack Leach, who has a little feel for it as it goes through to Swindles, doesn't get the edge.
He didn't look particularly impregnable there, Jack Leach. It was a rather half-hearted waft outside the off stump.
A little bit fortunate to survive one bouncer from Klein yesterday that he sort of fended straight up into the air, but short leg. Sanazad couldn't get there. In goes Klein and bowls, and that's a decent shout for leg before, might be a bit high. Well, it was turned down by umpire Rob Bailey. Klein looks disappointed. 1 or 2 hands on hips out there. Ackerman in particular looks absolutely... He's standing there in front of his usual position at second slip with his hands on his hips, looking in absolute disbelief at Rob Bailey. But my initial reaction was it just might have been a fraction high, but
I think that's the only thing that can have saved Jack Leach. It looks as if it was bang on line with middle stump.
Yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely straight, but well, it was turned down. In goes Klein and bowls outside off stump. This time Leach lets it go through.
He's a very phlegmatic character, Jack Leach. This is, it's that really that accounts for that magnificent one not out in the Test match. He
not much phases him.
Nothing phases him. No, he'll have put that out of his mind completely now, and just take each ball as it comes.
Klein has started well. In past umpire Bailey, and bowls a bouncer that's fended down well. Played well, actually, by Leach. He jumped up on his toes and was heading up towards his sort of right armpit, being a left-hander, but he managed to fend it down past Hassanazad, who's at short leg, a little bit closer than he was yesterday. Only a stride, perhaps. Had he been that stride closer yesterday, he might have been able to get to that fend up into the air from the bouncer that Leach played last night. In goes Klein and bowls, and Leach on the back foot. Little twitch of the wrists as he plays it out towards Harry Dearden, who's at point. Just the 2 slips, as I say. It looks like Harris is at first, Ackerman at second, next to Harry Swindles, the wicket keeper. Hassanazad at short leg. Lewis Hill top scorer for Leicestershire in their innings yesterday, is at square leg, just behind square, quite close almost, in a sort of catching position. In fact, he's going down with his hands on his knees as in goes Klein, bowls outside off stump. Short-ish ball that carries through nicely to Swindles, but is well left by Jack Leach. So, well played by Leach in the end, the last 3 balls in particular, and a decent opening over from Dieter Klein. Oh, here comes the update. Hopefully just between overs. It was an interesting start. There's still something in the pitch. Yeah, they're still on that score after the first over, which was a maiden from Dieter Klein, and in it Jack Leach, the night watchman for Somerset, survived a good leg before appeal. If the Foxes can pick up a couple of early wickets this morning, they'll feel they're really in this game. It was a balanced day yesterday. They made 233 in their first innings, and if they can get a little bit of a lead, they'll feel they've got a really good chance in the game. No runs yet at Grace Road this morning. Somerset still 53 for 3.
And the first delivery from Chris Wright to Tom Abel, just defended into the offside. Tom Abel, pivotal one would imagine to this Somerset first innings. They need to put big runs on the board, something that they have not very often managed to do in recent times. Here comes Wright. He's in and bowls to Abel outside the off stump. Started very ropily, Chris Wright, conceding 17 runs in his first over and then came roaring back. I think his next 2 overs were both maiden overs. This is his 7th over, 1 for 29.
Morning to Matilda in Melbourne. A fox in exile, I guess. She hasn't much choice, bless her heart. Dad's a keen fox.
Here comes Wright again. Tall right arm over the wicket to Abel, who pushes that firmly into the offside, and there's a misfield, which will allow them to come back for the second run. Who's the guilty party there?
Ben Mike, I'm afraid.
Ben Mike just took his eye off it again, I think. It would have been a sharp single, but they both set off simultaneously and would have got home, but Mike obviously had in mind a shy at the stumps. And
didn't form the barrier, did he? Some basics are worth.
So Somerset underway this morning, 55 for 1, as Wright is in and bowls to Abel. Gets in behind a good ball from the Bennett end. So we were saying it's beautiful, not a cloud in the well, I say not a cloud in the sky. There are some wisps of cloud away in the distance, away to the south of us, southwest of us. The trees around the ground just coming into leaf. Such a shame that there's no one here to enjoy the sights and sounds and excitement of county cricket as Wright bowls to Abel. That classically trained technique of Tom Abel. He does play very straight. He's turned himself into a very effective white ball cricketer, particularly in T20. I think he's got a berth in the 100 later this season, but touch wood, it doesn't seem to have affected his technique as a red ball cricketer. As Wright is in again, 2 slips go down, Abel drives without timing or power, and it's picked up by Ben Mike from extra cover. End of the second over of the morning. 55 for 3 Somerset. Abel has moved on to 15.
Yeah, according to the Cricketers Who's Who, a copy of which Anthony has brought in, I haven't got mine yet for some reason, Tom Abel is known as Siddy, S-I-D-D-Y, and if he was in charge of county cricket, he'd stick with a 2-division championship. Boo.
Well, I think that's because Somerset have been in the first division
exactly
since 2008.
Bigger picture.
I think the view from Leicestershire might be rather different.
Indeed. Dieter Klein will continue from the pavilion end. In he goes, bowls to Leach, and that's a decent shot, but that was maybe going down leg side. I don't know.
Oh, don't.
But again, a worthwhile shout.
I didn't know his nickname was Siddy. He's always referred to as Abes.
I'm always slightly iffy about the cricketers who's who. There was a period when they sort of used paper questionnaires and left around the dressing room. Various teammates would fill them in for various teammates, and all sorts of odd facts would emerge that weren't necessarily accurate. In goes Klein, bowls again to Leach, who's pushing out into the offside, but only as far as Dearden at point, and there is no run. But this I would suspect is true about Dieter Klein. Strangest thing you've done during lockdown: putting my girlfriend on my back as a weight while doing my squat exercises. That will be true. That will be true, knowing Dieter, who is loves his gym work.
I wonder if she's still his girlfriend.
Yeah, well, there might be not much of her, but she, she's a sturdy girl. Impressive work by D. Klein. In he goes. Bowls to Leach, who drops the ball out into the offside. He's going to have to hurry if the throw hits. It could be close, and it's going to be 5 overthrows because Chris Wright couldn't get back in time to cover it. It runs down to the long on boundary for 4. 2 relatively poor pieces of fielding by Leicestershire this morning have cost them 7 runs now. Leach picks up a 5.
I think you're being a bit harsh there.
I think it kind of made his ground, and
no, I don't think.
I'd like to see the replay.
I reckon Dearden was within his rights to have a shy there. I'm not sure that Leach would have made his ground if he hit. And Wright did his best to back up. It was worth a shy.
60, then for 3. Leach on to 15. As I've been saying, he has yet to be dismissed this season, and this is his, I think, 4th innings.
It is.
So, admirable stuff. In goes Klein to Tom Abel outside off stump. Grunt of effort from the South African of German extraction, but it's a little bit wide, and although a little bit of shape back into Swindles, it was a safe leave on the part of Tom Abel. The opening bowling partnership for Leicestershire this morning is obviously Klein and Wright, and according to Klein, and I might sort of be reading facts out like this all day because they fascinate me, his most eccentric teammate is Chris Wright, and he says this is because he has an obsession with good coffee and has coffee dates in the physio room with Will Garvey, the Leicestershire physio, who also knows his beans. So there you go. Klein in to Abel, again outside off stump. Decent line, but again Abel can just step across because it's pushed across him and isn't swinging back in enough, and let it go through.
I wonder what the word is for a coffee expert.
Aficionado, or
well, no. I was thinking
or
like
genuine expert.
Oenologist, which is what you call someone who's an expert on wine. I'm sure there must be a word. Do tell us on Twitter what it is.
Yes, if you know. At Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, at Ant Gibb. As Klein is in and bowling, that does make Abel play. Squares him up a little bit as well, which is why Klein has his hands on his head, but the Somerset skipper got plenty behind it and managed to squirt the ball out to backward point. But another good over from Klein, despite the concession of that 5. Somerset 60 for 3. 15 apiece to Jack Leach and Tom Abel.
Yeah, I think of the 2 Leicestershire opening bowlers, Klein has been marginally the more impressive. He's picked up 2 wickets to Chris Wright's 1. But probably been asking rather more questions of the batsman with some late movement through the air and indeed off the pitch. But I was surprised yesterday by how much the ball swung.
For both sides.
For both sides. And I think that was something that Lewis Hill remarked on as well when you were chatting to him afterwards.
He did. But it's great to see, really. As I say, it just means that you never quite know what's going to happen. Which wasn't the case at the Oval last week on an absolute road of a pitch.
It's strange that Surrey should produce a pitch like that, isn't it? When they need to win, really, particularly against a county regarded as weaker. Here's Wright in and bowls, and Leach in behind a defensive shot, but Surrey really haven't done themselves justice at all in this competition so far. If you look at their squad,
start
it
to be
must
exactly when you go through it, you think crumbs.
Yeah. It's St George's Day today.
Okay.
23rd of April.
He's patron saint of an awful lot of things, isn't he, St George? And countries as well.
He's a bit of a mystery figure as well. His right in and bowls to Leach, a bouncer, and Leach just manages to duck underneath. It was a good bouncer from right. Pitched on leg stump, and moving away from the left-hander over the top of his helmeted bonce.
Morning, Jake. Hoping for a couple of early wickets today.
Well, Somerset would like these two to carry on able to carry on for as long as possible. Leach is rather more expendable, as that's defended out into the offside. I think that's Gavin Griffiths under the sun hat at mid-off.
These are the valuable balls, though, that he's playing in that. It's still a new ball, and if he's there for 5, 10, however many overs, they're really useful balls that he's absorbing and putting some, as they say, overs into the bowler's legs and seeing off a little bit of the shine.
He comes right, striding up to the wicket, and Leach plays at that when he didn't really need to. It was always going wide of the off stump. It didn't really deviate either in the air or off the pitch, and Leach played a rather sort of compulsive jab at it. He rehearses an entirely different smooth looking
It's odd, isn't it? He can look so good for ball after ball, and then suddenly he'll do something that makes him look like a tail ender. It's it's one thing or the other with Jack Leach.
Patting in the crease, you can hear in our effects microphone as right bowls, and this time Leach plays that from the crease out into the offside, and again Griffiths picks up. Right, been right on the money this morning. Nothing loose at all so far.
His first over went for 17 last night, didn't it?
All over the place. Losing a no ball.
One edge for 4, but otherwise.
Yeah, Somerset getting off to a flying start. Tom Lammonby finally breaking his duck. 4 down the ground. Proved to be a false dawn. Here's right in and bowls, and Leach gets an edge down to third man, and there is a third man in place, who is Dieter Klein. And that's the end of the over, just the 1 run, 61 for 3 Somerset, so they've added just 8 to their overnight 53.
I had a chat to Paul Nixon in the car park excuse me, last night, and he was saying that they thought they'd identified something that Dieter wasn't quite doing right in his action at the Oval last week, and as a consequence of correcting that, he's got a lot more control, and certainly he's bowled an awful lot better than he did down in London last week, and has been rewarded as a consequence. Just a delay while Ackerman just changes his field, drags Dearden a little wider at point. Klein is in, bowls to Leach, who is solidly enough behind that one on off stump, playing it out into the offside, where the aforementioned Gavin Griffiths under a sun hat picks up. The only one of the Leicestershire players that I can see under a sun hat, everybody else wearing their racing green caps, with the exception of course of the helmeted Hassan Azad at short leg.
Yeah. It's a nice thing on Twitter from Top Man. A coffee expert is known as an insomniac. Nice one.
Klein is in, bouncer, but could kind of almost see that coming. Leach, and he bobbed at the knees, and it sailed a long way over his head. He banged it in pretty sure. And Rob Bailey's just wandering down, no, he's not wandering down the pitch, he's just checking where Klein's foot is landing there. He's obviously just testing that line. Klein, never quite know why they don't. Does it really make a huge difference, half an inch? Just drag it back, and if you're very close to bowling a no ball. In goes Klein and bowls, and Leach defends a straight ball. manages to get right behind it. Out to Griffiths it goes. No real swing on that occasion.
Yeah, it's surprising the swing yesterday, not least because of what I think I mentioned yesterday, that these 2021 batch of Duke balls are supposed not to swing as much as last season's or the season before, but there was no problem with the ball yesterday.
Klein bowls, nicely played by Leach, working the ball away through mid-wicket. After it goes Chris Wright, picks up around 20 yards inside the ropes at deepish mid-wicket. Not the fastest in the Leicestershire side, obviously, but there were always going to be 2 runs there, and Leach took his 2. He moves on to 18, 32 balls he's faced for those 18. Somerset 63 for 3, beginning to recover from 39 for 3, the visitors. Still 170 behind, but it's a lovely day for batting. Leach doing well at the moment. 77 on the back of Dieter Klein as he runs in and bowls to Leach down the leg side. Leach tries to help it on its way. Doesn't get anything on it. Something of a flourish as he tried to work that one away off his legs.
Missed out there, really. A couple of loose deliveries from Dieter Klein on the first one on leg stump, which was turned through mid-wicket. That one outside leg stump.
Brunty and the boys are repairing bridges in Northampton today. Works for Sustrans, doing the cycle paths around the country and things like that, making sure they're all usable. Klein is in and bowls outside off stump, and a horrible little waft at the ball from Leach, who is cross with himself, almost as he plays the shot. Really, it was a shot to nothing. It wasn't the only possible result of that shot would have been an edge to the wicket keeper. Really, he got away with it, didn't get anything on it, and again it's that sort of contrast. When he plays straight, he looks a really decent player, and then just occasionally has a little rush of blood when he tries to work one away and looks like a tail end. He's cross with himself, but he's survived. He's 18 not out. End of the over, 63 for 3.
Yeah, he's done a good job, has Jack Leach.
Absolutely has.
Adam Matravers on Twitter says, what did Jason Kerr have to say about the batting yesterday? Well, he was surprisingly uncritical of it. He thought that Tom Lammonby got a good ball. He thought Tom Banton was unlucky with his LBW decision and had been shaping very well, which is true. He comes right into a ball, goes then into the offside, but won't get a run. And with Hildreth, he said, well, it was just one of those things. So he wasn't over-critical of his top-order batsman, which is, I guess, what you would expect.
Yeah,
from a head coach.
Cricket head coaches, they don't sort of take the Mourinho line, do they,
no,
when
they
lay into their players at any stage?
I don't think they would last very long if they did.
No, well, they wouldn't get the multi-million-pound payoff, would they?
No. He's right in the bowl to Abel, who defends. And Jason Kerr is naturally a pretty generous man who likes to put the best possible complexion on the performance of his players. And he's done a very good job in the time he's been at Somerset. 4 runners-up spots in the last 5 seasons in red ball cricket, and coming so close in 2016 and 2019, and indeed last year in the Bob Willis. He's right in and bowls to Abel, who comes half forward and plays the ball firmly into the ground, and it bounces out into the covers where Harry Dearden picks up.
Good stuff from Wright. Just hit that off stump,
Yes, we've had a question of what you call a coffee expert. Lance Turner says a professional coffee maker is called a barista. Yes, I knew that. It's the sort of academic coffee expert, the somethingologist that we're looking for. The coffeeologist or caffeineologist or whatever.
It'll be something to do with the Latin name of the bean, won't it?
It will, yeah. Here's right to Abel. Oh, taken on the pad too high. Too high. As Richard alongside me lifts his hand up in what's become the accepted signal for a ball that's going over the top of the stumps. It's a good piece of bowling then.
It was. Been trying to bowl the outswinger, and then that one just came back a bit. Hard work for Abel. That's the key. That's what First Division, in inverted commas, attacks do.
Yeah, keep the pressure on.
Yeah. That's what Somerset did so well
yes,
yesterday.
they did. They did bowl very well, and Jason Kerr was rightly very complimentary about the way they bowled as a unit as well. It's right to Abel, who gets a good ball and treats it with the respect that it deserves.
This has been a really good over from Wright. It's been really well played by Abel, but he's had to play at every delivery, or tried to. And can Wright finish it off? 6 out of 6.
Leicestershire not over-attacking, just the 2 slips.
No, he hasn't quite got enough runs, has he, really? That's why they would have liked that sort of 300, 310.
His right to Abel, outside the off stump, and Abel lifts his bat out of the way, gets his foot across towards the line of the ball, but doesn't bother to play a shot as it flies past him into the gloves of Harry Swindle's end of that over. 63 for 3, the Somerset score.
Good over. So 6 overs bowled today, so gels time, sanitising time. Just the 10 runs added this morning, including 5 off 1 ball then. And Leicestershire settled into a good rhythm with their bowling, but they have to maintain it. And one of their problems in recent years has been when the opening bowlers come off and then the change bowlers come on, then it's been a big pressure release if the opening bowlers have exerted any pressure in the first place.
Who's going to come on as first change then?
It would normally be Griffiths in these with this lineup, and there's Ben Mike, who can bowl quite a sharp ball, and he's a wicket-taking bowler, but he bowls a lot of loose deliveries as well. And of course, Callum Parkinson with his left arm spin. Ackerman himself, his off spin is by no means negligible, as we've spoken about in the context of T20. But in today, might not be too much work for him to do. In goes Klein and bowls to Leach. Full Leach sort of waits for it suspiciously. Then he looks to get forward and drive, but it's a late-ish decision and comes off the bottom of the bat and rolls back down the pitch towards Klein, who keeps hold of the ball as he walks back to his mark. Doesn't throw it to Griffiths. It looks quite chilly. Well, it is quite chilly actually. If you're in the wind, the wind is still cold, although it looks a glorious picture. Klein is in, bowls. Leach goes back. He's going to pick up a run as he deflects that just wide of Harry Dearden, who scampers back towards third man, gets to the ball before Callum Parkinson, who is the third man, but Leach safely picks up a single, who's on to 19. The electronic scoreboard is usually ultra fast, but there we go, moves on to 19. 64 for 3. How many runs has he scored now this season, Jack Leach, for being not out? 28 not out, 0 not out, 4 not out. So 32 plus his 19 is 51 without being dismissed. Good effort. Klein is in to Abel. Good delivery on off stump. Abel equal to it, plays it firmly out towards mid-off. Picked up by Chris Wright, then handed to Gavin Griffiths, and then mid-on and mid-off, swap round.
I wonder why that would be.
You're allowed to do that. It would appear for the Leicestershire if you fancy it, if you want a change of scene. There you go. Griffiths goes across to that very wide mid-off, really extra cover, and Wright goes to a deep-ish mid-on. Klein is in to Abel, who is driving firmly, thick outside part of the bat though, and Klein has his hands on his head. It went straight to Ben Mike, who's at backward point. He gets a little bit of congratulations and puts both hands into the air as mocking himself really after missing that, giving away those 2 runs a few overs ago. Lovely lad, Ben Mike, and a potentially really super cricketer. In goes Klein, bowls again to Abel on off stump. You heard the shout of no as the Somerset skipper played it down into the ground. In came Griffiths from that extra cover position. quickly on to the ball, and then he uses the long sleeve of his Leicestershire sweater to give the ball a little bit of a clean rather than a polish. There's no more than that. Klein is in and bowling short and just drops his hands there, getting in position to pull. He didn't really get up, so he played it well. He just dropped his hands and let it go through 2 swindles behind the stumps. Another decent over from Dieter Klein, just the single conceded from it. He's bowled 9 overs now. He has 2 for 32. Chris Wright, who will, I suspect, continue from the Bennett end, he's also bowled 9 overs and he has 1 for 32, so a pleasing symmetry to the figures at the moment. 64 for 3, Somerset.
Tom Abel batting with great determination, but being made to work very hard for every run. He's been in for over an hour now. 65 minutes, 43 balls for his 15, which is unable-like. He likes to feel bat on ball, but he's also capable of great patience as Wright bowls to Leach. It's a no ball, so 2 runs go on the score. 66 for 1. No ball called by Tim Robertson, called very promptly but not quite promptly enough for Leach to change his shot.
That part of your morning exercise routine? Ben Mike sort of on his side stretching there after your regular calisthenics?
I'm not a great one for calisthenics. He's right in the bowls, and that's down leg side. Takes Leach on the pad, picked up at short square leg. I gather you've been out cycling the roads of Leicestershire this morning.
Beautiful it was. I say, it was chilly though, and in that north wind you needed your windbreaker on, so to speak.
And how many miles did you go?
30 today.
Good Lord. I do about 20 to 25. Here's right in the bowls, and that comes back into Leach and takes him on the thigh pad. They go through for a quickly taken leg by. 65 for 1, yeah. But
good work.
My cycling is rather more sedate than I suspect yours is. I cycle around the villages of South Somerset and take photographs as I go, and then put it all on Facebook afterwards. And
it sounds idyllic.
Yeah, it is. It is. Even when the weather's not particularly nice, there are lots of lovely places to go and churches to look at.
Not a count. Obviously, we haven't been there, Leicestershire, for many a year. I did go to 1 or 2 games when I was purely a newspaper reporter, but it's not a county I know well. I look forward to seeing a bit more of it when we come down.
It's a lovely county. Here's Brighton and bowls to Abel, who...
Oh! Harry Dearden.
Well fielded by Harry Dearden.
Brilliant work.
Bounced up and he plucked it out of the air.
Like a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
He's not the right build for a goalkeeper, Harry. Is he sort of 5'6", something like that, and solid with it? Oh, he's lost a lot of weight, actually. He's got himself really fit. And that paid off. I don't think he'd have done that last season.
Well, he'd probably only saved his side a run there, because there is a third man.
It would have been quite a way round.
He's right in and bowls to Abel, who turns that into the onside. Sets off quickly. It's a risky single.
Robinson wasn't watching.
He wasn't looking.
He was not looking.
He was not looking. He had his back to what happened there, and I think that is really unlucky.
He was not looking.
No, I know
the umpire.
Yeah, I was watching him. he was.
Leicestershire cannot believe it. Heads in hands all around the ground. They are absolutely certain. Look at Hill, whose throw hit the stumps. He stayed down on his knees for ages, and look at him now walking back and head on hands. He cannot believe it. Yeah. Robinson had his back to the ball hitting the stumps then. He was concentrating on getting out of the way.
He was. I cannot disagree, and my instinct was that, we can't really see from here, but my instinct was that Abel was beaten to it by the throw. It always seemed to me likely if it was a direct hit, he'd be struggling. it was a direct hit. He was struggling, but the umpire was in absolutely no position to give a decision. Very strange. 5 runs go on the board as this comes back into Leach. 72 for 3 Somerset, so an escape, a let off.
I'm really loath to criticise umpires because it's such a difficult job, but I'm sorry, that's not.
Well,
you've got to try and see what's going on.
Even at club level, you know, if you're umpiring out there, you know, if in that sort of situation you go backwards, because you keep your eyes on stumps and crease. Very odd. Right then to Leach. And that comes back into Leach and takes him on the pad and runs down into the square leg area where it's picked up. Well, escape for Somerset's captain, Tom Abel. End of that over. It is 72 for 3.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency. The decline will continue from the pavilion end in the meantime. We bowl into Tom Abel. Two slips. He's got a shortish mid-wicket. Marcus Harris. Otherwise a reasonably conventional field, third man and long leg. Klein is in and bowls Abel solidly forward in defence. Middle and off, back down the pitch to Klein. Here comes the update. They've added 19 so far, in fact make that 20 so far this morning, Somerset, but not without alarm. There's been a couple of leg before shouts that have been turned down, plus in the last over what looked to be a good run out of the Somerset skipper Tom Abel. Unfortunately the umpire didn't have a very good view, so he survives. Abel is on 20, Leach the night watchman is on 19, doing a very good job for his side. Somerset have moved on to 72 for 3, still 161 behind on first innings.
Very tactfully put. Very tactfully put. The umpire did not have a very good view.
As I say, you don't want to criticise the umpires, and some of them can be very, very touchy if you do, that's for sure, but I'm sorry, that wasn't great from Robinson. In goes Klein and bowled, neatly turned off his hip by Abel. It's wide-ish of the man at long leg, who is Callum Parkinson, always going to be 2 in those circumstances. Parkinson hasn't got the best arm of the Leicestershire side. It's usually not a gentle throw, but it's not usually one of the sideways on flat arrow-like throws, and Abel picks up a couple, moves on to 22, 74 for 3. In goes Klein, bowls, solidly behind it, Abel as well. Everything is nicely close together with him, and pushes it out into the offside on this occasion. Gavin Griffiths is the fielder.
I don't like criticising umpires as well, but it has to be said, I've seen more dodgy decisions in the first 3 games of this championship season than I would expect to.
Yeah, I actually agree.
There were 2 poor LBW decisions yesterday. He did and got a shocker.
Klein is in, bowls, again Abel is playing some off the stumps, but he was in control, and again it's out towards Parkinson, if anything a little bit wider this time towards deep backwards square. Parkinson in splendid isolation out there. It's a huge area he's patrolling. I don't know what an acre would be. Well, how many acres would be this sort of...
Acres about the size of a football pitch, so this would be probably, I don't know,
maybe 4 acres in total area, perhaps.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
A large area. In goes Klein and bowls outside off stump, and this time up on his toes. Abel is in complete control and plays it firmly away in front of square for 4. His most authoritative attacking shot of the morning. He moves then on to 28. Somerset beginning to tick nicely. He has 28, Leach has 19, Somerset on to 80 for 3, and this partnership now is worth 41.
Useful runs. I wonder if that will spell the end of Klein's spell. Just a couple of... Twice he turned away through the onside, and then that last ball looked a little bit tired, short and wide outside the off stump. Continuing with Chris Wright from the Bennett end. With... That's an indoor cricket school, is it?
Yeah, on the ground floor, yes, certainly, yeah. A pretty good one, and then press box and sort of hospitality boxes alongside.
Have we actually got any written press here, do you know?
Yes, yeah.
Here's Wright, in and bowls to Leach, who punches that away through the offside. Gavin Griffiths is in hot pursuit. He'll put it in about 10 yards inside the boundary, sends in a big throw, and they come back for just the 2 runs.
There you go. Abel was out. Still photograph.
Yeah.
Stumps broken.
Yeah.
Bat short.
Yeah. Well, these things happen, and Tom Abel can count himself very, very fortunate. Although, of course, he is only just short, so it's possible he would have been given the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
It's Wright in and bowls to Leach, who turns that into Hassan Azad at forward short leg.
They're showing a replay which kind of doesn't help too much, but you can see Leicestershire's reaction, and the freeze frame show he was short.
Yeah.
But look at, if you watch the replay, look at the umpire if he's on it, and see if you can see him.
It's just... I've had the same photograph from a different source who asked not to be named. To play defensively. you can gather from that he's got Somerset connections. But, it was tight. I mean,
it's not so much not giving it,
exactly,
which would be fair enough.
It's being
because it
not
happens
in a
very
position
quickly.
to give it.
It's not looking. He absolutely had his back to it. He concentrating on getting out of the way and couldn't give it in those circumstances.
No. Is Right then into Leach, brings that one back into him and hits it hard into the ground. It bounces over the head of Hassan Azad at forward short leg.
Still showing the replay.
Well,
on the stream. Get over it. I'm sure they have already, Leicestershire, but it could have been big, that wicket, wouldn't it? Abel is such a good player, and at the moment he's leading the resistance for his side.
Here comes Right again to Jack Leach. He's in and bowls, and Leach defends into the offside. Shane M on Twitter has a different perspective. He says, well, if you look at the replay, the umpire was looking. He turned away and was facing. So if you have the video, check it. Well, I hear what you say, but I was watching the umpire because I was waiting to see whether he put the finger up or not. And I said on commentary, he's facing the wrong way. He was in no position to give the decision, and that was, I'm sure that was the case.
We have both been sent photographs showing that Abel was
short of his ground. I haven't seen a photograph which shows the position of the umpire, though. Perhaps he has got eyes in the back of his head. He certainly have needed them. As Right bowls to Leach, and again brings that back into the Somerset left-hander, the obdurate Jack Leach, keeping his end up well. 21 he has from 47 deliveries.
Hugely valuable runs and time at the crease, and beginning, whisper it, to play with it rather got a lot of authority here.
I shouldn't say, well, you've said that.
Yeah, I can say that. You wouldn't. But he's beginning to look pretty secure, Leach.
Well, these two have added 43 for this wicket, and we're going to have a bowling change.
The England chess into... Oh no, it's going to be Ben Mike. I thought it would be Gavin Griffiths, but they are going to go to Mike, who gets the uphill slot, the upslope task. He's going to replace Klein at the pavilion end. We have a pretty much perfect view. We're almost directly behind his arm. He's going to have a similar field to Klein, who's gone into the covers. He has a third man and a long leg and 2 slips. Reasonably conventional stuff from Ackerman. Mike kicks up his heels and goes in and bowls to Tom Abel, who just turns him into the leg side, off leg and middle, out towards Hill, who's at square leg, and picks up, throws to Klein, who misses it, and he's having to jog back towards the extra cover boundary, but not a possibility for overthrows when the fielder has picked it up and it's on its way back to the bowler. The ball is deemed dead once, I think, at that point. 82 for 3, Somerset. Just 151 behind now, with 7 first innings wickets still in hand. Abel taps his bat and then lifts it. Stands very still as Mike goes in and bowls a booming outswinger, but very wide, and must have been fairly close to being called wide by umpire Bailey. Swung away.
I've got another supporter of umpire Robinson. Simon Bennett says, I respectfully disagree with your assessment. The replay on the live stream appears to indicate that umpire Robinson was looking in the direction of the stumps. The call was far too close for him to give without the assistance of technology. Well,
in goes Mike and bowls again. Bit of an outswinger, straighter this time, and Abel treats the ball with respect. Stretches forward, not a huge stretch, but about close to front pad, and plays it firmly out to Griffiths at mid-off, and there's no run.
Oh well, I think we'll just have to agree to differ on all of this, but certainly umpire does have his supporters on.
We will stand corrected if we're wrong, but
absolutely.
We were both looking at the umpire, and he may have glanced back over his shoulder, I suppose. In goes Ben Mike outside off stump. Again, there's the swing, but again it's a little bit too wide, and Abel has nothing to do with it, lets it go through.
I agree with the point about it being too close to call without the assistance of technology. I did say that quite possible, and let's say that umpire Robinson did indeed see it, and he was only an inch or two short, Tom Abel, and the convention under those circumstances is to give the batsman the benefit of the doubt. Anyway, all water under the bridge.
Mike is in and bowls a little bit shorter this time, up on his toes, trying to force the ball out into the offside is Abel. Doesn't quite time it. You hear the odd sound of ball on bat, sounded a little bit tinny, and it runs quite slowly to Griffiths at that extra cover position. Griffiths starting to do some stretches of his own, hands behind his head, high up into the air, and now swinging his arms as he bends over. He looks quite flexible, the young man. Hill is going back from square leg to deep backward square, and now he's being summoned back in another. I was going to say it would have been a heck of a hit out there, but he's in another 20 yards from the ropes as Mike goes in and is on driven nicely for 4. It wasn't too bad a ball in that it was starting to swing away, just over pitched it, and it was really nicely played by Tom Abel. Nice way for him to finish the over. A disappointed Ben Mike, who was in line for a maiden, concedes 4 from the last ball. Good shot. Abel moves into the 30s now, on to 32. Somerset 86 for 3. And they got through the first 45 minutes.
Yeah, shot of the morning, that one.
Very pleasant.
Nice to see an on drive, good assertive shot. I was surprised at the man being set right back on the boundary at deep mid wicket. Slightly defensive. Because
if it is
not
this
a great
bluff business, it never seems to work,
no,
does it?
It doesn't. And Abel isn't.
He's not a hooker.
No, he's not. He doesn't. He will do in T20 cricket, but Doesn't often hit the ball in the air in red ball cricket. Tries to keep it along the ground.
He likes his rugby then, Tom Abel, because as a childhood hero, his sporting hero was Johnny Wilkinson.
All right, yeah. It's Leach on strike though. 21 he has to his name, and bringing the ball back into him from outside the off stump. Leach living up to his name in the sense of showing sticking power. Slowly sucking the blood out of the Leicestershire seam attack.
Well, it sounds dramatic, but there's an element of truth to that. As I say, the overs are going into the legs of the seamers, the shine is beginning to come off the ball.
He'll probably get out to this ball. He's right in and bowls. Oh, and he brings it back in quite sharply, and good piece of bowling, but too high. Cannoning into sort of midriff of Jack Leach.
Taunton born, Jack Leach.
Yeah, Taunton boy. These are both Taunton boys, and they're proper Somerset.
His first club was Taunton Dean Cricket Club.
Great rivals.
Whereas Abel's was Taunton Cricket Club.
Yeah, and there's Taunton St Andrews is the third of the triumvirate of Taunton Cricket Clubs. This is Leach looking for a single into the offside that's not there.
And if he was in charge of county cricket, Jack Leach that is, he would change the leg before law so you can be given out even if you hit outside the line. That's a left arm spinner.
Yeah.
There's something in that as well, actually, for me.
Yeah,
but I think things have swung much more back in favour of the bowlers with the advent of technology and not that we have the technology here, obviously, or for the county championship, but it's what that it has made umpires realise, I think, as a consequence, much more likely to give LBW decisions.
Is right in and bowls to Leach, who defends. Yeah, I mean, going back to the old days, you could only be given out LBW if you were hit wicket to wicket. If the ball hit the pad wicket to wicket, even if you were playing no shot,
you could kick it away all
you
day.
Could kick it away all day. And I'm trying to think when they changed that. I think it was in the late 50s, early 60s, something like that.
Yeah, after one particularly tedious summer, probably.
Well, it was after May and Cowdrey kept Ramond and Valentine at bay throughout a test match against the West Indies when England was at a huge fourth innings total, as this is turned away into the onside, and both of them negated the spin of Valentine and Ramond by using their pads remorselessly, and it was a pretty grim spectacle and pretty unfair on the bowlers. And some time after that, the laws were changed. No doubt someone on Twitter will put me right as to the exact sequence of events. He's right in and bowls, and Leach defends, and again is thinking about a quick single that isn't there as Dearden is quickly in from backward point. That brings that over to a conclusion. It's a maiden, 86 for 3, 21 to Leach, 32 to Abel, and Wright has 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41, which, considering that his first over went for 17, he's bowled 11 overs for 24 runs, which is pretty good going.
It is. Another sanitising break and drinks break as well, and Somerset will be delighted to have got through the first 12 overs then of the day without having lost a wicket, and have added 33 to their overnight score in so doing. I would imagine that'll be it for Chris Wright for now, although he's settled into a really nice sort of testing line and length, not giving too much away.
Well. Tweet from Greg Hill down there at Huntington. Hello, morning Greg. He says, good morning, thanks for the commentary. Listening whilst doing some organising for the European Championships football. The boys have started well, so dig in boys and carry on. Greg, very keen Somerset supporter.
Ben Mike. Second over from the pavilion end is in and bowls. That has to be signalled wide, surely. Outside of some, and Rob Bailey thought about it for a while and then extended, turned to the scorers and extended his long arm. I thought for a minute he wasn't going to give that. Barely hit the cut strip, did he?
I don't know why he had to think quite so long as to whether to give that as a wide.
Perhaps disbelief.
One of those that would have been fielded at second slip.
He's struggling with his line at the moment because it is swinging for Ben Mike, who is in and bowling to Abel, very full, and he just waits for it, reaches out for it, gets to it on the half volley and guides it away. Bat was quite a long way from the body, but it was a safe enough shot and nicely placed, and he picks up a couple of runs as Klein gets there before Dearden and does the fielding. 50 partnership between Tom Abel and Jack Leach. Abel has 25 of those runs, Leach 21. Great work, Jack Leach, who continues to be undismissible in 2021.
You're trying your hardest, aren't you?
No, I'm so impressed by his work, really. In goes Mike and bowls to Abel again wide, drags it down and it's a no ball. Just can't get it right at the moment. His rhythm searching Ben Mike and running up, and he looked almost as though he knew it was a no ball as he turned and saw umpire Bailey with his right arm extended. 91 for 3. Abel just a very slightly open stance as in goes right, and that as in goes Mike and bowls, and that is a good line and length on middle and off. Touch of shape to it, solidly dealt with, leaning forward by Tom Abel, but that's the line for Ben Mike. You can hear the approval from behind the stumps.
Lots more support on Twitter for umpire Robinson.
No, well, fair enough. We can only sort of see it as we tell it as we see it. Call it as we see it. In goes Mike, and back foot defensive press by Abel, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. Bottom line is he was out, but
only just. In fact, there's one correspondent on Twitter who says he wasn't out.
Well, we've seen a picture which shows he was, a still photo which shows he was, so that can't have. With the the ball rebounding off the stumps with the bails well off, and he's short of his ground, so unfortunately that isn't the case. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of shape to the delivery, but Abel in good touch now, just steps forward and lets that one go through. But I'm happy to apologise if he did have eyes on it.
A tweet from Taunton Dean Cricket Club, Jack Leach's club, saying enjoying the commentary today. Good to hear from you down there at Taunton Dean. Taunton boys doing Somerset proud at the moment.
Yeah, your very own Jack Leach. Mike is in and bowling to Abel. Oh, that's a super delivery that just swings past the outside edge. Started middle and just swung past the outside edge of both bat and off stump. Maybe the first time that Abel has been beaten today, but that was an absolute peach of a delivery.
Yeah, it was too good, really, too good. It was angled in. I was, and then just nipped away like a fast leg break off the pitch, and Abel played the line of the ball, and it must have missed his outside edge by some margin.
Really swung late. In goes Mike, again encouraged, but that one is a little bit wider, and Abel can step forward and let that one go through. That's what I meant about Ben Mike. He will bowl occasionally 4 balls, sometimes too many of them, but he will also bowl potentially wicket-taking deliveries, and that was one. I suppose in a way it was a little bit too good. End of the over, 91 for 3. The deficit 142. Jack Leach of Taunton Dean Cricket Club has 21. Tom Abel of Taunton Cricket Club has 34.
Yep.
Get that the right way round.
Taunton Dean means it's another word for Taunton Vale.
Okay, yes, right.
Dean is Vale.
Dean is a word for Vale.
The Vale of Taunton Dean.
It is going to be the Chess International now.
What does he bowl?
Right arm, medium, fast, little bit of swing hopefully. Tends to be seam as much as anything. Has a lot of variations and can be very, and was very effective last year in white ball cricket, especially in the T20. He gained fame in his very first season for Lancashire in T20.
Running in behind the umpire, and this is turned away by Jack Leach towards the deep backward square leg boundary and reaches the boundary, and the fielder down there didn't really set off with I think he thought he was going to cut that off quite comfortably, and too late he realised that he would have to put his foot on the accelerator, and it's gone for 4. So not a good piece of cricket.
No.
Who is that down there?
It's Callum, long leg?
Yeah.
Callum Parkinson.
Callum Parkinson. So 4 runs to Leach, and Griffiths bowls and turns that into the onside as well. 95 for 3. These two have added 56 now for the 4th wicket. Leach on 25. What did he make at Lords? Was it 26, wasn't it?
28.
28.
Unbeaten runs. Polly wants a shout out for Taunton St Andrew. Byron Banton and upcoming cricketer James Rue play.
Yeah. Here's Griffiths in and bounces Leach. A good bouncer too. Leach just ducks his head underneath it. As James Rue was playing for the Seconds earlier this week against Worcestershire Seconds.
Jake thinks Leach could go on and get 100 here the way he's playing. Well,
I've no doubt Jack Leach thinks the same.
Yeah, he'd be right here. Does he have 100 in first class cricket?
No, he doesn't.
Right.
Here comes Griffiths again in and bowls to Leach, brings that one in towards the left-hander's pads, and he deals with it pretty effectively.
He's got a 92. That's his highest score in first class cricket.
Rob, it was Rob on Twitter who said that Abel wasn't out in any case. He's now saying it was worth noting I was joking. He was obviously out. I was hoping the picture might amuse you.
Rob. Sorry, Rob.
It's provided a talking point, hasn't it? You know?
There's always something. There's always something in red ball cricket.
Well, that was just about the first hour this morning.
Yeah.
We're in the 25th over. As Griffiths is in and bowls, and again he's bringing the ball back in towards the left-hander, but just not getting his line quite right, so that Leach can turn it into the onside. We were 11 overs overnight, so only 14 overs would have been bowled in the first hour, which is not a good over rate for a bunch of medium pacers and not taking hugely long runs.
We're always slow in that respect.
Griffiths then to Leach, another bouncer short ball, which is very well stopped by Harry Swindles behind the stumps. He had to launch himself away to the onside to get a glove on that. Succeeded in doing so. End of the over. It's 95 for 3, 25 to Leach, 34 to Abel. So in the first hour, what were they overnight? 53.
53.
So we've had 42 runs in 14 overs, which is a scoring rate of 3 runs an over.
And once again, if you'd offered that to Tom Abel at 11 o'clock, I think he would have said, yes, I'll take that. Thank you very much indeed. He's on strike now. 34 off 64 balls for Abel. Not one absolute peach in the previous over from Ben Mike, but he also got a few that he could score off. In goes Mike and bowls to him. That's a line and length delivery. Meets a suitably defensive bat from Tom Abel. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. They've added 42 to that score without losing another wicket, but there have been a few close calls, a couple of leg before shouts and one run out, which careful replays showed that Somerset skipper Tom Abel was just short of his ground, but it was a tricky decision for umpire Robinson to give. So Somerset continue to eat into Leicestershire's first innings score of 233. They're 138 behind now. Leach has 25, Abel has 34. They're 95 for 3. Mike turns, in he goes past umpire Bailey and bowls. Nice shape to that one, and it's got through Swindles, and it could run away to the third man boundary. Nope, it is going to be cut off down there by Lewis Hill. So 2 leg byes. Beg your pardon, byes will be taken, of course. Didn't get anything on that Abel. It sort of died a little bit just before it got to Swindles, but he'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to stop it. And Leicestershire, whatever they do, mustn't start to get a little bit ragged in the field. They've given away a few overthrows in odd circumstances today, or unnecessary extras, if you like. And there's another 2, 97 for 3 now. Mike turns. Where's this breakthrough going to come from? In he goes and bowls to Abel outside off stump. Again, goes through quite low to wicketkeeper Harry Swindles as Abel lets it go through. And we said yesterday, I said yesterday, that today, Anthony, might be the best day for batting. After the pitch had been in the sun all day yesterday, it looks quite a lot lighter to me now. You can still just see a little bit of grass on either side of a sort of
there's still that paler
strip
pathway strip going down through it, isn't there?
But it could also be the fact as Mike goes in and bowls. Nice shape to that one. Forward, suspiciously rather, goes Abel and angles the bat as it pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. But it could also, of course, be that Somerset's bowlers are better, were more adept at getting a little bit out of it. But it could also be just beginning. The edge might be just beginning to come off the help that the pitch has given. A little bit of help, but just enough that it's given the bowlers so far.
Isn't it? Like that one from Ben Mike and Dieter Klein produced a couple of very good deliveries.
Mike is in and bowls. Good delivery. Middle stump, a little bit of shape, and solidly forward is Abel, who has actually batted really well this morning. Really, really well. He's moved on to 34. He knows he's got all day. Somerset on to 97 for 3. A lead of 100, 150. Obviously like more than that, but if they can score Somerset at sort of 370 or 400 maybe in their first innings, then they'll be really in the driving seat in the game. And the nature of the pitch I'm looking for, and Leach didn't get any real turn, but he did manage to pick up a couple of wickets, really good wickets. First one in particular was a good one, just very first ball that pinned Ben Mike, just pushed it through. But it'd be interesting to see as the game goes on whether there is a little bit of turn as the pitch dries under this sun. It's not exactly baking sun, is it? But it is sun. Warm enough.
Here's Griffith then to left-handed Jack Leach in and bowls, and Leach is beaten by a good delivery that angled in towards him and then left him off the pitch, not taken cleanly by Harry Swindles, but fortunately for Swindles, Leach did not get an edge, and Leach Goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. It looks a pretty blameless strip from here. It's a sort of wheat, the colour of wheat straw. Sort of biscuity colour. There's just a hint of green about it on the fringes as Griffiths in and bowls, and that's whipped away into the onside and fielded by Ben Mike by the square leg umpire Rob Bailey. Again, Griffiths just straying down the leg side. Just a tweet from it's the Bryce Nelson Trophy tomorrow between Taunton Dean and Taunton St Andrews. As Griffiths bowls, and that's played into the onside by Taunton Dean's Jack Leach, where they play a series of games, under 11s, 3 senior games and 2 under 15s and under 13s on Sunday, finishing with the under 19s on Sunday at 2 p.m. Best of 9 for bragging rights through the generations.
Are they white ball games? I mean, if you've got that many on...
Yeah, they must be, mustn't they?
20 over games or something? Or?
Yeah. The Bryce Nelson Trophy. Here's Griffiths in and bowls, and Leach will take a quick single to shy at the stumps, and Abel, I think, would have been home on that occasion as Ben Mike went to throw the stumps down. He missed. He had a stump and a half to aim at from going from square leg towards short fine leg. But a well-judged single. Abel called it and set off straight away. Another run goes on the board, 98 for 3.
Polly points out that Jack Leach does have 100, not a first-class 100, but a post-season 100 in a second 11 match against Nottinghamshire about 5 or 6 years ago.
It's Griffiths to Abel, and Abel thinks about playing that, decides against it. I think Leach's personal best
92.
92, is it?
Yeah. She says it was, he got his 100, quote, just after he got his glasses. And in the same match he had a 5 for. So that's a fond memory for Matthew Jack Leach.
Of course, he got that in the test match, didn't he? He's 92. Here comes Griffiths again to bowl to Abel. Again has to play that classically trained forward defensive shot of his. End of the over, 98 for 3, 34 to Abel, 26 to Jack Leach.
This is well bowled by Griffiths. Just came back a little bit. But it's solidly played by
in the test course. It was in the test match against Ireland, wasn't it, at Lord's? That he got his 92, coming in as a night watchman.
Well, there you go. I can't believe he was actually out. It just doesn't happen.
Well, he's doing a good job, isn't he?
Oh, hugely valuable.
Could easily have been given out LBW.
Yeah, he was.
Was it the very first ball he received?
Today.
Yeah.
I think first or second,
first
wasn't it?
It was
certainly in the first
yeah,
over.
Yeah.
Ben Mike is in and bowls a bouncer to Leach, who goes down on one knee and just leans away from it, plays it very well. It was very short and it was a little bit wide. He should have got out of the way, but he evaded it very neatly. 98 for 3 remains the score. Ackerman has plenty to think about, and I can see Callum Parkinson down at third man, doing some serious stretching and warming up and bowling the odd loosener, so to speak, indicating that he might be getting a chance sooner rather than later. Mike is in, bowls, that one swings back in to Leach, who plays it firmly in the air for a good few feet, bounces well short of Griffiths at that wide mid-on position, almost straight mid-wicket, between the two, so to speak. So he went after it a little bit, Leach there. It did swing nicely late back into him.
Yeah.
He's seeing the ball well now.
But I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, but these batsmen have to concentrate on every ball, because there's always the possibility that something's going to happen.
Mike is in, and Leach is pushing out into the offside. For a moment he thinks there might be a single, but Chris Wright moves smartly to his right, to field from wide mid-off out towards extra cover, and there isn't a run to be taken.
It'd be interesting to talk to Tom Abel and just see how much in the batsmen feel on this pitch.
It's
certainly no feather bed.
No. But no minefield either, really. There are runs there. In goes Mike and bowls down the leg side. Leach flicks at it. Did he get anything on it? No, he didn't. It was swing that took it down the leg side, and it was swing that evaded Harry Swindles. It went on going, and Swindles, although he dived away to his right, couldn't get there, and it runs across the boundary for 4, and Paul Swindles concedes another 4 byes. And the 100 is up for the visitors. It's been hard work this morning getting there, although the run rate for the innings as a whole, because of the flying start yesterday, is not at all bad. It's 3.7. 102 for 3 after 27.4 overs.
Well, they went to the best part of 5 runs and over last evening.
17 runs and over after the first. A white van goes down Mulligan Avenue. In goes Mike and bowled him! Leach has finally been dismissed this season. Whether that came off the inside edge, it was swinging back into him. He stood up tall, tried to force it off into the offside, and his leg stump, it looks like, is out of the ground, suggesting it might just have come off the inside edge. It did come off the inside edge. The ball was swinging back in a little bit, but it was outside off stump. Leach looked to force it away, thick inside edge onto the leg stump, and he has finally been dismissed this season, but he'll still have an average nicely over 50. He's gone for 26. He's done an outstanding job for his side.
Yep, he certainly has. Typical Jack Leach innings. He doesn't give his wicket away easily, and he's stuck it out, but he does have attacking instincts as well, and it was those attacking instincts that accounted for his demise, going after a ball that's swinging back into him outside the off stump, thick inside edge, leg stump out of the ground. But he's done his job.
Yes, for sure he has.
Night watchman. He faced 68 deliveries and been batting for over an hour and a half, so giving terrific support to Tom Abel and putting Somerset maybe just slightly ahead in the game, although they need partnerships, Somerset. They need to capitalise on what are just about ideal batting conditions.
But we are now coming to the real strength of the Somerset batting lineup, aren't we? The sort of
the
middle and the all-rounders have done a
yeah.
sensational job so far this season. Not far away, anyway.
George Bartlett needs some runs. He's a nervous starter.
Oh, Ben Mike is in and bowling, and he's waiting for it in the crease, a little bit crease bound, but as you say, and a slightly nervous start. He kept it out comfortably enough, but Ben Mike has his wicket, and Somerset are 102 for 4, still 131 behind, but their morning so far, one feels.
Yes, absolutely.
So look at George's scores. He did get the 76 not out in the second innings at Lord's.
He batted really well, first of all in partnership with Tom Abel, and then after Abel was out, he took on the role of senior batsman and saw Somerset home with Lewis Gregory chancing his arm at the other end. But he batted very, very calmly and very competently, and he's always very stylish, is George Bartlett. Here's Griffiths into Abel, who's up on his toes, playing that away through the offside. I think that'll run away to the cover boundary. The outfield is very quick over there, and it does indeed. Nothing that Harry Dearden can do about that. And that takes Abel on to 38, 106 for 4 now. Somerset.
That was a really nice shot, because he didn't try and hit it hard, didn't try and hit the cover off it, just placed it. He's sort of come to terms with the pitch and the outfield as well. He realises that you beat the infield, then the odds are it's going to race away for 4. You don't need to throw your hands at it.
Griffiths again from the Bennett end, in and bowls, and that's pulled away by Abel. That was short and dealt with superbly by Abel. He got himself into a beautiful position to pull that in front of square. Well, it's a hook shot really in front of square with a horizontal bat, and rolled his wrists on it as well in the accepted fashion. If you wanted to illustrate to a young cricketer how to play the hook shot, that would be a very good example of it.
Didn't get up too much. Griffiths will be concerned about that.
Here's Griffiths again to Abel. He's there and bowls, and outside the off stump, and Abel has nothing to do with it. He's on 42, 110. Somerset for 4.
You don't want to start your over like that with 2 4s, but he has, Gavin Griffiths, and needs to back up the good work done in the first hour, although wickets weren't taken, but the good work in terms of retaining some sort of control done by Wright and Klein. The runs are beginning to flow again.
There's Griffiths in and bowls, and Abel plays that firmly out into the offside. He'll be very, very keen to convert this into a really substantial contribution, will Tom Abel.
Decently substantial already, but yeah, as you say.
What did he make? He made 84 in the second innings up at Lord's. Waits now, that's outside the off stump, and 26 and 6 and 6, yeah, against Gloucestershire. So he's been in the runs like a lot of the Somerset batsmen. They've almost all of them, with the exception of poor Tom Lammonby, made at least one valuable contribution during the course of the first 2.5 games that Somerset have played in this season's county championship. Griffiths in and bowls, and Abel leaves outside the off stump.
It is
end of the over.
Such a strong middle order. After Bartlett, we have Davies, Overton, Gregory. 3 very, very good batsmen.
Josh Davies not
then we get Davy,
bad either.
as you say, and DeLanger we know from old
can lay about him.
Hugely effective player, and has made a couple of decent knocks already this season, or played a couple of decent knocks. He's got a 51 and 37 to his name, and he'll be coming in 11. In goes Ben Mike, and bowls outside off stump, not taken cleanly by Swindles again. Just struggling a little bit at the moment with the bounce or lack thereof, because that one went through a little bit low to Swindles. It was ignored by George Bartlett.
I've had an explanation as to the format of the Bryce Nelson Trophy going to be played by Taunton Dean and Taunton St Andrews, which I will come to after this delivery.
I'm fascinated. No quarter asked or given, I'm sure. In goes Mike, and bowls. Good delivery, but although it takes the outside edge, it's well played also by Bartlett, with soft hands guided it past Marcus Harris at third slip. Good work down at third man by Harry Dearden's down there now. They're changing things around a little bit. Bartlett is off the mark with a single.
16 overs for the under 11s tonight. 40 overs for the seniors, and all the others 20-20.
There we go.
It was inaugurated, the Bryce Nelson Trophy, last season, won by Taunton St Andrews.
Mike is into Tom Abel, out swinger, swings away from wide, and taken between first and second slip on the dive by Swindles, and there's no run. I'm saying, is that are they played with a white ball? Because I remember, even I know I'm very old now, but towards the end of sort of my club career, we did start to play 20-20 games, but we still played them with a red ball.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
No, there was no such thing as a white ball.
I have never played cricket with a white ball.
So I don't know whether Polly will no doubt let us know whether they're still played with a white ball. In goes Mike, bowls outside off stump, beautifully put away by Tom Abel. It wasn't so very wide, it was wide enough, and again he didn't try and hit the cover off it. He just had the room and played it firmly away through point for 4. Beautiful shot to go to 46. Dangerous looking now as far as Leicester are concerned. Promising as far as Somerset are concerned. He's moved on to 46 from 80 balls, and after the first hour when he was made to work very hard for his runs, he's now beginning to take advantage of the slightly looser, if you like, or the occasional wider delivery that the Leicestershire change seamers are offering him. Griffiths has gone for 13 from 3. Mike has gone for 14 from 4.4. In he goes and bowls a horrible bouncer down the leg side. Swindles does well, diving away to his left to take it. It was ignored by Abel, who didn't even duck or move, essentially just glanced at the ball as it flew off down the leg side.
Shouts of encouragement amongst the Leicestershire fielders.
Now, Bartlett is a product of that school which has given you so many cricketers over the years, Millfield, isn't it?
Right.
A very sporty school indeed. As Mike is in and bowls an outswinger to Abel, who lifts his bat and watches with interest as it goes past a good 1.5 foot outside off stump, then into the gloves of Swindles. End of the over, 115 for 4. Somerset almost halfway to wiping off the first innings deficit and building a lead.
Yep, and Ben Mike, that's 1 for 14 in 5 overs. I think he's bowled pretty well. Just a couple of loose deliveries that have been put away by Tom Abel.
And Mr. Bartlett's a product of, well, not product, but played for Westlands. So he's for the Yeovil area. Those are the helicopters, of course.
That's right, yeah.
Weren't they?
So
remember the Heseltine affair? That was a Westland affair, wasn't it? That was a long time ago.
Absolutely. Here comes Griffiths in and from the Bennett end and turned into the onside by tall, slightly stooping figure of George Bartlett. He's had a very aggressive haircut this year.
Eddie Byram gets a lot of shout-outs from the Somerset team as the most eccentric member of the...
he's a nice lad, really nice lad.
They obviously hold him with great affection, but he's clearly an interesting individual.
He's a character. Griffiths bowling to Bartlett, who placed that with soft hands down into the offside. He made 100, did Eddie Byram, in the Bob Willis Trophy final at Lord's. His first 100 for Somerset. He's got another, at least one other. I think he's got. It was his first 100 in the county championship. I think he got 100 in an MCCU match, and also one in Zimbabwe.
The place and the occasion was right.
Here is Griffiths to Bartlett. Plays that with a slightly crooked bat, but all along the ground out into the offside.
Says he's 6'1". He only looks an inch or two taller than that almost. I think it's because there's not much fat on the boy.
No,
he's very slim.
He's as slender as one of the withies that grows on the Somerset levels.
Mark Nadolski. I hope I eat my hat, but Leicestershire need Anna Bass bowling. Well, yeah.
Well,
every side would love her.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Griffiths in and bowls, and Bartlett plays that firmly up to mid-on. We got the answer to your question about the colour of the balls.
Okay.
And the answer is traditional whites and red balls until Sunday afternoon, until the under-19s go coloured kit and pink balls. Blimey.
Traditional whites.
Yeah,
whites
well,
are traditional now, are they? Okay. Goodness. The players hated the pink ball, didn't they? They really, the county players really didn't like it.
There must be a different type of pink ball that they play in the used in the subcontinent, because of course that test match was over in 2 days with the pink ball. As this is well fielded by Dearden to backward point. He plays that shot well, does George Bartlett, just angling the ball outside the off stump, looking for Well, he would be looking for 4 runs down to third man, except there is a fielder at third man, so it would just be a single.
I say they hated it, but I think it didn't help that the first time we played with it in the county championship, obviously they were day-night games, weren't they?
They were.
And it did extraordinary things under the floodlights. Had a brilliant game against Northampton that absolutely went the distance with it.
Here's Griffiths in and bowls to Bartlett down the leg side. Rather optimistic shout. I mean, it wasn't really an appeal for Griffiths. I think he was hoping that Bartlett might just have nicked that, because it was neatly taken by Harry Swindles. And it's the end of the over. 115 for 4, 1 to Bartlett, 46 to Abel.
Just talking about individual cricket balls, that's one of George's, as in George Bartlett's, one of the subjects that exercises him, because if he was in charge of county cricket, he'd use the kookaburra in the county championship and ban the shining of the cricket ball. Well, that's been done for since time immemorial. Absolutely. George, I'm not sure you'd find many bowlers. Well, I suppose there's a bats. Ban the shining. In goes Ben Mike and bowls a bouncer. Abel just ducks at the knee, just bobs at the knees, lets it go over his helmet. Again, Parkinson, he's bowled quite a lot of overs down at long leg. Whether he's sort of giving his skipper a hint or whether he's actually had the word is a moot point. He's got a ball down there over on the other side of the boundary ropes. Playing away with it. Drops it on the right side of the ropes, obviously, and walks back onto the field. Mike is in, bowls, swings a little bit, it's fullish, but waiting for it. Abel just plays it firmly, doesn't really put any weight into the shot, bunts it out, if you like, towards Griffiths at mid-off, straightish mid-off.
He's bowling well within himself, isn't he, Ben Mike, at the moment? Not striving for extra pace.
When he does, he tends to lose a little bit of control. The ball is still swinging for him. He gets the odd one to swing quite a long way. And he goes and bowls 2. Abel kicks the outside edge, and it's going to run down to find third man, 4-4. Mike has his hands on his head. That was a super delivery. I think it would have been short of third slip. There were only just the 2 slips in, but it found the outside edge, and that's 50 for Tom Abel, with a slightly uncertain shot compared to the very fine shots he's been playing of late. It was a good delivery, in fairness, from Ben Mike, and he kept it just about down and just about wide enough. His 50 has come off 85 balls and includes 8 fours.
Yeah, a rather streaky way to get to what's been a very well crafted, very determined half century for Tom Abel. It shows again that you can't take anything for granted on this surface.
Mike in, bowls to him, plays firmly out to mid-on, but there was almost a howl of not despair but frustration from Ben Mike, because that was swinging again a little bit, and he took it off. It started leg, swung towards middle, so it was a legitimate shot and it was full, but it was starting to go a little bit further. Could have been very interesting. Ooh, updates time. Things are still happening out there. It's fascinating stuff. Mike is in to Abel, who plays it nicely off his legs. He's going to pick up at least 4. Yeah, it is going to be 4. Well, they have lost a wicket now this morning. The night watchman, Jack Leach, who did such a good job for his side, was finally bowled by Ben Mike, came off the inside edge onto his leg stump for 26. But by that stage, Somerset had already passed 100. It made the score 102 for 4. And the Somerset skipper, Tom Abel, has passed 50. He is 54 not out. He's been joined by George Bartlett, who is 1 not out. And Somerset have moved on to 123 for 4. They are now just 110 behind Leicestershire on first innings. They got a lot of information there, didn't they?
They did.
Very good. In goes Mike, and bowls again to Abel outside off stump, swinging away, but it swung low and it started wide, and Abel had nothing to do with it. That was a lovely shot to the leg side to mid wicket for 4. He has played so nicely. 9 fours he's hit now in his 54 from 88 balls. We continue to get some popular beat combo in our ears. I may have to make a phone call. Send a text.
Yep, it's a good morning so far for Somerset, and I wonder what is happening elsewhere in Somerset and Leicestershire's group. Hampshire 351 for 5 against the Gloucesters down at the Aegeus Bowl. Here we got Gavin Griffiths coming in from the Bennett end to bowl to George Bartlett, who rather reaches outside the off stump for that one. James Vince not out. The night watchman Mason Crane has gone. So Vince and Dawson, the not out batsmen there. Gloucestershire well placed. And Surrey against Middlesex is the other one that is of particular interest. Middlesex have taken the lead over Surrey, who they bowled out for 154 yesterday. Middlesex 158 for 4, so 4 runs ahead with 6 wickets in hand. As Griffiths bowls to Bartlett, who drives nicely away through the offside. Over-pitched from Griffiths and hit driven between extra cover and mid-off, with a flourish by George Bartlett.
Yeah, good shot.
He moves on to 527 for 4. Somerset, and if you're just joining us, Jack Leach is the 4th man out for Somerset, who put on a very useful partnership with Tom Abel, his captain, which was worth 63 for the 4th wicket. Leach getting a thick inside edge, going for an off drive against Ben Mike and losing his leg stump, but not before he'd scored 26 runs. Here's Griffiths in and bowls to Bartlett, who covers up. Yes, the explanation of traditional whites as in clothing is what was meant. Red balls they're using. No spectators.
Oh, sorry,
allowed,
I see. I beg your pardon.
They do have a large hospitality area facing the green area. Well, I hope that goes well. Richard Bryce, in a great, I know quite well, who runs Somerset County Sports, and I think he's vice chairman of Somerset County Cricket Club. This is defended by Bartlett. He was acting chairman for a time after sad death of Charles Clark.
Parkinson, who is now in the covers, is still warming up. Bless. He will be next on, whether I would imagine.
Well, it'd be worth giving him a go before lunch, wouldn't it? Just to see if he can get anything out of this. Didn't seem to be very much in it for Jack Leach. This is tucked away off his hip by George Bartlett, just for a single.
Well, Mike has bowled 6 overs now, and this will be 5 for Griffiths. So, although they're young and strong and fit, it's usually about 6 or 7, isn't it? A spell these days if things aren't really happening.
Is that Lewis Hill who's sweeping on the...
It's Harry Dearden.
Oh, it's Harry. Oh, well, I'm surprised at that.
Lewis is at... Where is he? Looking for him. He's usually out in isolation somewhere, isn't he? I'll find him in a moment.
128 for 4. As Griffiths bowls to Abel, who plays a pleasant shot into the offside, but straight to extra cover.
Klein, Dearden, Harris, Slitzer, Ackerman, and Zad. Right. There. He's just jogging off. He may have been off, maybe getting some pads or something like that. Yeah, because on the field at the moment is Alex Evans, one of Leicestershire. There's always a choice of 12th men for the home side normally, isn't there? But Alex has been on. There is Lewis. He's coming back on now, jogging out as ever. It's not that he's unpopular. Oh, and after speaking to him yesterday, I do have to correct something we said. We said not that he's not recently become a dad. He has. But his lovely daughter is actually called Rosie, not Rose. Somebody apparently tweeted it incorrectly. and he was smiling about that, but her name is Rosie. Callum Parkinson is on now. Well, I hope he's not tired after all his warming up. He's going to bowl for the first time in the game. Leicestershire's young left arm spinner, hoping to follow perhaps in the footsteps of Jack Leach. In he goes and bowls to Bartlett, a full toss which Bartlett hits for 4. Not a great start from Callum. After all that warming up, he bowled a full toss, and Bartlett didn't try and hit it harder. He knows all he had to do was hit it straight back through, very straight mid-on, and did. And all Chris Wright can do is just turn and jog after the ball, which gathers pace over this increasingly rapid outfield. Bartlett into double figures already. Waits as in goes Parkinson. Just drags his length back slightly. Still pretty full.
It was.
Bartlett waited for it.
Sort of Yorker length, that wasn't it?
Yeah. Waited for it. Just turned it into mid wicket. And there's no run. Hill has come in from the boundary. Is the fielder there? Parkinson is in. Bowls. Forward goes Bartlett. Just pushing it out just wide of backward point. Klein has to run across from cover, and does so, but Bartlett takes a comfortable single. He moves on to 11. Somerset on to 133 for 4, scoring increasingly quickly. They've scored 80 runs so far in the session. Only man to go, night watchman Leach. In goes Parkinson. Good ball! Dropped! He can't believe it. He went forward, Abel, took the edge. I think it came off the gloves of Swindles, and I think it also came off the hands of Ackerman. So one way or another, oh, that was a terrible miss by Leicestershire. They cannot afford to do that. Abel in such good touch. I'm pretty sure he nicked that one. The reaction of the players very much suggests he did. Let's have a look at the replay. But oh goodness me, he maybe got that to bounce and turn a little bit. Yeah, took the edge. Swindles and Ackerman both couldn't hang on, and it ran away to add insult to injury for a couple. In goes Parkinson, bowls foolish, played firmly down into the ground. And oh, you think you've got to take chances like that to stay in the game.
Yeah, it was an authentic edge to a very good ball from Parkinson.
In he goes again and bowls, able firmly down into the ground. Bounces past Ben Mike, but not past Dieter Klein, covering behind him. In the covers, end of an unlucky over for Callum Parkinson. Should have had a wicket, and he's walking off with... He's a ebullient character, but he's not looking back as he walks off. I don't blame him. Gutted.
Last word on the Bryce Nelson Trophy. I was wrong about it being Richard Bryce. It's Colin Bryce that it's named after, and Gordon Nelson, who opened for the Dean, Taunton Dean, in the 1950s. And Richard Bryce is Colin Bryce's son. Anyway, hope you have a splendid evening and this evening and day tomorrow. As Griffiths is in to bowl to Bartlett, gets one that bounces on him a little bit and has to take his left hand off the bat. Plays it down off his thigh pad down into the onside, goes down and gives the pitch a prod. I mean that delivery from Callum Parkinson rather bears out what I was saying about this pitch, in that it is fundamentally a good pitch, but
there's something there.
Always, there's the possibility that something unexpected is going to happen.
Really, that will please Leach, I think, as well. Having seeing that,
the batsmen just have to concentrate really hard. Griffiths is in and bowls, and up on his toes is Bartlett, playing that out into the offside. And
if Somerset can get a good lead, 100, something like that, then Leach in your side, you've really got a chance of putting the opposition under pressure in their second innings.
And the deficit has been reduced this morning to 96. And just for the loss of Jack Leach, we've got around 20 minutes to go before lunch. We're in the 35th over. Griffiths bowls, and driven by Bartlett, but not powerfully. And fielder comes sprinting across at mid-on to do the fielding. Who's that? Richard at mid-on.
It's Marcus Harris, the new man.
I think he hasn't had much to do in the field this morning, has he?
No, he's been in the slips a lot of the time. He's sort of third slip, so Azad, when he's not at short leg, is a slipper.
Azad and Ackerman are the two slips. As Griffiths bowls to Bartlett, who goes across and plays that into the offside. A good stop there by Dieter Klein, stretching away to his right at extra cover.
Parky.
Oh, it's Parkinson, is it?
Dieter's down at long leg. I know it's the shorn hair, isn't it? That's glinting, the sort of blonde shorn hair that glints in the sun makes him look identifiable as Dieter, but he's got his green cap on down at long leg.
Here comes Griffiths again, bowls to Bartlett, drives that into the offside, doesn't time it, and Parkinson this time has a comfortable pick up at extra cover, picks it up left-handed.
I think he's still stealing a bit, Callum. I don't blame him, really.
Well, it would have been a huge wicket, wouldn't it?
For him, and obviously in the context of the game, but for him, you mentioned yesterday that he's taken 1 wicket for 150 or whatever his figures are, but
193, I think.
There you go. It would have been a proper wicket as well. A good batsman going well, bit of bounce, bit of turn, caught in the slips.
Griffiths bowls and single here for Bartlett as he turns that into the onside. And Marcus Harris covers quite a lot of ground from mid-on to do the fielding. Another run goes on the board, 138 for 4 at the end of the 35th over, which means we've had 24 overs so far this morning, and the best part of an hour and 3/4, which is not good, is it?
And the over rate is -2, but that's just, I don't know why.
There's only been the 1 wicket. You've got the sanitisation break, and there haven't been any other interruptions, have there?
No. Hopefully, Parkinson's introduction will improve matters a little bit. He's got a short leg, Azad, and he's got a slip as he comes in from the pavilion end and bowls very full outside off stump, and it's been stroked away down to third man by George Bartlett. He must have just turned the bat in his hands and found the gap. Don't think it came off the edge. I think he knew exactly what he was doing there.
That's a characteristic George Bartlett shot, that one.
Really nicely placed, and it runs away for 4, so that won't improve Parkinson's mood any. Conceded 4 off his first ball of his first over, conceded 4 off the first ball of his second. Bartlett on to 16, he's scoring at a decent rate of 24 balls. Leans over his bat and waits as Parkinson is in, bowls forward on off stump.
Good leg.
Pushing it out into the offside.
Drawing the batsman forward.
And again, there's no run. Parkinson in, bowls again, length and line, and again Bartlett, having picked up his 4, doesn't need to take any risks and just get to the pitch of it, push it out into the offside.
The one that he got to bite and turn that took the edge of Abel's bat was quite well pitched up, wasn't it? I wonder if that's where the little bit of extra grip may be.
Bowls again, lovely delivery. That's got to be close, but no, it's turned down. It looked like it went on. Well, we'll have to have a look at the replay, but Parkinson utterly distraught. He's been turned down. Let's have a look-see. Do you know, it may have just turned a little bit too much. It may have turned a little, it hit his back pad, but it did straighten and looked to be missing off stump. In he goes again, and bowls, there's something there for him. He played out into the offside. That's the second ball that's turned for Callum Parkinson, and that did turn maybe a fraction too much. Goodness, interesting. Second morning, bit of turn.
Well, he's asking some questions. It's
he goes and bowls, back goes Bartlett, strokes it out into the offside through point. Klein is going to have to chase back. He does chase back, almost loses his cap in the process, doesn't quite, and manages to get his throw away. A couple of runs to Bartlett, moves on to 18, but he, like Abel before, slightly fortunate to survive. A good delivery from Parkinson, who walks away, I think, scratching, wondering when his luck is going to change.
Was that? Would you say that was umpire's call then, that LBW decision?
I'd like to see the replay, but I thought it was actually probably going to you know, no, I think it's fair call. You know, I think he was probably going to miss off stump. We're going to get another replay. Oh, are we? Replay went up on the board, then it disappeared. No, not quite yet.
Griffiths
Well,
is going to continue from the...
I'll give you a shout when it does appear, so you can have a look at it.
No, it's not. It's
like
Chris Wright coming back into the attack.
Yeah.
144 for 4. Wright, who's bowled 12 overs, 1 for 41. Accurate this morning. He's in, bowls to Abel, who gets a thin edge. He's going to be fielded down below us. It's just a single. Is that Sam Evans down there?
Turned away. Yeah, probably going to miss off stump. Just did a bit too much.
So good decision by umpire Bailey.
Lewis is down at third man, if that's what you were asking. Sorry, I was busy watching the replay.
Outside the off stump, and no shot from Bartlett. 145 for 4.
Leicestershire desperate for another wicket before lunch. If Somerset get through to lunch, 100 for 1 in the session, which at the moment they're on course to do, they'll be absolutely delighted. 100 for the night watchman as well, with Abel battling away. He's played some glorious shots, but he knows I think it's 59 that's worth more. Does that make sense? It's been a really good knock.
His right bowls to Bartlett, who again is just turning, angling the bat away, trying to get the ball wide. Of backward point fails to do so. It's picked up there by Harry Dearden, and there's no run. Would you say it's slightly less breezy today? There's trees to hardly seem to be moving around the ground at the moment. Maybe the temperature's just up a notch or two on yesterday, as Wright is in bowls. And Bartlett will pick up runs here as he finds the gap between backward point and cover. He'll pull it in just short of the deep point boundary and come back for 3 runs. Nicely played shot.
Yeah.
Didn't try and go after it too hard. 148 for 4.
Some lovely colours in the trees at this time of year, aren't there? In the blossom and the different colours of the leaves as they come out at different. Some of them are quite silvery still. They see the undersides.
Is that a Japanese cherry over there on the far side of the...
That's what I asked you yesterday.
Maybe. I'm not
pretty.
An expert.
It's pretty.
As Abel this time defends into the...
I have been sent. Sally Gibson, one of our followers, sent me a sort of leaf identifying sort of link, so to speak. But you've got to get your leaf.
Away.
Yeah. First, get your leaf to identify. I've also asked the groundsman Andy Ward, but he sort of grass he's good on, but trees is not
trees
quite.
Trees, they're trees, aren't they?
Well, nothing to do with trees, mate. But he's produced a brilliant pitch, that's for sure.
Yes, very good cricket pitch. He's right in and bowls outside the off stump, and Abel just lifts his bat out of the way of that delivery. 148 for 4 at the end of the 37th over, 59 to Abel, and George Bartlett on 21.
Did we ever get the name? We got the name for the coffee expert. No, we didn't get the name for the coffee expert in the end, did we?
Somebody suggested a smugologist. I think that maybe.
I don't know.
A joke.
Chris Wright might know then. Chris Wright or Dieter Klein. Or
Wright.
Yeah. Wright is a coffee fanatic, according to Klein. Parkinson then, 2 overs for 15, but that doesn't tell the whole story by a long way. In he goes and bowls very full, and he waits for it, Bartlett, and then he almost makes it into a Yorker, jams down on it in the end, doesn't try and put that one away too long on. You feel had he stepped forward a little bit, he might have been able to get to it on the full, as he did. He just worked it to mid-wicket. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and Bartlett uncertainly forward, forward, thick inside part of the bat as he prodded at it rather there. He's walked away, just adjusting his gloves now, just composing himself, Bartlett, as he waits now. Parkinson is in and bowling, tosses it up, Bartlett forward, but again, after that one turned and he got away with the sort of leg before shout. I say he got away with it, wasn't going to hit the stumps, so he survived the leg before appeal, but it's in his mind. You can see it in his mind at the moment, and he's just very suspicious of Parkinson. In Parkinson goes and bowls, forward goes Bartlett, getting to the pitch. As I say, he's a tall man, 6'1", according to Cricketers Who's Who, but he's every inch of that.
I think that able edge has just sown the seeds of doubt in the batsman's mind against Parkinson.
Who's in again, forward goes Bartlett. After the LB was turned down against Bartlett, I saw him making the sort of universal gesture of batsman that the ball had moved. As you say, both batsmen will be conscious of that. Now Ackerman is sending a sweeper back towards the offside boundary as Parkinson goes in, bowls to Bartlett, edges, or did it come off the pad? But it hit Ackerman. It hit Ackerman. No, it's not Byes because there's no run. He's signalling for the physio because it hit Ackerman in the face. The ball came off the gloves of Swindles and hit Ackerman in the face. Now, whether there was an edge on that, I don't know, but it ran to point. There certainly wasn't a run. And the signal from Bailey was get the physio on quickly. It hit Ackerman in the face. So we'll watch the replay on that one, and hopefully Leicestershire's skipper is all right. But he's lying on his back, holding his face at the moment. And unlike sort of footballers in those circumstances, he's been hit by a cricket ball. So you know he's genuinely hurt. And watch the replay, see if it took the edge, but it bounced, and I think it may have taken the edge. I think it came off the almost thigh of Swindles and into the face of Ackerman.
Really spat, didn't it?
Wow, that one went. Now, immediately umpire Bailey called for the physio. There's going to be a little delay now. 148 for 4. Abel has 59. Bartlett has 21. Ackerman is picking himself up, thankfully. Leicestershire's physio, Will Garvey, came out to deal with him quite sensibly, I suppose. He stayed on his back for a while. And now whether there's a certain amount of claret, I can't quite see from here, but he has picked himself up. I don't think there is, otherwise he'd be holding a... He might have got it on the nose, you know. I can see on the replay, Garvey just holding a bit of smelling salts. He's picking himself up. I can see his hands over his eyes now. I'm watching the feed now because it's obviously so much closer in terms of the close-up than we are. No blood that I can see, but took that one in the face, Ackerman. And he's putting his cap back on, so he's okay. I suppose the only question is, did it come off the edge? You think it probably did, because it did plenty. And was that a chance? I'll find out during the lunch interval, I suspect. It's all happening out there, isn't it?
It is.
Parkinson's really giving it a rip. He didn't look overly sympathetic there, Callum Parkinson, which suggests it might have come off the edge. Well, anyway, he survived.
If it did, he hasn't had much luck. Callum Parkinson. We've got Chris Wright to bowl another over from the Bennett end. He's bowling to Tom Abel, who just defends that to the onside.
So Bartlett was on 21.
Well, Ackerman doesn't seem to be seriously the worse for wear after that nasty moment, though. It's right again to Abel in bowls. Abel gets an edge on that down to Lewis Hill down below us at the third man. Goes through for a single. Second false shot.
He did edge it.
Second false shot that Abel has played in the last couple of overs.
He did edge it, Bartlett. So it goes down, strictly speaking, there's a chance. I think it was to Swindles, really, and it seemed to come off Swindles' leg and sort of bounce up into the face of Ackerman. But
it really spat off the pitch, though, didn't it? It's a very sharp chance as that's played into the offside. But that's what wicket keepers are paid to do, to take those.
Yeah. So Leicestershire will feel, Parkinson will feel, that they could have had both these batsmen in the last couple of Parkinson overs. Abel dropped on 56, Bartlett on 21, in both cases behind the wicket of Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, the score would have a very different complexion at 149 for 6, with these two very talented young batsmen back in the pavilion, as Bartlett plays a defensive shot to that ball from Chris Wright. Chris Wright, who for my money has been the pick of the, well, I don't know, the Dieter Klein bowled pretty well too. Not much to choose between Chris Wright and Dieter Klein. Both really didn't offer the batsman. Well, Klein towards the end of his opening spell bowled 1 or 2 loose deliveries, but Wright has been right on the money. That's turned away down to long leg for 4 runs.
Good shot.
Just using the pace on the ball there, George Bartlett. It wasn't a particularly good delivery from Chris Wright. Having talked him up, he then produced a ball down the leg side, which was pounced upon by George Bartlett, and that brings the 150 up for Somerset. 153 for 4, which means they've added 100 runs this morning.
Yeah.
In not so many overs. We're in the 39th. So at the end of this over, they'll have had 28 this morning. So a decent rate of progress.
A really good morning for the visitors.
He's right again to Bartlett. Bartlett plays a slightly crooked, batted defensive shot, and the ball just squirms out into the onside end of that over. We'll get one more before the luncheon interval. 153 for 4. Bartlett on 25. Abel, who's led a bit of a charmed life just recently, doesn't seem to have had much of the strike. He was dropped at a combination of wicketkeeper and slip off Parkinson. He's edged a couple off Chris Wright down through the slips, and he's batted beautifully, but it's not been easy.
No. Parkinson is in and bowls to the Somerset skipper, who's forward getting to the pitcher. It just turns his wrists on the defensive shot, pushes it into the on side, and there is no run. Sun starts to come into our windows as it swings around through the south. In goes Parkinson, bowls, lovely flight to this one, and thick outside edge along the ground all the way towards backward point from Abel, who is conscious both of the threat of Parkinson and of course of the proximity of the interval. Unlikely therefore to take any risks. In goes Parkinson, bowls a little bit wide, and that one can be put away just the width, and Parkinson had turned away almost as he delivered the ball, just rocked back with relief, I think, Abel there, and just guided it away. One thing he has done superbly well in this innings, particularly this morning, is put away the loose ball. Again, he didn't try and hit it hard, he just went back and timed it really sweetly, and it ran away to the point boundary for 4. He moves on to 64, approaching the best score of the match so far. Yes, he's had a life. Well, if you count the run out, he's had a couple of lives, I suppose, but playing beautifully. In goes Parkinson, bowls 2 in, very straight. Ooh, says Swindles, as Abel stretches forward and plays it to Hill at mid-wicket. Parkinson bowling without too much luck at the moment. Wicket here, says somebody. In goes Parkinson and bowls, tosses it up and forward goes Abel, defends it out into the offside. There's no run, bowling an awful lot better in terms of finding a little bit of turn than he did at the Oval, but there just wasn't anything in that Oval pitch for Callum Parkinson, who is in and bowling, slightly flattered delivery, pushed it through, forward went Abel and defended it. Tom Abel has survived in company with George Bartlett. They've raised a 50 partnership in good time for Somerset, who are going into lunch on 157 for 4, just a 1 wicket loss, that of Jack Leach, who made 26 of 68 deliveries, did a very good job for his side. But Abel and Bartlett with power to add, heading for the pavilion. Somerset now just 76 behind Leicestershire on first innings, with 6 first innings wickets still intact. It's been a fascinating session, and hopefully you'll join us back here at the Uptonsteel ground in around about 35 minutes time for the restart, for the second session of what is a really interesting and close at the moment LV equals county championship match. But just for now, from the Uptonsteel, it's a good afternoon.
Very good. Excellent.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, I still think that
I don't think he was listening.
I mean,
Say he was,
I
but
was watching, you know,
maybe he glanced back, but he was hitting the right.
he was. So I had my, you know, I was watching him really closely to see if he was going to put a figure out. Perhaps as you say, he turned away after he'd seen the ball. Anyway.
Fascinating stuff there. If you can't catch, you're not going to take these chances, you don't deserve to win.
Klein and bowls outside off stump, and this time up on his toes. Abel is in complete control and plays it firmly away in front of square for 4. He's most 20 yards from the ropes as Mike goes in and is on driven nicely for 4. It wasn't too bad a ball in that it was starting to swing away. Just
This is turned away by Jack Leach towards the deep backward square leg boundary and reaches the boundary, and the fielder down there didn't really
who's Mike and bowled him. Leach has finally been dismissed this season. Whether that came off the inside edge, it was swinging back into him. He stood up tall.
Bartlett. Here's Griffiths into Abel, who's up on his toes, playing that away through the offside. I think that'll run away to the cover boundary. The outfield is very quick over there. Bennett end in and bowls, and that's pulled away by Abel. That was short and dealt with superbly by Abel. He got himself into a beautiful position.
Whether they're still played with a white ball. In goes Mike, bowls outside off stump, beautifully put away by Tom Abel. It wasn't so very wide, it was wide enough, and again he goes and bowls 2. Abel kicks the outside edge, and it's going to run down to find third man for 4. Mike has his hands on his head. That was a super delivery. I think it would have been short of in to Abel, who plays it nicely off his legs. He's going to pick up at least 4. Yeah, it is going to be 4. Well, they have lost a wicket now this morning. The night watchman
Griffiths bowls to Bartlett, who drives nicely away through the offside. Over-pitched from Griffiths and hit
of Jack Leach. In he goes and bowls to Bartlett, a full toss which Bartlett hits for 4. Not a great start from Callum. After all that warming up, he bowled a full toss. In goes Parkinson. Good ball! Dropped! He can't believe it. He went forward, Abel took the edge. I think it came off the gloves of Swindles, and I think it also came off the pavilion end, and bowls very full outside off stump, and it's been stroked away down to third man by George Bartlett. He must have just turned the bat in his hand.
Right has been right on the money. That's turned away down to long leg for 4 runs.
Good shot.
Just using the pace on the ball.
Therefore to take any risks. In goes Parkinson, bowls a little bit wide, and that one can be put away just the width, and Parkinson had turned away. It's Klein and bowls, and that's a decent shout for leg before, might be a bit high. Well, it was turned down by umpire Rob Bailey. Klein looks from the pavilion end. In he goes, bowls to Leach, and that's a decent shout, but that was maybe going down leg side. I don't know. But again,
he's right in and bowls to Abel, who turns that into the onside. Sets off quickly. It's a risky single.
Robinson wasn't watching. In goes Parkinson. Good ball. Dropped. He can't believe it. He went forward, Abel, took the edge. I think it came off the gloves of Swindles, and I think it also came off the... As Parkinson goes in, bowls to Bartlett, edges, or did it come off the pad? But it hit Ackerman. It hit Ackerman. No, it's not Byes, because there's no run. He's... Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Second session on the second day of the LV Equals County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset. Somerset about to resume their first innings on 157 for 4. Commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Leicester and Somerset. Richard Ray and Anthony Gibson, your commentators for what has been so far an absolutely fascinating game of cricket on and really interesting pitch. And that's not a euphemism, it is really interesting. There's something there for the batsmen, a wonderful fast outfield as well, but there's also something there for the bowlers. The two umpires haven't been entirely without controversy in this game. Heading out into the middle, umpires Robinson and Bailey, opening batsmen both in their times. They're followed by the Leicestershire players coming out from the meet where they're housed during these pandemic times, and the two Somerset not out batsmen. The skipper Tom Abel, who batted through the morning with huge application and no little skill, rode his luck at times. May have been was run out, but it was a close one and it was not given. Only replays revealed he was run out, and then an edge that went down. George Bartlett is with him. He's 25, not out. He too an edge that wasn't taken by Leicestershire just towards the end. Both those edges off Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's left arm spinner, who found both bounce and a little bit of turn just before lunch. Hence my comment that the pitch is an interesting one. A little bit of turn on the second morning. Chris Wright's going to resume, and Anthony Gibson of BBC Radio Somerset is going to be your commentator for that over.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, and it's George Bartlett on strike. 2 slips, bright sunshine, some hazy cloud over the ground now. First time we've really seen any cloud, but it's only thin cloud, high cloud. This is turned down just past diving backward point dealing there. Lewis Hill comes off the third man boundary to do the fielding, and Somerset are underway after lunch. Yes, as Richard was saying, both of these batsmen have survived chances to cross a combination of wicketkeeper and slips. I think on both occasions the ball ricocheted off wicketkeeper Swindles as Abel plays this back to Wright, the bowler, and on to Ackerman at slip. First time Ackerman to his left got a hand to it and couldn't cling on, and the second time the ball smacked him in the face. And that was a delivery that really spat off this pitch from Callum Parkinson, which shows why, it's predominantly a good batting pitch, but just the occasional ball doing something unexpected. Right is in and bowls to Abel, who covers up and plays back up the pitch. Both batsmen have played some lovely shots in the course of this very useful partnership that they are putting together. Important for their side. Game that Somerset would certainly have hoped to win, given that they've been riding high at the top of the first division in the county championship. Leicestershire, that's a defensive shot into the offside, have been languishing in the lower reaches of the second division. Wouldn't be unfair to say that, would it, Richard?
It wouldn't. Which makes it sort of pleasing that Leicestershire are competitive.
They are
in the game at the moment. They're not rolling over, that's for sure.
No. This man Chris Wright has bowled very well in bowls to Abel outside the off stump, and Abel lets it go through. to keeper. 158 for 4. So the deficit is now 42 and 33, 75.
We're using the facilities in the David Gower suite during these pandemic times, which is obviously closed to the public.
His right bowls, and Abel turns that away through the onside. Griffiths is in hot pursuit and will pull it in. Oh, a tremendous slide, just brings the ball back in. And yeah, it was a successful Robinson not signaling the boundary, just the 2 runs. So 160 for 4 at the end of that over.
Exquisitely timed slide that was, given the ground is dry. But
it was.
He sort of seemed to be on his side for a good couple of yards, as he sort of, and it didn't slow him down any. An indication of just how fast the outfield is.
Well, he's quite a big unit, isn't he?
Gavin, yeah.
plenty of momentum.
Indeed. Well, they're not going to go with Parkinson, although Parkinson was creating difficulties for the batsman pre-lunch. They're going to go back to Dieter Klein. So Ackerman, Leicestershire skipper, going to his 2 primary seam bowlers in this game. I just mentioned the David Gower suite because it means get access to one of the rooms which has quite a lot of Leicestershire's collection of books in it, cricket books. Most of them are in the boardroom actually, which probably the bookshelves are just full. So there's a few spare ones. Dieter Klein is in to Abel, who is carefully forward and then holds up his bat to George Bartlett, having pushed it into the offside, and there's no run. So I was able to pick up 1 or 2 cricket books. One in particular, The Homes of Cricket, the First-Class Grounds of England and Wales. Looks to have been published in around sort of mid-80s. But it's a big picture of Leicestershire's, and it refers to it as the new scoreboard. The old sort of style scoreboard. In goes Klein and bowls, neatly turned off his hip, and it's a no ball as well. So they're going to turn for the second and make it comfortably. So the throw, not a great throw, comes in from Ben Mike out there, bounces a long way short of Swindles. So 2 runs off the bat plus the no ball. 165 for 4. But it refers to the new scoreboard with the cupola clock on top of it. So it looks like it was erected sometime in the 80s, topped by clock and gilded fox, both still there. Klein is in to Abel, who again is turning into the leg side ball, not swinging for Klein at the moment. It's starting it sort of middle and leg, and it staying about there. So it picks up a single. This time it goes more or less straight to Mike. It refers to a 16-acre site at Grace Road. So overall, I suppose if you go back and over the net area,
I think that makes
probably. I
think there
are you
must
happy
be
with that?
7 or 8 acres, something like that.
Okay. So
It would be half.
sounds about right, and the car park as well. Klein is in, bowls onto the legs of Bartlett again, who is just taking his bottom hand off the bat as he just pushes it out into the leg side. The reason why they moved from Ayleston Road was the electricity works. An area of inescapable discomfort, it's described as. The cooling towers, so there were big cooling towers, dominated the cricket scene. Klein is in and bowls outside off stump, beautifully stroked away by George Bartlett on this occasion. It was a bit of a gift from Klein, just a short outside off stump. Only, well, no men in the covers really. You've got the man at extra trying to sort of cover across, but there was point and extra cover, and Klein got the treatment from George Bartlett. So his first over after lunch is proving an expensive one. It has so far been worth 9 runs to the Somerset course, and they're chased on to 170 for 4. What Leicestershire cannot do, bear in mind the deficit is now just 63, is lose control. And Ackerman doesn't look over impressed. Hands plunged deep in pockets. Actually, that looks like Marcus Harris. In goes Klein around the wicket and just trying to get back some control, but Bartlett pushes it into the gap again in the covers. Full ball on off stump, just outside off stump, and takes 1-10 from the over. I wonder if Ackerman's not come back out, the skipper. I wonder if he's got a bit of a headache or something. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes, it was a nasty blow, wasn't it?
He was down for quite a time. He picked himself up, but that's Azad at first. I'm pretty sure that's Harris at second. In goes Klein, bowls a bouncer. Abel just ducks underneath it. And through it goes to Swindle. So not a great start to proceedings for Dieter Klein. Post-lunch.
No,
2, 4, 5, 10 runs from the over.
He started out this morning bowling really well. Almost had Jack Leach pinned LBW his first couple of deliveries, but that was a distinctly postprandial over, that one.
I was telling you about Ayleston Road and the cooling towers, which, quote, dominated the cricket scene and insisted upon catching the eye. And clouds of fine ash spread over the field and into buildings and clothes and food. And the eyes. Sandwiches were egg, tomato and grit.
That's lovely. Very good. Here. This is outside the off stump from Chris Wright and no shot from Bartlett.
And it was impossible for players or spectators to keep fresh and clean. In the press box, pens and pencils scraped their way across the paper, no doubt to the detriment of smooth and kindly criticism. Oh, that's beautiful. That's Kilburn. It could only be J.M. Kilburn.
Yeah.
It could only be. No wonder they left. Egg, tomato and grit sandwiches.
Is right in and bowls to Bartlett, who plays that into the offside. How far away was that ground?
It's not far, actually. Probably about a mile. In fact, the electricity board team may still play there because obviously the cooling towers are no longer there. But, however, they continue. In the end, it was not the smut, but building works by the electricity board, which ended the Ayleston Road era, and in 1946 Leicestershire returned to Grace Road after an absence of nearly 50 years.
Well, there, I didn't know that. I didn't know they'd been here before. This is Peel for LBW, mixture of bat and pad. The Leicestershire close catchers convinced that there wasn't any bat involved. It was after the impact with the pad rather than before it. On the replay.
But this ground was also being used at the time by the City of Leicester School. And, quote, as a result, the old Victorian pavilion remained unchanged.
No, it wasn't band pad. He just got his left pad outside the line of the off stump. Right is in and bowls, and Bartlett up on his toes, plays that nicely into the covers where it's well fielded by Ben Mike from extra cover.
There's a picture of the meet, and as a result, Leicestershire were occasionally forced to visit a selection of other grounds, including Ashby de la Zouch, Loughborough, Hinckley. Finally, in 1966, the ground was purchased for £24,000, and improvements began which have, quote, affected such a transformation during the last 20 years.
It's right to Bartlett in and bowls and bouncer, and Bartlett ducks underneath it but leaves his bat up in the air like a periscope, rather inviting the ball to catch an edge.
I'm getting a little bit excited here because it goes on to talk about the trees around the ground.
Oh, well.
Now then, which we've been struggling to identify. It laments the loss of a lot of elm trees along two sides of the ground to Dutch elm disease. And it says, now the Milligan Road side is lined with a fairly unusual variety of lime.
Oh, well, they are limes, but an unusual variety there. Oh, and that's a good ball from Wright. Has Bartlett groping for it outside the off stump. Through to wicket-keeper Swindles. That's the first ball from Wright that's really done something since the lunch break. George Bartlett survives 171 for 4.
So we have limes along the Milligan Road. Why are they unusual? Tilia euchlora, with beds of jolly roses underneath. Now it says on the other side, Park Hill drive side are white beams and plane
Oh,
trees.
there you are.
I'm chuffed, I'm making notes here. 6 years I've been waiting for somebody to identify these for me. Dieter Klein is in and bowling to Tom Abel, a little bit short, and as a result Abel is just able to tuck it away towards mid-wicket. They turned for the second. Abel wasn't sure, but Bartlett was, and he was correct. He called his captain through. He was looking at Hill as he came in, and Hill and Wright, not too far off, colliding there, but always leave it to the man coming in from the ropes rather than the one heading back, especially if the man coming in from the ropes is younger, fitter and faster than you. And Chris Wright adopted that policy. At the far end from the pavilion, the main car park contains a variety of trees, mainly sawbus, I don't know what sawbuses are,
No.
and silver birch. Klein is in, outside off stump, a tempter for Abel. It was foolish, and he might have lent into a drive too early for that. He's been careful pretty much throughout his innings, which is why he's still there with the best score of the game, 72 not out. Tom Abel off 114 balls, so good rate, 63 area, but time, and really is doing a hugely valuable job for his side. Klein is in and bowls to him again outside off stump. It was a better length, but it was a little bit wider. Again, Abel had nothing to do with it.
Well, they're not exactly common or garden trees, are they?
No. And the trees in front of the groundsman's hut, which we can see, and you mentioned this morning the possible with the blossom, the pink blossom. Did you say cherry? Japanese cherry. Well, I can tell you that a group of 9 trees was planted in front of the groundsman's building by the Earl of Lanesborough. Round the wicket goes Klein and bowls, just drifting onto Midland leg, tucked away by Abel, down to long leg. He takes the first one quickly, just in case there was a fumble. There wasn't, so just the single on that occasion. A bit quieter now, Leicestershire, because Somerset are beginning to play themselves into a very strong position in the game. Yes, they're still 59 behind, but with 6 first innings wickets intact. The ball is now 43 and a half overs or so old as Klein goes in, bowls a little bit too short. Puff of dust from the South African's feet as he bent his back and delivered that one, played out into the offside by Bartlett, whose habit is to march quite smartly out towards square leg between each ball. Takes about 5 or 6 steps, and then he walks back into his crease and takes guard. Still got the 2 slips. Well, Parkinson is the vice captain, so if Ackerman is off, in goes Klein, bowls, and takes his bottom hand off the bat there as it jumps a little bit at him, George Bartlett, and drops it out into the leg side. Then he examines his bat just in case there's any damage and walks down the pitch to touch gloves, as is the modern way with his captain Abel, because it's the end of the over. 174 for 4. How are we doing for time? We're okay for updates, so a good start to the afternoon session for the visitors, for whom, so far, it's been a very good day, Anthony, one way or another.
It has. Only the wicket of Jack Leach has gone down today. Leach playing his role as night watchman to perfection. Managed to survive a couple of close calls yesterday evening, then dug in this morning. Gave his captain ideal support. As Wright is in and bowls and pushed out into the offside. Wright's having a good bowl. This is his 17th over, 1 for 54. Klein 2 for 53 and 12. And Ben Mike just the wicket of Jack Leach to show for his efforts in 6 overs, 1 for 22. But Leicestershire, by the look of it, relying pretty heavily on their opening partnership of Chris Wright and Dieter Klein. They're in harness together now as Wright is in and bowls to Abel. Plays that up to mid-off and won't get a run.
Let's see what it says about Taunton.
Taunton, yeah. When was this published?
I think it looks as though it's sort of mid to late 80s. I'll have a look
Yeah,
at
it
the front.
must be post-Dutch elm disease anyway, which was late 70s, mid to late 70s.
88.
Yeah. Well, I think there's only one building surviving at Taunton from pre-88, as Abel goes for a square cut, doesn't time it, comes off the bottom of the bat and rolls down to second slip, where it's picked up by Marcus Harris.
Says Taunton immediately brings to mind what one Somerset player, Robertson Glasgow, wrote about another, J.C. White, which was, whether it was cows or batsmen, he had treatment for the trouble.
Yeah, the great Jack White. Somerset's all-time record wicket taker, I think it was 2,176 or thereabouts. He took with his slow left arm. Farmer White. Farmed at Coombe Flory. Yes, right, and another no ball. 2 more runs go on the score, 176 for 4. Yes, he bowled non-spinning slow left arm. Did Farmer White. He was a man of few words. Rather a dour character, but a very, very fine bowler. Played for Somerset from 1908 right through to mid-late 1930s. Appeal, half-hearted appeal for LBW. Was a leg by will be taken. 175 for 4.
It's not overly fond of what was the new pavilion at the time, built in 81. Just describes it as a dramatic addition, which is not to everyone's taste.
Well, my father wrote in the Times about it. The best view of the new Taunton Pavilion is to be obtained from within it.
Yes. Overall impression of red-brown modern brickwork devoid of decoration.
It was a bit stark when it was built. This is played back up the pitch by George Bartlett.
He says, it is, however, impressive, a building of confidence and prosperity.
Yeah.
Fair comment.
Well, it was built, of course, in the golden age of Somerset cricket, when Richardson, Botham and
Indeed.
Joel Garner, Brian Rose, Peter Denning, Graham Burgess, all that great side, Vic Marks, of course, Peter Roebuck, Derek Taylor, who's still very much with us. Saw something from them on Facebook last evening, outside the off stump, and no shot from Bartlett. Brings that over to a conclusion, 177 for 4 at the end of it. Abel on 73, Bartlett on 31.
That's a lovely picture from 1910 of a game at Taunton. This is an unadorned Taunton.
Yeah, lots of elm trees round the ground.
The Stragglers stand.
It was originally the Ladies' Pavilion. The Stragglers, what became the
Enclosure.
Stragglers Bar,
And then Bath, of course.
where we don't play anymore,
Sadly.
very sadly. It's the Rec. Bath Play Rugby isn't really available for cricket matches, and Bath Cricket Club, a lovely little ground, but little is the word. It's too small for first-class cricket.
There was a little... You're not missing any cricket, because there was a little conference between Swindles, Wright and Klein before Swindles runs back behind the stumps. Klein is in to Abel, but it hasn't changed anything in terms of Klein's direction. He's bowling into the body of Abel, who's able again just to tuck it away down the leg side and take 1. There's no square leg, just long leg, and it looks to me as though Parkinson is the acting captain at the moment, because Ackerman is staying off the field.
Is that surprising that Parkinson should?
No, he is the vice captain. He's the official appointed vice captain at the start of this season, which is understandable. As I say, he's a sort of driving personality. In goes Klein, bangs it into the body, and again, this time Bartlett can turn it down to the leg side, down towards long leg, and take 1. I don't quite see the logic of this direction of attack, if you like, from Klein. when there's no square leg, and the only man fielding behind square on the leg side is down at long leg, it seems to me. Reasonably easy just to be tucked away for.
Yeah, he's got the short mid wicket in there, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he's going to have to in down outside off stump and allowed to go through. He'll have to bowl a different length then. Well, Somerset going nicely now. They've moved on to 179 for 4. They lost just 1 wicket during the morning session. Well, they added 104 runs, and the captain, Tom Abel, batted through that session. He is still going. He's moved on to 74 not out. George Bartle is with him on 32 not out. Somerset have moved on to 179 for 4, which means they now trail Leicestershire by just 54 runs on first innings. Klein is in to Abel, a little bit short, turned out towards that short mid-wicket Anthony was talking about, who is Gavin Griffiths. No run on that occasion.
I think what they're thinking about is that shot that Abel played before lunch, when he hit it through sort of straight mid-wicket, and it was in the air for quite a long time. I think they may fancy him just maybe playing a little bit too early, or getting a ball that stops on him.
Klein is in bowls, off stump line, better line, and a little bit short though, and Abel up on his toes is able to play it firmly out into the offside to Parkinson, who rolls his shoulders. I think, well, captain's privilege, and bring yourself on, but I think he might be Leicestershire's best chance of breaking this partnership, which is becoming hugely dangerous for the Foxes' chances in this game. Therefore the Foxes' cause. Wright is taking his time to polish the ball. That won't improve the over rate, which was improved slightly by Parkinson bowling those few overs before lunch. Klein in bowls, drops a little bit short, played firmly down into the ground, and Abel raises his eyes to the heavens in irritation as he sees it bounce into the hands of Dearden at point. He's crossed it. Again, he didn't try to hit it hard, but he was looking to get that one away, Tom Abel, and a yard or two either side of Harry Dearden, and that would have raced away for 4. As it was, he picked out the fielder, so the score remains 179 for 4.
Yes, and well, we've still got 2 slips in place for Chris Wright, but just the one for Dieter Klein now.
We're talking about small grounds. We talk about Weston-super-Mare, described by Robertson Glasgow as the smallest and most intimate of county grounds.
Here comes Wright into bowl to Bartlett. Bartlett just drops that into the offside, won't get a run. That's Clarence Park rather than Devonshire Road. Somerset have played first-class cricket both at Clarence Park and Devonshire Road, which is the home of Weston-super-Mare Cricket Club. Great Western Festival.
In better times, I was going to say, will we be back there? Or?
Second, no. Clarence Park again. It is a municipal park, and this is Wright bowls to Bartlett, lifts his bat out of the way of that. So that's not available for cricket anymore. We haven't played at Clarence Park, I shouldn't think since the early 1990s, something like that. But there used to be a Western festival when Somerset would play 2-3 day matches second week in August with big holiday crowds in attendance, and it was a lovely venue.
In 1985, Botham hit 10 sixes on his way to 134 at the ground, relatively small of course.
Is Wright in and bowls to Bartlett, again plays that into the offside. Good accurate bowling this from Chris Wright, not offering the batsman anything loose to latch onto.
And in Vic Marks's last season, his 10th, 1984, he scored his maiden 100 for the county in Weston-super-Mare.
Yeah, good old Vic. Haven't seen him this season yet. He's quite a frequent visitor to Taunton, but of course only a handful of press allowed at games at the moment. This is played into the offside by George Bartlett. And Vic has retired as a cricket writer.
Only just, was
Only
it last
just,
year?
Yeah, last year.
The Observer and latterly the Guardian.
Did you work with him at the Guardian? Did you coincide? Did you?
I suppose we coincided. When you say with, we both appeared on the same pages. I suppose I was covering county cricket when he was obviously largely covering international cricket. Occasionally covering county cricket, very occasionally.
Here comes Wright again, bowling to Bartlett. Gets on top of the bounce there and plays it down into the gully. Although I think Harry did, and it's more of a backward point, but coming in as the bowler runs up.
The only other ground these two counties were playing at the time, which is featured in this book, is Hinckley.
Right from the Bennett end. He's in bowls to Bartlett. Slips appreciated that one. That was a good over from Chris Wright, offering George Bartlett absolutely nothing. Bartlett had to play every one of those 6 deliveries and could do nothing more than keep the ball out, play it defensively, and he did that pretty well. 179 for 4. The score remains at the end of the 47th over.
6 overs. Therefore, is it a sanitising break, or is it just the helmet coming on, which means that Parkinson is going to bowl out? It is going to be just because Parkinson is coming on.
I think
that book away. I've bored you long enough with that.
Not boring at all. I'm fascinated by the arboreal information.
I'm chuffed. I've written it all down. I've absolutely written it. I'm chuffed to bits about that. I've got a little bit of identification to go with.
White beams and what was the
plane?
London, yes, planes, yeah.
Sorbus and silver birch.
Yeah. I would never.
Limes.
Yeah, I can recognise the silver birch, but sorbus, I'm afraid, is beyond me.
No, it's not a really familiar one. So, Harris has taken Ackerman's place at first slip. Parkinson is going to be bowling to Tom Abel with a short leg as well as a slip. Otherwise a reasonably conventional single saving field. He does have a sweeper out both sides of the wicket. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, little bit of width, so back goes Abel and is able to cut it away down towards backward point. A little bit of a chase around for, I think it may be Alex Evans out there deputising for Ackerman in the field, if not as captain. Wait for him to turn around. He's got a long sleeve sweater on, so may or may not have a number on the back. In goes Parkinson, tosses that one up, draws Abel forward, momentary hesitation. Yeah, you heard him say. And Bartlett accelerated on hearing that command, that instruction from his skipper, and made his grounder more than comfortably. 182 for 4. Hot sunshine streaming into the box now. I'm going to have to shed my gilet. Just t-shirt weather. Goodness me. Out of the wind. In goes Parkinson. A lovely little sweep. Just reached for it, Bartlett. There wasn't really a risk. There wasn't a leg slip. Was in the air for a few feet, but he knew exactly what he was doing, as so many young batsmen do now. They have these shots in their armoury, and he picks up 4. So the control is slipping away from Leicestershire, and Somerset, as I say, playing themselves into a very strong position. In goes Parkinson and bowls outside off some quicker, flatter delivery, which isn't as in any way as threatening, really, if you like, but is something of a reaction to the runs he's conceding.
Bartlett taking an off-stump guard. He's right across his stumps.
He waits as Parkinson is in. Better delivery, just pushed out into the offside. Momentary hesitation, and Dieter Klein got to the ball and then tried to sweep it along the ground almost, without picking it up. Tried to sort of flick it towards the stumps, and admirable commitment, but never likely to result in a run out, I don't think.
Superb roll he put in there, wasn't it?
They are athletes. These almost gymnasts in some cases these days. Parkinson is in. Good line, nice and straight. Abel is forward, defending the ball back up the pitch. But I guess that's what happens when you can bench press your girlfriend or whatever it is he does. Squats. Squats. She was on his back when he was doing his squats. What does that? Just on his... Yeah, I guess so. If you're just doing squats, sort of like a frog up and down, then you could have somebody on your back holding onto your shoulders.
It's not something I'm planning to attempt with my wife.
I was going to say, have a word with Mrs. G.
That's nothing to do with her.
You're on very dangerous ground now, young
yeah.
man. Just clamber on my shoulders, my dear, on my back, and watch what I can do. End of the over, 187 for 4. Somerset now just 46 behind, still with those 6 first innings wickets intact.
Yeah, it's a useful partnership. This one, they've added
say.
85 together
I'll say.
since Jack Leach was out. And, it would be wrong to say that they have never looked to be in trouble, because they certainly have, because they've both been put down, a combination of wicketkeeper and slip off Parkinson.
I've been neglecting Twitter. Apologies about that. Gary Bailey's tweeted with some information about Trevor Bennett, about whom you were asking yesterday.
Yeah, after whom the end is named.
Yeah. He was a benefactor, but in 1992, it says, the club was given an interest-free loan of £100,000 by Mr. Trevor Bennett, a club vice president, towards the construction of the £450,000 indoor cricket complex.
Yeah. And I've got the answer about Western-super-Mare. Andy Miles says last Western-super-Mare match was 1996 against Durham. We got a bowling change from the Bennett end. This is Ben Mike coming back into the attack. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 22. He's bowling to George Bartlett. Bartlett goes after that outside the off stump and gets it past. Gavin didn't get it past. No, he didn't. He just at the very last minute. He did very well there. Did Griffiths, because he's fielding on that cover, which is covering up the presumably the next pitch.
I think that's the pitch for the Surrey game. Yeah.
And not the easiest place to field. It wasn't going particularly fast, but it looked as if it was just going to get past him. They took a single.
Yeah, had it done so, it would have been 4 for sure.
188 for 4. Abel is on strike, and that's edged wide of second slip. It'll just be a single as Lewis Hill.
He got a big hand on it. Now, did it carry? Did it carry? It's not another one, is it? I don't think it carried.
I don't think it did.
But he got a big hand on it, Harris, diving away to his right. But I think it was short. But Mike's hands went into the air.
Just have a look at the...
We'll wait for the replay.
The replay's just coming up. No. I think that... I don't know. It's hard to say. It was barely even a quarter of a chance if it was. As Wright is in and bowls outside the off stump. Bowler had his hands on his head, but I think that may...
It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's about a foot off the ground, but it was so far to his right. Let's have a look. Oh, it was. It did carry. It did carry. It's another one.
Just got his fingertips to it. $189 for 4, Somerset. As Mike bowls outside the off stump. No shot from...
Was that Abel again?
It was Abel, yeah.
Oh, 77.
Yeah, he's lived a bit of a charmed life today, Tom Abel's batted very well, but got the benefit of the doubt in a very close run-out call. Was put down by a combination of wicketkeeper and slip before lunch. This is miles down the leg side from Ben Mike, and that's going to run away for 4 byes, and that really is pretty rough on Harry Swindles, isn't it? Why didn't he signal wide? There's no way that he could have stopped it. He did very well to get a glove on it, and all he could do was just deflect it. This runaway down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs, 193 for 4.
You have to say that is 3 chances that have been put down. Difficult chances, all arguably, except perhaps the first. But
The first one should certainly have been taken.
One way or another, shouldn't it? Either keeper or slip.
Here's Mike again to Bartlett. Bartlett drives up to mid-off, and it bounces off the fielder there. Is that Dieter Klein?
It's Parkinson.
It's Parkinson, yeah.
Fairly. So he got behind it, but it took off and sort of hit him in the chest and bounced away. Not much he could do about that. There are 1 or 2 little sort of covers where access to water and things like that, little, sort of taps and things, water pipes. So it may be just caught the edge of one of those, perhaps.
195 for 4 at the end of the over. So the deficit now just 33 and 38. God dear. The heat getting to my...
Well, he's almost shimmering off the outfield in front of the scoreboard. They just need a moment of inspiration, Leicestershire here, and that could have been it. Marcus Harris got his hand to it, couldn't hang on. In goes Parkinson, bowls, nice delivery. Little bit of a loop and forward on off stump goes Abel, defending out into the offside, and there's no run. 78 he's on now. The leg slip is in there as Parkinson bowls. Fuller this time. Abel just leans forward, getting to the pitch of the ball and plays it firmly out to right at mid-on. And there's no run. Parkinson gets through his overs nice and quickly. In he goes. Bowls outside off stump. And this time Swindles takes it. It doesn't really turn or bounce on that occasion. Abel went forward to let it go through. Parkinson just sort of hitches up his long sleeve slightly as he walks back and goes in and bowls outside off stump, looking to chop it away, and does. That's going to run away to third man for 4. It's just enough width for the shot, and Abel has shown he plays it really nicely. Just went back and made sure his direction, as you say. He
waited for it, didn't he?
It's been a patient innings. He's waited for the ball to put away, and by and large, eventually, one has come. 199. Bonus point ahoy!
Oh!
As Parkinson is in, bowls, and again he's cutting, and again that's going to run down to third man for 4. And well, that brings up the 200 for Somerset. Parkinson has his hands on his head, but 2 balls that were both too wide, and it is beginning to run away from Leicestershire. Now it may be that Ackerman is out of the game, and does that mean that they can introduce a substitute, Leicestershire? Because it may be the concussion protocols.
Could be, yep.
We'll find out about that. In goes Parkinson, bowls. That's a straighter delivery. Abel is forward. The partnership is 100 between Tom Abel and George Bartlett, and they are playing, as I say, Somerset into a position of considerable strength. 203 for 4 at the end of Parkinson's 6th over. None for 35, his figures.
Yeah, 2 good partnerships today for Somerset. 63 between Abel and Leach, and now 101 so far between Abel and Bartlett. And if it is a concussion substitution, then it will have to be an equivalent player. So who would that probably be, Richard? Similar. In other words,
I would assume that Rishi Patel is the batsman who missed out in the 13, so I would assume it would be him. The question, I don't think the dinky doos as they were described yesterday, I think they're finished, the 2s, so I would assume he's around somewhere.
Ben Mike to try again from the Bennett end. He's bowling to George Bartlett. It just plays that quietly out into the offside. Elsewhere in this group, Hampshire 411 for 7, and James Vince is out, but Liam Dawson is still going. And Middlesex and Surrey, Middlesex on top there, they're 206 for 6. So they are 46, 52 ahead of Surrey with 4 first innings wickets in hand. As Mike bowls to Bartlett outside the off stump. No shot. Seems very exciting happening elsewhere. Sussex 221 all out against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 13 without loss in their second innings. So Sussex not perhaps making the most of having bowled Yorkshire out so cheaply. Here Somerset now just 30 runs adrift. All sunshine, warm sunshine now as Mike is in and bowls to Bartlett, and Mike thinks he was nearly through there. That was the shout you heard. Came off the middle of the bat, but Bartlett. Let's have a look and see where he's taking guard against the fast medium of Ben Mike. Certainly against Callum Parkinson. He's right across to off stump, and he is again to Ben Mike, which is, yes, and I can see why Mike got excited about that, because he played across the line, having come right across his stumps. Did Bartlett. Mike is in and bowls, and that angles away towards the 2 slips. Hassan Azal at first slip, and Marcus Harris, formerly of the Taunton Cricket Club, at second. He's a very attractive player, George Bartlett, but he does tend to play around his front pad, which makes him a bit of an LBW candidate. Here's Mike in bowls. That's driven away through the offside handsomely by Bartlett, and that will be 4 runs. There's no sweeper out on the offside. Fine shot from George Bartlett, takes the score on to 207 for 4. He moves on to 44, so within striking distance of a 50. Over pitch from Mike, but beautifully dealt with. This could be cricket in high summer, couldn't it?
Looking out from here.
Yeah. Outfield is losing its
interesting that most of the Leicestershire players still have their sweaters on. So out there again.
Mike is in and bowls to Bartlett, who drives without timing, looking for the gap between mid-off and extra cover. Can't get a run on this occasion. End of the over. 207 for 4 is the score. 44 to Bartlett, and Tom Abel, Somerset skipper, 86 without loss. 86 without loss. 86.
And both the Somerset batsmen have their sleeveless sweaters on, but even so, long sleeve shirt and sleeveless sweaters are no doubt some special sort of vest of some kind underneath those as well.
Sounds like a fascinating match. Sri Lanka against Bangladesh. Bangladesh 541 for 7 declared. Sri Lanka 229 for 3.
A flat pitch in wherever it's being played. The problem for Leicester in losing, it's not just about losing Ackerman as a batsman, it's losing him as the bowling option as well. As I say, his off spin is more than useful. Parkinson is into Tom Abel outside off stump. A bit of bounce for him, but it's a little bit wide, and it's taken sort of on the up by Swindles above his waist, but allowed to go through by Abel correctly. Parkinson in, bowls outside off stump again, a little bit wider this time, but the length is better, so Abel not inclined to go back and try and cut it away. Point has gone to sort of backward point, almost short third really. But
a little bit of turn, that one that Abel left alone, that bounced.
Parkinson is in again, finds the inside edge of Abel's bat as he went forward there. That might have been the one that went on. The ball squirts out towards square leg. Didn't hops across, but it's always going to be a single. Abel on to 87, 208 for 4. The deficit now just 25. Prospects of a really substantial first innings lead. If in goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Bartlett, pushing it out into the offside towards Gavin Griffiths. Abel responded though, made his ground, although Griffiths' throw was a good one over the top of the stumps and Swindles took off the bails. No appeal because Abel, running to the danger end, had comfortably-ish, not comfortably, he was motoring, but had made his ground with a little bit of room to spare, and then kindly helps Harry Swindles by just tapping the tops of the stumps with the handle of his bat in time-honoured fashion. Umpire Robinson was starting to walk towards the stumps, realised he didn't need to do so. Parkinson is in, bowls, middle and off, forward goes Abel out into the offside. I think he'd be pretty pleased with the century. I mean, obviously he's going to be very pleased with the century if he gets there in the circumstances of the game. He's had to work very, very hard for it. For the most part, Parkinson in, bowls, and he wound up there. How can you bowl a no ball if you're a left-arm spinner? But he has. He wound up there, Abel, had to correct it and just ended up guiding it out into the offside and taking one, but it was a no ball. Not sure if I've ever seen, he might have bowled one or two, but in the past, but heck, in he goes and bowls, tosses that one up, waits for it, Bartlett, and drives it out square on the offside. Klein comes in, he's got a strong arm and throws low to Swindles. One taken. End of the over, 213 for 4. Bartlett 46, Abel 88. And I think Jack Leach will be sitting thinking, you know, these are kind of, to a certain extent, these are my runs too, because he did a really good job for an hour and a quarter or so this morning. Blunted the Leicestershire attack when they were full of vim and vigour, and took a lot of the shine off the ball. Bartlett and Abel, as a consequence, their job just a little bit easier. Makes a difference. Over 8's back to -2.
Well, how many overs? What are we in the? This will be the 53rd, 11 overnight, so just 42 so far today. Here's Mike in and bowls to Bartlett, who turns that into the onside, has to look lively and gets there just about. The fielder closing in from mid-wicket. It was Bartlett's call and he was running to the danger end, and if that had hit, I think Bartlett would probably have just about been in.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. I think that is Rishi Patel on the field now. Nipping ahead of Anthony briefly. Somerset have moved on to 214 for 4, so they've only lost 1 wicket today. Leicestershire, to a certain extent, and they've taken their 2nd wicket of the day as you come to me. It's Tom Abel, who's played so well, the Somerset captain. He's gone, caught at 2nd slip by Marcus Harris, Leicestershire's new Australian signing. He's gone for 88. Leicestershire have dropped him a couple of times, and there was a very close run-out call when the stumps were hit, but the umpire decided he wasn't out. Well, Abel has batted really well. He's gone, though, now for 88. Somerset are still 19 behind on first innings, and they've just lost their 5th wicket. They're 214 for 5.
Really good delivery that was from Ben Mike. It swung into Abel and then left him off the pitch on a full length. Took the outside edge as Abel tried in vain to adjust his shot at the very last moment, but that was definitely a wicket for the bowler. The batsman really has no reason to reproach himself. Fine piece of bowling.
Huge apology, Anthony. I just nipped in there to do an update, and the one ball and pinch a wicket from you.
I don't. Funnily enough, I just restrained myself from saying that if Tom Abel reaches his 100, it'll be his 8th century, and he's made 25 50s, so he's now got 7 centuries and 26 50s, which is not a fantastic conversion rate. Something he must be thinking about. Mike
gets so much action on the ball, which is I described him as a sort of, potentially such a great cricketer, but even that went late, didn't it?
It did,
and,
absolutely, yeah.
And it really did startle Abel. And a neat catch by Marcus Harris at second slip, but what a good innings and what a good partnership. So what was the partnership? 214 from 102, so 112.
Abel's 88 came from 142 deliveries, 210 minutes, 13 fours. Fine captain's innings for his side. And has put his county into a strong but by no means impregnable position. Stephen Davis is the new batsman, left-hander. 2 slips and a leg slip as Mike bowls to him. And Davis defends, and the leg slip is presumably there for the ball to the left-hander that he produced for Tom Abel, the right-hander, swinging in late and just catching the edge of the bat.
I wonder if the ball, they call it reversing now, don't they? I wonder if he's just getting it to reverse. 52 overs.
Could be.
But it went.
You wouldn't have said
like,
this was
like
the
a
most
boomerang there, didn't it?
abrasive outfield that you've
absolutely
ever seen. As Mike is in bowls to Davis outside the off stump, that didn't seem to do very much. Straight through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Leicestershire turn up the volume after that big breakthrough, getting the wicket of Tom Abel.
It's Patel who's gone in at that leg slip position. Needed it, didn't they? Leicestershire there. They're beginning to look down the barrel. They still are to some extent. Just 19 behind now, Somerset, with 5 wickets in hand.
Stephen Davis can't be vulnerable early in his innings. Oh, and that's a bouncer, and a good bouncer from Mike as well. And Davis has to quickly duck his head underneath that. It was well directed. Went over the top of Stephen Davis's head, and he in turn was in front of the stumps. So good, straight, well directed bouncer. 2:14 for 5, Somerset. 19 behind.
Come on, fellas. The Lancashire accent of Callum Parkinson.
Here's Mike in a bowls to Davis, who gets one coming back into him from outside his off stump, plays it well out into the offside, and well bowled, Ben Mike. That was he's earned that wicket, deserved that wicket, or at least Leicestershire have deserved that wicket, having found the edge of both Abel's and Bartlett's bat, and the catches have gone down. This time Marcus Harris making no mistake, 214 for 5.
Say Lancashire accent, it is of course, but it can be more specific. It's a Bolton accent, if there is such a thing.
I'm sure there is.
Boltonian? I wonder what the actual... If you come from Bolton, are you a Boltonian, or is I wonder if there's a different word for it? Like Marcus Harris. A loiner. That's what they call people from Leeds. In goes Parkinson round the wicket and bowls. That one goes on with the arm, but it's nicely forced away by Bartlett, just in front of point, which means that Dearden has to come in off the boundary and gets there before Harris. But it is always, as a consequence, going to be a sink on. This could be interesting because presumably Parkinson will go over the wicket to the left-handed Davies, and he does have a bit of rough in which to bowl, or a bit of bowler's follow-through for the first time. So, and it's away from that clear strip in the middle of the pitch, so to speak. So might get a little bit of joy from the pitch now, Callum Parkinson, who's into Davis. That one lands sort of middle and off rather than that little bit wider, and Davis can just work it out towards mid-wicket. Griffiths has to run back, and so Davis is off the mark with a single. 5th ball faced. 216 for 5, the deficit just 17 now. And given the nature of the pitch, as Parkinson goes back around the wicket to Bartlett, foolish, stroked back past the bowler, but only as far as Mike at mid-off. There's no run. Let's say a lead of 100-150 would really put Somerset very firmly in the driving seat. And every prospect, from their point of view, of them getting that lead. In goes Parkinson and bowls, waiting for it. Bartlett just delicately nibbles it away down towards short third man, but Harris has gone that bit wider down there as a consequence, and so no cheeky runs to be taken. Doesn't play that shot yet quite as well as Tom Abel. In goes Parkinson, bowls forward, big stride from Bartlett, pushing it out to the man now at short extra, who is Dieter Klein. 48 to Bartlett, approaching what would be his second half century of the championship season, of the first class season. Parkinson in, bowls to him.
Well bowled.
It drew him forward, but he almost plunges forward, doesn't he, Bartlett? But everything is behind it, head right over the ball, or over his bat anyway. End of the over.
Teasing length there, wasn't it?
It's a nice little battle.
Yeah.
Parkinson, 8 overs, none for 43. Doesn't sound anything special, but it has been most interesting, and he deserves to have had a wicket. He's had a couple of batsmen dropped.
He has. He's offered as much of a threat as any of these Leicestershire bowlers. Ben Mikes to continue from the Bennett end, bowling to the left-handed Stephen Davis, who still has the leg slip, waiting for the one that he just nudges around the corner. Mike, it's quite a long approach. He's there now and bowls, and that's driven away beautifully by Stephen Davis through the offside. That's classic Stephen Davis, isn't it?
Parkinson scampers after it.
Oh,
well done.
They're surely going to run. Well, they ought to have jolly well run 4. Lazy so-and-sos. They've only run 3.
They were running quite slowly when Parkinson was sprinting after it, wasn't he? He was scampering after it, bless his heart.
It's a very long boundary out there. I think that would have been 4 on almost any other cricket ground in the country.
Well, the thing is that he had to dive and drag it back, and then leave the ball. So there looked to be 4 really. They could have, he didn't pick it up and immediately throw it back.
No, not good cricket really. 4 Stephen Davis has to his name now. As this is pulled away and he's going to be caught at short mid wicket, and that is the end of George Bartlett. As he went for the pull shot to bring up his 50, didn't time it, and comfortably caught
Harris
mid-wicket by Marcus Harris. Harris's second consecutive catch, and a crestfallen George Bartlett can barely drag himself back towards the pavilion. He'd been batting so well, and saw the short one from Ben Mike, and thought to himself, this is my chance.
Oh, bless him, he's barely moving.
Yeah, and just did not get hold of it at all. Came off the splice of the bat. Comfortable catch to mid-wicket. So that's 2 big blows to Somerset Hopes. 219 for 6 they are now. George Bartlett, in fact it was the scoreboard has it down as Dearden taking the catch, but he's gone in anyway.
Okay. Pretty sure it was Harris, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well batted, George Bartlett.
Despite that, he's only just crossed the rope. Bless, he's absolutely devastated.
If they'd gone for that 4th run, which they should have done, he wouldn't have been on strike.
The scoreboard is correct. Apologies, folks. So they're not dissimilar in build, and they've both got these long sleeve shirt on, but it is the slightly solider Dearden at mid-wicket, who looks slightly startled. It was just he's showing umpire Bailey how he wasn't sure whether to hands up or hands down, because it just kind of looped to him.
Craig Overton is the new batsman. That's Mike bowls, and that's driven away through the offside for 4 runs.
Nice start.
Uncomplicated Devonian cover drive there from Craig Overton. Plenty of meat behind that one. 223 for 6.
So another bowling bonus point for Leicestershire.
Just watching the replay of the Bartlett dismissal. No, I'm not. Watching the replay of the Overton cover drive, which is a rather happier event from a Somerset perspective.
Again, it's swinging late for Mike. It's just getting the line right.
Yeah. Well, perhaps it is a bit of reverse swing. Here's Mike into Overton again, and Overton digs that out on the line of leg stump up to mid-on. Well, game has taken quite a lurch towards Leicestershire in the last 10 or 15 minutes with those two wickets. Both batsmen seem to be going along pretty comfortably, playing some nice shots. Good partnership, century partnership between them, and as so often happens after a good partnership, one goes and then the other one goes too. But poor George Bartlett could barely drag himself off the ground. Oh, and that's a good ball from Mike, which is well played by Craig Overton, digging out almost a Yorker.
You don't see many, do you, these days? Don't seem to see as many attempted Yorkers as one feels sometimes one should.
I don't know why. Still,
it's a great ball, isn't it?
Yeah, in any form of cricket.
Hard to score off, at the very least.
I suppose it's quite takes a lot out of the bowler to bowl it. Getting it that much further up, outside the off stump, no shot from Overton. So wickets in successive overs for Ben Mike, who now has figures of 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 38. Well bowled.
Indeed. May just flatter him a fraction, but he has got the ball to swing and swing late, and that is always a dangerous. Big grin on the very likeable Ben Mike's face, but he can anticipate a lot more work this afternoon. Now he's talking to Chris Wright, taking the benefit of the experienced man's wisdom. Parkinson will continue. He's going to go obviously over the wicket too. Not obviously, but makes much more sense to go over the wicket, as I say, with those footholes to bowl into to Davis with a slip and a short leg. Parkinson is in, bowls and turned past the short leg by Davis out towards deep backward square. Dearden comes trotting in, fields, good throw from him, but an easy single for Davis, who's just calmly moved on to 5. 2-2-4 for 6, the deficit just 9.
These two added 116 in the game against Gloucestershire. Rescued Somerset from a pretty dire position.
For the first time, Parkinson bowling to Overton bowls. He's forward, outside off stump. Doesn't really do too much and allows it to go through to Harry Swindles. Tall man should be able to get to the pitch of the ball more often than not. Azad is signalling to Parkinson, saying, shall I go to short leg instead of leg slip? Yes, says Parkinson. He'd missed that one. In goes Parkinson, bowls to Overton, very full and hit into the air. It's going to fall wide of Ben Mike, chasing back from mid-off. It was a sliced attempted straight hit, I think, from Overton. It was a big risk so early in his innings, just his 6th ball faced, and it slid away off the face of the bat. He rehearses a more conventional cover drive, but that was anything but, and he was a little bit fortunate to get away with that one. He picks up 2. Could easily have gone much closer to Mike and been a catch. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Forward goes Overton with a circumspectly raised bat.
I thought he was going to do it again, but that's what Parkinson's got to do. He just floated up outside the off stump as if to say, well, go on, have a hit at this. And
if it turns, you're in trouble. In goes Parkinson and bowls nice and straight, finds the outside edge along the ground to Harris at the backward point, but again, a little bit uncertain in these early stages against the left arm spinner is Craig Overton. 6 he's got. Parkinson in to him again. That one drifts down the leg side or onto leg stump, and Overton can just lean forward and tickle it around the corner. Nobody there. Chase back for Lewis Hill from square leg. 2 more to Craig Overton. Moves on to 8. Scores almost level. Deficit now just 5.
He's got a weakness, Callum Parkinson. It is that he bowls one loose delivery and over, or can do. And that last one was a case in point where he just allowed it to drift down leg side and Fortunately for him, Overton didn't go hard after it, just picked up a couple that could easily have run away for 4 down to the untenanted fine leg, long leg boundary.
Tweet still coming in. Ryan, do you feel we're challenging the stumps enough here? I think this was before the 2 dismissals. Seems to be plenty of short wide stuff, just not challenging any mode of dismissal. I think Ben Mike got it right in the end, that's for sure. Bronte, we're talking about Dieter Klein carrying his, or using his girlfriend as a weight.
It's Ben Mike to continue from the Bennett end. He's bowling to Stephen Davis, and that was almost a very good stop by Harry Swindles, but he just couldn't get his glove down in time and can run away for 4 byes.
He says the great Olympic champion Emil Zatopek, actually, because there's just been a couple of biographies relatively recently, a couple of biographies of Zatopek published, used to go on training runs through the snow and the forest with his wife, herself an Olympic javelin champion, on his shoulders. He has yet to persuade Mrs. Brunt that this is a good idea for my training runs, he says.
232 for 6. Somerset as Mike bowls to Davis, who will pick up a leg bye. Signalled by umpire Robinson to bring the scores level.
Probably points out that Jason Kerr is also from Bolton, another Boltonian.
Absolutely, you can still just about pick up the Lancastrian note in his voice.
Grumpy Git. What lead will Somerset get? 50, 100, more?
Who knows? Lot depends on these two. As Mike bowls to Overton, and a good tumbling stop by Harry Swindles, who claims a catch. It may just have flicked Overton's pad, but nobody else out there was interested in the appeal.
Now there is an Leicester does have its own little aerodrome about 2 miles over there, probably where Mr. Agnew probably comes in from time to time. He lives in the Vale of Belvoir now. I don't know whether there's a nearer. Maybe he can use East Midlands Airport. That would be closer there. Proper airport.
It's Mike to Overton. Oh, Overton skews off a crooked bat down to Lewis Hill at third man to take Somerset into the lead. 234 for 6. They are. So that's the first target achieved. Now to build a useful lead.
Yeah, everyone.
Game's still pretty evenly poised, given that Somerset have to bat last.
Got some good batsmen. Well, good batsmen at the crease and good batsmen to come. Gregory yet to come, and say DeLange can biff it.
Here's Mike in and bowls to Davis, who defends back up the pitch. Yes, he's always entertaining, is Marchant DeLange, with bat as well as ball. But Somerset will not want to leave him with too much to do. They'll hope that these two and then Lewis Gregory to come can put some partnerships together, put a couple of partnerships together. Somerset certainly had the better of the first 3 hours played, but Leicestershire coming right back into it now as Mike bowls to Davis outside the off stump and brings that one back and flies about 6 inches wide of Davis's off stump as he lifts his bat out of the way. Good piece of bowling. 234 for 6 at the end of that over.
You like a surprising fact about Stephen Davies? He's a session harp player. H-A-R-P. A session harp player.
I presume that's a reference to a harmonica, isn't it, rather than...
I don't know. I mean, he could be an
itinerant... The Welsh harp.
Or one of those huge... the ones you have to trundle around. He may be called upon by symphony orchestras from time to time, or to add a little background melody to a popular song.
Could be.
You're not missing anything, because Parkinson and Swindles are deep in conversation. And Swindles just pulling his inners back on before heading back to his post behind the stumps. Parkinson yet to take a wicket. 9 overs, none for 48 for Leicestershire's left armour. He's got a slip and a short leg and a short straight extra cover as he goes in and bowls to Overton, who is waiting and then just almost chipping the ball back past, stroking it, that's a kind of description, back past Parkinson, down into the ground, so it was in the air as it went past Parkinson, down towards right, who's about halfway back at mid-on, now a bit less than that actually, about a third of the way back. Back over the wicket goes Parkinson to Davies, looking for it to cut, and he misses the cut, and it's taken by Swindles, but for once, not for once, no edge.
Cutting against the spin is Stephen Davis.
Always a bit risky. There was a little bit of bounce then, it wasn't a huge amount of turn. He didn't try and go after it too hard. In goes Parkinson, bowls again to him, tosses that one right up and steered by Davies out towards third man. It's a long chase back for the fielder, who throws himself off his feet in his determination to get that one away quickly, which suggests it's probably Lewis Hill. But I think it might be, yes. He often throws himself. He hasn't got a huge arm, Lewis. He's strong enough, but he puts his whole body into his throws. I'm getting used to it now because obviously he spent most of his time as wicket-keeper in the games that I've been watching. But now he's an outfielder, getting used to his characteristics. Flings himself off his feet when he throws. Parkinson around the wicket to Craig Overton. Tosses it up. Overton strokes it out into the offside. Griffiths makes a sort of tumbling, rolling stop at deepish cover, and there's no run.
Should have been a run there. Don't know why they didn't go. Even before the missed field, there was a single in it.
Parkinson bowls again outside off stump, slightly flatter, quicker delivery. Overton actually gives Parkinson a little nod there as he let that one go. And out from behind the stumps comes umpire Bailey, just checking the follow through isn't in line with the stumps, just treads down, stamps down where Parkinson has been following through. In he goes and bowls, tosses that one up, forward goes Overton on off stump, plays it firmly out, not firmly but solidly out to Dieter Klein at that short straight extra cover. End of the over, 238 for 6, the lead now 5. Anything over 50 will be valuable. If it gets up to 3 figures, I think that could possibly be decisive.
Well, we'll see. Parkinson has to be careful about footmarks outside the left-handers, as it would be off stump with Jack Leach
Indeed.
to bowl for Somerset.
Indeed.
Creating too rough out there for Leach to bowl into. And of course Stephen Davis, the left-hander out there at the moment, will have rough outside his off stump to contend with. Here comes Ben Mike. Is it? Yeah, it's just, no, it's not Ben Mike. We've got a bowling change.
It's Gavin Griffiths.
Gavin Griffiths, who, as this morning, came round the wicket to the left-handed Leach. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Davis. Chris Wright and Ben Mike have both been bowling over the wicket to both left and right-handers. 238 for 6 then, as Griffiths, strongly built, is in bowls, and that's down the leg side, and a claimed catch, and umpire Robinson not having anything to do with it, off Davis's pad. I fancy it was a good take by Harry Swindles.
Umpire Robinson sort of pointed at his hip area, so yeah, flicked something softer than a bat.
Yeah, there was certainly a noise.
I'm just looking at Callum Parkinson's Who's Who entry now. What would you do if you were Prime Minister? I'll tell you about that after this ball.
Here comes Griffiths again, running in from behind umpire Robinson. He's there now, bowls to Davis, who drops that into the onside, won't get a run.
he'd take Saturdays off to watch Bolton Wanderers home and away. He said he'd invest in Bolton Wanderers and then appoint himself manager at Bolton Wanderers. I don't know whether that's within the Prime Minister's prerogative, Callum, but if you were president or something like that, perhaps, but not sure the Prime Minister can do that.
Well, the Prime Minister's been taking some interest in football this week, has he not? This European Super League business, it all seems to have crumbled to dust. Now that's a bouncer, and good bouncer as well. Just angled across Stephen Davis, who goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. He got out of the way comfortably enough. Well taken by Swindles. 2:38 for 6.
If he was in charge of county cricket, he'd start a T10 competition.
Oh no! Did you watch any of that from Abu Dhabi?
I didn't.
During the winter, I did. I did,
okay,
because Tom Abel was playing in it.
Oh right, okay.
And, I wanted to see how he. I think Tom Banton was as well. And indeed Lewis Gregory, as this is played. No, I'm not sure it was actually. Lewis Gregory was in the Big Bash playing for Brisbane Heat. That's played back up the pitch by Stephen Davis to the bowler, no run. Yeah, I wanted to see how Tom Abel got on. And the answer was better with the ball than with the bat. Didn't score many runs, but it's all a bit farcical. Here is Griffiths in and bowls to Davis, who whips that away for just a single, in fact, out into the deep on the onside, where there is a sweeper. End of the over, 2:39 for 6. Davis will keep the strike. He is on 9, and Craig Overton at the other end has 10.
Starting to build a partnership. Leicestershire need to pick up another wicket quickly, because this is very dangerous for the Foxes. I just wonder whether... Oh, he's got another ball to go yet. So you're still in the game.
Of course, they're changing over for left hand and right hand. Over the wicket then comes Griffiths to Overton, who runs that off an open face. It's given him the benefit of the doubt there rather than a thick edge. He picks up a single down to Hill at third man. End of the over, 2:40 for 6 at the end of the over.
I wonder whether Griffiths almost trying too hard to take a wicket. Just concentrate purely on line and length, hitting the top of off stump, and see if the pitch and the ball do the rest. 2:40, as you say. 7. The lead. Overton just checks his gloves, refastens the Velcro fastening, mid on and mid off retreat, about 3/4 of the way back. Parkinson is in to him. It's full, but he waits for it instead of stepping out and trying to clobber it, and just clips it along the ground out towards right at that deep mid on position. Brings Davies on to strike. Parkinson over the wicket, bowls, and it stays a little bit low. He's looking for the footholds there. Didn't really spin in as he would have hoped, but the bounce was affected a little bit. Stayed low. Davies let it go through. Parkinson is in, tosses that one up. Davies waits and just strokes it out. Slightly across the line perhaps, but it was arrowing in towards middle, and played it along the ground to Ben Mike at mid-on. No run. Parkinson in again. Bowls. You can see the effort he puts into spinning the ball again. Ben Mike is in the game because Davis defends it out towards him. He has to come running in. Underarms the ball to his teammate. Parkinson bowls. Again, it's full. Again, though, it's drifting towards middle and leg, and this time it's turned past Azad at short leg. Along the ground all the way by Davies out towards Dearden. Trotting in from the deep square boundary. Single taken. 2:42 for 6. Parkinson back round the wicket to Overton, who is forward.
You can almost feel Craig Overton resisting the temptation, can't you? He's, I think his natural instinct is all to blast the spin bowler out of the ground, but out of the water, whatever you want to somehow, if you want to put it. But he's restraining himself. Just early in his innings, he went for that one big hit, and it sliced away. Fortunately for him, over the top of extra cover. But important for Somerset that these two build a partnership, show the sort of patience that Abel and Bartlett did, and indeed Jack Leach earlier.
Well, these are the big overs now for the batting side, aren't they? 20 overs, the last 20 overs of the old ball. Tired bowlers perhaps now, a little bit tired. They don't want to be losing wickets. If they can sort of take 3.5 runs off each of these last 20, we're very happy.
Gavin Griffiths coming around the wicket to the left-handed Davis, who gets on top of that, or almost gets on top of it. It's in the air for a moment. Had there been a forward short leg, he would have been diving forward to try and grasp it right-handed.
And we had this debate, not a debate, but we had a discussion about Overton's nickname. So Polly thought it might be to do with hello, hello, but it is actually because he gives his own nickname in Who's Who, and it is Goober, Goober, rather than Gruber. the somewhat epicene
very good, yes, epicene, yeah.
Character in hello, hello.
Here we got Griffiths to Davis. Oh, and that's in the air as well. And,
it's a bit uneasy against the...
Yeah, he's just angling the ball in at Stephen Davis. He's getting himself in a tangle, looking to play it into the onside with the swing. But maybe Griffiths just getting it to hold its own off the pitch, and that accounts for it.
Updates time. They've picked up another wicket, the Foxes, that of George Bartlett, who was caught by Harry Dearden at short wicket off the bowling of Ben Mike for 48. 2 wickets had fallen in fairly close proximity. Tom Abel, the Somerset skipper, having played so well in going to 88 before Mike had him caught by Marcus Harris at second slip after a partnership of 112 with Bartlett. But Somerset have now played themselves into the lead. Craig Overton is 12 not out. Steve Davies, who scored a lot of runs for Leicestershire, against Leicestershire for various counties over the years, he's moved on to 14. They've moved on to 246 for 6. It means they lead by 13 now on first innings.
And Stephen Davis just picked up 4 runs. Ball down the leg side from Gavin Griffiths, just helped on his way down to the fine leg boundary. It's the problem with this line of attack, bringing the ball into the left-hander. He overdoes it, and that again is in the air. This time though it runs off the edge down through the gully, and they're able to pick up a single as Dearden does the fielding from backward point. Not looking entirely convincing, Stephen Davis at the moment. 247 for 6. He's on 15. Craig Overton at the other end has 12. These two came together when Bartlett was caught by Harry Dearden at mid-wicket off the bowling of Ben Mike. The score was 219. Oh, and that's a good ball, and think about a single, and Griffiths very quickly across to field that off his own bowling, and very wisely the 2 batsmen decided against single. Good ball up in the block hole, and a good piece of fielding off his own bowling as well.
He likes a slide, does Gavin, doesn't he? That was another good slide. He's perfected that.
Well, pretty good spell. He hasn't offered anything very much. Well, there was the ball that Stephen Davis turned down to fine leg. Other than that, he's been pretty accurate. He comes in again over to Overton. That's down the leg side, and Overton misses out. He could have helped that on its way down to the fine leg boundary. He didn't. It's the end of the over. It's 247 for 6.
And the lead is 14. On comes a 12th man with a cap and a sweater for Parkinson, who is therefore, one assumes, going to take himself off. He is. I think possibly, having seen Davies just not play a couple of short balls from Gavin Griffiths very well, they've decided to go back to the quickest bowler, who, I should say, is Dieter Klein. So Klein is going to replace Parkinson at this pavilion end of the Uptonsteel County Ground. No short leg in though, which would be a logical fielding position if that's the reason for the reintroduction of Klein, who goes in over the wicket and bowls to Davis, slightly short of a good length. Davis up on his toes, defends perfectly competently back down the pitch on the onside. Klein looks briefly at his footholds, his follow through there, maybe just slightly lost his footing. Didn't stumble or anything. Sorbus, trees then behind the Bennett end, behind the Turner Centre over there, as Klein is in and bowling. Davis works him away through mid-wicket, and although there's a dive over there from Griffiths, I think it is, he couldn't get there and the ball beats him. He picked himself up and went chasing after it towards the manual scoreboard. Couldn't get there. 4 runs to Steve Davis and brings up the Somerset to 250, a second batting bonus point for the West Countryman. Davies on to 19. Somerset now 5 bonus points from the game. 3, of course, to Leicestershire, who are waiting as Klein goes in and bowls. Davis is behind it. A little uncertainly, perhaps. It's a straight ball, so Swindle started to go up, hoping it was going to burst through. It didn't. Wright and Mike again in animated conversation at extra cover at the moment. All sorts of gestures from Chris Wright. They go back to their fielding positions as Klein is in, bowls to Davis, a little bit short, and he swings it round down towards long leg. I think it came off the glove rather than the bat. It went fairly slowly. Runs signalled, so yes, glove. Didn't hurt anything. He's not shaking his hands. Picks up 1. Moves on to 20. Steve Davies. Overton has 12. Came together with a score on 219. So already, as I say, building a decent partnership. 33. It's worth for the 7th wicket so far.
You're right about Steve Davis. He scored 1,104 runs against Leicestershire at an average of 58.1.
Yeah, I feel as though I've watched most of them in well, I have watched most of them in the last 7 years. Anyway, in goes Klein. He's tucked off his legs by Overton and played straight to mid-wicket. However, picked up by Mike, and there's no run. That's a useful stat. Is that runs? Hopefully that's a website. Is it runs scored against Leicestershire?
Yep, that's on Cricket Archive, which is
excellent.
Yeah. This is his 16th first-class match against Leicestershire, so he must have played quite a few for Worcestershire and Surrey, because he certainly hasn't played a first-class match against Leicestershire for Somerset before.
Absolutely. Klein is in, bowling to Overton, who's squared up by one that just shapes a little bit back in towards him, takes a thick outside edge. He was trying to adjust and did, almost over-adjusted. Out into the offside it went, and Klein just glanced at the heavens in frustration before marching off to his fielding position, because it's the end of the 62nd over of Somerset's first innings. 2:52 for 6. BBC Radio Somerset, BBC Radio Leicester, here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. The game in nicely in the balance, you would say, but very much swinging towards the visitors. They lead now by 19. Leicestershire need to keep this lead down to, well, they'd probably take 60 or 70 now.
Here comes Griffiths in and bowls to Davis, who plays that square of the wicket, but can't get it past backward point.
No word on Ackerman yet, officially or otherwise. Leicestershire's captain off the field with having been hit in the face when he was fielding at slip before lunch. Stayed on before lunch, didn't he? He didn't go off, but he was obviously checked during the interval.
Got another 12 overs to go, including this one, before the tea interval, so we're not going to be having tea much before 4 o'clock.
Right, really slows things down. He insists on polishing the ball in his sweater, and he doesn't do it very quickly.
Here's Griffiths in bowls to Davis, who digs that out on leg stump and will pick up just the one as sweeper moves around out on the halfway back, big boundary on the on the eastern side of the ground. No, even the western side of the ground. Get it right. Western side of the ground. We're facing south.
We are, more or less, yeah.
More or less into the afternoon sun. Hazy cloud overhead, but beautiful conditions really for playing cricket, whether you're a batsman or a bowler. It's not too hot for the fielding side out there. Griffiths coming over the wicket to Overton. Plays that firmly back between mid-on and the bowler for 4 runs, over pitched from Griffiths and nicely dealt with by Craig Overton. That was a powerful stroke. 257 for 6, Somerset. I once saw Craig Overton plays for the North Devon club, the beautiful ground at Instow. Just the Tarka Trail, which is a very famous cycle path. If you're ever in North Devon, you must cycle the Tarka Trail. It's a beautiful ground on an isthmus into, not an isthmus, a peninsula, going out into the Torridge estuary, and the Overton twins play for North Devon.
I bet they terrified a few club players.
I'll tell you a bit more about that in just a moment after this delivery from Griffiths to Overton, who won't get a run this time. And wife and I were staying at Braunton in the camper van and cycled around to Instow, around the estuary. And there was Craig Overton in the light blue cap of North Devon, and they were playing against Shrewsbury Saracens, who are a team of old boys from Shrewsbury School. And Craig Overton scored 100 in 34 minutes.
Yes, I bet the Saracens were delighted to turn up and see the Overtons there.
The ball was flying everywhere.
Yeah, it was.
Great fun. It's a lovely ground, really nice people. This is Overton defending a ball from Gavin Griffiths, and the Overton's twins' father, Mark, who I dare say is listening to us down there in North Devon, plays for them. It's a pillar of the club. It's always a great pleasure to go around there and watch some cricket. One of the most scenic grounds in the country. It's up there alongside. Have you been to the Valley of the Rocks?
I've seen pictures, but I haven't.
It's not as spectacular as the Valley of the Rocks, but it's right by the sea, with the right by the estuary. It's a thatched pavilion and a thatched scoreboard. Griffiths bowls to Overton, who digs that out into the offside. That over comes to a conclusion. 257 for 6 Somerset, which means they've got a lead so far of 24 runs.
I played myself at a ground by the sea, my club cricket in East Yorkshire. I've got a picture somewhere. I will show you if I can find it. It's a winter picture.
Tension is killing me.
Sorry. It can take a while to find photos on. When there are so many that phones save these days, aren't there? Well, I will find it in due course, possibly after this decline over. In he goes and bowls to Davies, who gets a shortish ball outside off stump that he plays really nicely. It just adjusted late and flicked it away well wide of first slip, through about third slip. Knew exactly what he was doing, Steve Davies. Then it whistled down to find third man. No chance at all for third man, Lewis Hill, to get across and cut it off. And Davies picks up 4. Nice shot.
Very nice shot. Yep. He's a bit of an artist with the bat. He's Stephen Davies.
Indeed. And Klein is in and bowls to him. That's a straighter ball. Again, it's just short of a length. It's that sort of fast bowler's length. And upon his toes, he's Davies defending out into the offside. And there's no run.
Very nice man as well, Stephen Davis. Scored important runs against Gloucestershire. Got 100 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston last season.
His plans are whether he wants to sort of keep playing as long as possible, or in goes Klein and bowls to him down the leg side, taken by Swindles. Hopped into the air, Klein there, so he thought that Davis might just have tickled one and he was about to pick up a strangle. He didn't, and he wasn't.
He's only 34, Stephen Davis. I would have thought he'd want to carry on for a few more years. He's got no one really breathing down his neck at Somerset. Tom Banton keeps in white ball cricket, but he's not nearly as good a keeper as Stephen Davis remains.
Klein is in and bowling. That's a fuller length. Davies covers up on off stump, plays it back to Klein. No run. Parkinson wanders across to have a word with Wright, who is now his most experienced lieutenant, so to speak. Parkinson having stepped into Ackerman's shoes. No sign of his return as yet, but again, no confirmation. Rishi Patel is out there, who would be a natural replacement. In goes Klein and bowls, grunt of effort, but Davies again in control. Just turns his wrists on a defensive shot, plays it out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Harris. I wonder if Harris bowls at all. I suspect not. I suspect not. I was going to say, you probably have seen him as more than I have done over at whether he turned his arm over for Taunton in times past.
I don't know, but somebody on Twitter might know.
Klein is in. Line and length and defensive shot almost on the walk from Steve Davis, off stump out into the offside. And that is no run. Somerset 261 for 6, but that 4 off the first ball. Again, that clever little flick almost down to find third man means that, again, it's been another productive over for Somerset. The run rate now is actually over 4. It's 4.1 for the innings as a whole. And again, this is what James Vince was saying when Hampshire scored sort of 612 here. Very quickly at sort of 4.5, 5 runs and over. When you score quickly and you go well, then it gives you so many more options as a captain. Plenty of time, loads of time left in the game. Somerset getting themselves into a really good position. They lead by 28 now.
Here is Griffiths in and bowls and turned into the onside, and there would have been a single there, and Richard's gone to look for his photograph. I've been tweeting a photograph of the North Devon ground, which I was going to show you, with the tide in. And you can see the pitches and the covers at the far end, and then across the other side of the estuary, Braunton Burrows, great stretch of sandhills at the northern end of which is Saunton Golf Club, of which I'm delighted to say I'm a member. Beautiful stretch of countryside. I'll show Richard that when he's finished finding his photograph of Bridlington or Filey or wherever it is. It's played down to deep mid-wicket for a single by Overton. Score moves on to 267 for 6. Leicestershire taking their time out there. They're not hurrying, even though they will surely be in trouble with the over rate if they carry on at this rate.
Yeah, but it's still -2.
-2. Griffiths coming around the wicket to the left-handed Davis. In and bowls. Davis flicks that away for a single. Down to deep backward square leg, 268 for 6. Moves on to 26. It's not 268, it's 263, I beg your pardon. Mixing up 3s and 8s. Leicestershire players urging each other on, just trying to keep their spirits up, as this is peel for LBW as Overton comes across his stumps to play that into the onside. Umpire Robinson not interested in it.
Yeah, it's bad news when you turn to the umpire with your hands raised and he's walking away, isn't it? You know. Oh, heck.
We'll get a look at that in just a moment on replay. You can understand the bowler appealing from the way the batsman plays going down leg side. Definitely going down, angle into the right-hander from wide of the crease at the Bennett end, and this is down the leg side as well, and Craig Overton misses out there, taken by Swindles.
Yeah, it was going down. You are absolutely correct.
Safe enough shot for Overton to be attempting. But I've seen him at LBW playing a shot like that more than once over the years. Fine cricketer he is, though. Griffiths from the Bennett end in lovely afternoon sunshine. In and bowls to Overton, who plays a perfectly conventional shot into the onside. Leicestershire fielders think that their man was almost through, but no real danger to Overton and Somerset. 263 for 6 at the end of the 65th over, so the lead exactly 30.
And a drinks break and sanitisation break.
There you are, you can have a look
for
there
the
at,
Leicestershire players.
That's North Devon cricket ground there.
Yeah,
with the sea and the Braunton Boroughs away.
They're not dissimilar, but I suspect it's probably a little bit warmer to the ground on which than the ground on which I played a lot of my club cricket. Hands being rubbed together assiduously by the Leicestershire players.
A tweet from Dave Glidden, sitting in the garden in Wembden, village just outside Bridgewater, enjoying the live feed and the excellent commentary, not to mention the sun. Great credit to Jason Kerr and Andy Hurry for the faith they show in our young team. Never panicked into changing the team. And the answer about Marcus Harris's bowling comes from Johnny Gunner Kerr's-like chair. Marcus bowled a bit of filthy off-spin for us from time to time. Burgled one or two. That's Somerset for you.
Klein trying to burgle a wicket, and it's played away from his body rather by Davies. It's that short, just slightly wide delivery from Klein, but Davies plays it well and it's into the ground, but it's stopped by Patel, who's at point at the moment. 263 for 6 remains the score. The lead 30 building. Jack Leach in your side as well, plus the likes of Overton and Gregory. Somerset will be increasingly confident about the position they're getting themselves into. In goes Klein and bowls, and Davies again away from his body, plays it, but with certainty really, pushes it out into the gap in the covers, and although Mike gets across and make the stop, there's always going to be a single there, and is.
Must have a very good eye to play a shot like that.
Yeah.
It's almost following the ball as it left him outside the off stump. Because he's not slow, Dieter Klein.
There's Mike. Around, and you can see the sea in the background. In goes Klein down the leg side, flicked at by Overton, doesn't get anything on it, and there is no run. But it's actually on a cliff, a chalk cliff. So it was a very good draining ground, put it that way. We often played when many other club sides didn't.
And where's that?
That's East Yorkshire at the Sowerby Park Cricket Club, with Bridlington in the far background, the harbour.
Must be quite near Filey.
It is, absolutely, about 6 miles away. Not quite equidistant. In goes Klein and bowls a bouncer, a very high looping bouncer. He had to bang it in rather, or did bang it in, and even the tall Overton had no problems evading that one.
DK. Go on, DK, they're saying. DK's bald pate glinting in the sunshine.
In he goes, bowls to Overton, into the hip of Overton. He tries to turn it away, doesn't get any bat on it, comes off the thigh pad there, runs out towards backward square, and as a consequence an easy leg by is jogged by Messrs Davies and Overton. DK.
Not very original, are they?
They sometimes sort of change over the years. I haven't heard it too often previously. Dietz, obviously.
Kleiny, no doubt.
Is in and bowling to Davies, who gets a fuller delivery this time, just a hint of swing, pushes it out into the offside to Ben Mike, who's in the covers, and that is the end of Klein's over. 2 runs from it, a single and a leg by. The lead for Somerset now 32. How long till tea?
Oh, ages, I think.
Ages. Actually, there are 9 overs. So, you're right. Ages is the right word.
It's always a long session. Well, not always. Somerset are pretty good. And they were pretty good yesterday. We had tea, at about 10 to 4 yesterday?
Probably about, yeah.
It's supposed to be when 32 overs in the day remain. So
it usually is when 32 overs remain, but
sorry, yes, absolutely. Which is supposed to be 340. This is turned away into the onside, but they won't get they will get a run as there's a misfield at mid wicket by Dearden.
That is Harris that time.
Oh, that is Harris. Oh.
They are very similar in build.
Are.
There's Dearden coming in behind him, and Harris just jogging across there.
They're both about the same height, aren't they?
Yeah, and build as well, sort of stocky.
Another run goes on the board.
Harry Dearden's another Lancastrian. He's from Bury.
266 for 6 as Griffiths is in and bowls, and Steve Davies seems to have all the time in the world to step in behind a firm defensive push back up the pitch.
These are tough overs for the bowlers now, aren't they? They're tired, the ball is old. They've been out there a long time trying to make something happen. But Overton and Davies almost a little bit too canny for these young Leicestershire, or relatively inexperienced Leicestershire seamers at the moment, given that Wright isn't bowling.
There's Griffiths again to Davies, who swings that away down first bounce, down to deep backward square leg, just for a single.
A lot of time there, didn't he? He had to almost check his shot.
267 for 6. Brings Overton on strike. Needs to have, what's the score they came together?
219.
219, so 48 they've added together.
Yeah.
Here's Griffiths to Overton, who drives and doesn't time it out into the offside and won't get a run. Picked up at backward point. Just the one slip now. Hassan Azad, who hasn't had much to do today. It wasn't he who was party to the drop catches. That was Colin Ackerman, the Leicestershire skipper, who was standing at first slip then, and the second of which hit him in the face and accounts for his absence out there at the moment, as Richard is about to do another of his reports.
Somerset beginning to build a dangerous lead now here. They're now 36 ahead, and they've still got 4 first innings wickets intact. The men responsible are Craig Overton and Stephen Davies. Davies has made a lot of runs against Leicestershire over the years, over 1,000 in fact for the various counties he's played for, including Worcester and Surrey. He's now making them for Somerset as well. Together they've added 50 runs so far for the 7th wicket, and the Foxes need a breakthrough, another breakthrough before tea. It's not coming at the moment. Somerset 269 for 6.
Griffiths to Overton, who picked up 2 runs for that shot. This time he won't get a run as he turns it up to mid-wicket. We're getting lots of lovely photographs in this afternoon. I've had one from James Bowditch, farming down there in West Dorset. View from the office today, listening to me and Somerset stretching the lead out now, getting the maize in. Looking forward to our first Palmer's Brewery game of the season at North Perrott near next Wednesday.
Yes, here we go. He sent me a picture too.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It's, yeah. They farm just south of Bemiston, beautiful part of the world. Not far from Andrew Frampton, who's another regular on Twitter. And Palmer's Brewery is a thatched brewery in Bridport, where they brew excellent ale, as they have done for several centuries. It's one of the oldest breweries in the country.
A bit of an advert there. In goes Klein and bowls, and again there's a bit of shape to it. It's played firmly out into the covers though by Davies, and good work by Ben Mike scrambling across to his right to make the stop. Well, I shall definitely try
but if you're down in that
one of those products. I'm
yeah,
sure they're available in Taunton, aren't they? Might they be?
Yes, they are.
Surely. Surely.
Available across much of the West Country. Cleves Palmer is a big cricket follower.
Yes, Chris Payne has tweeted Marcus Harris's bowling figures as well. In goes Klein and bowls. I was going to say that's a better delivery, but it's a no ball. It was line and length on off stump and defended by Davies, but it was a no ball, so it cost Leicestershire a couple. Career bowling figures of 0 for 64 off 13 overs across 4 innings, says Chris. Thank you, Chris. For Marcus Harris, so we can assume. And Fango in Melbourne, Harris certainly does not bowl, he says. We can assume that unless things get really desperate for all the Foxes, I'm not going to see him turn his arm over. Klein is in again and bowling on off stump, and this time it isn't a no ball, and it's defended out into the offside to point to Patel by Davies.
Have we registered the 50 partnership?
We have. Well, I spoke about it on
on your report
update, yeah. which obviously hopefully people heard as well on the commentary. 67.2 overs, so still 12.4 overs away from the new ball here, Leicestershire. They're beginning to run out of ideas as Klein goes in and bowls short and just paddle pulled away by Davies calmly. Down to long leg. There is a fielder down at long leg, who's Harry Dearden. Single taken. Davies just ticking over nicely, moves on to 29. Overton has 20. 272 for 6. The lead now 39.
Must be hard work to field on this ground. A lot of ground to cover, haven't you?
And it, as you say, especially if you're chasing, it's usually a lost cause. But yes, you do. You've got to have a strong arm. There'll be a few shoulders thrown out by club cricketers, wouldn't there?
They won't field. Getting spread now as well.
Klein is into Overton, who nicely plays away from his body, shortish outside off stump, just steers it away down to third man, and they're milking the bowling very comfortably here. Overton and Davies, and building that lead. It's up at 40 now. Overton has 21. Oh, Polly's good on the Sorbuses.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
They're known as, oh, I see.
Rowans and Mountains.
Rowans and Mountains. Well,
they look too big to be rowan trees.
Okay, but there are more than 100 varieties. In goes Klein and bowls a bouncer that Davies just helps down to fine leg for 4. Yes, it was a bit top edgy, and yes, it was in the air for a while, but he knew pretty much what he was doing there. No chance at all for long leg to get around to fine leg. And Klein again is proving expensive. Picked up a couple of wickets last night, Dieter Klein, to give Leicestershire a good start, but his bowling today has been patchy, I think, by and large.
This morning. It's when he came back after lunch. He just seemed to have
after lunch and
lost
now
his mojo.
He's conceding a lot of runs. He's coming up to the end of his 17th over, and his figures have taken a beating. They're now 2 for 73. In he goes, bowls to Davies, width again outside off stump, and just steered away by Davies. Picks up 1, again milking the bowling. So dot, no ball, dot, 1-1-4-1. 9 off the over. And Klein is looking not dejected, but a little bit puzzled, with his hands on his hips, looking down at his feet where he's been landing at the crease, then walking away with head down. 278 for 6, the lead now 45. Parkinson is going to have to make a change.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit down in the dumps, isn't he? Decline at the moment as he makes his way down to his fielding position at third man for the left-hander. We're going to see Parkinson from the Bennett end. Yes, I think we are, because there's a man, it's Azad Hassan rather, under the lid at forward short leg.
Well, that might just speed things up a little bit, but they won't if he keeps chuntering away. He's talking to Marcus Harris at the moment, getting a little bit of the Australian Yorkshiremans, or the Yorkshire-born Australians. That's a better description. He's very much an Australian now, despite spending the first 13 years of his life in Leeds. 278 for 6.
They're taking their time, aren't they?
They do. It's the sort of time between overs that is a little bit frustrating. 7 overs to go to tea.
That one didn't seem to bounce quite as much as some. Who's it last from the close field?
It's the first time Parkinson's bowled from your end, I think it.
It is? Yeah, sorry. Yes, Parkinson bowling to Davis. And Davis stretches forward in defence. Yes, it was Parkinson. I sort of mentally attuned to you'd be commentating on him, but he's on from the Bennett end, and Davis quietly forward into a defensive shot out into the offside. Stephen Davis on 34.
They need a few maidens at the very least here, Leicestershire.
Well, they could really do with a wicket.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's Parkinson and bowls to Davis. He's back on his stumps, angling that away. Fine of backward point, and that will run away over the boundary down to our left for 4 runs.
He cut that off stump because it spun back, but he played it beautifully. Beautifully.
282 for 6. Davis on to 38. As we were saying, he averages 58 in 15 matches against Leicestershire over the years.
And this is his first for Somerset against Leicestershire.
There's Parkinson in bowls, and maybe a little bit of turn there into the left-hander. Quicker ball from Parkinson. Good ball. He varies his flight nicely. Not afraid to give it a bit of air. He's in again and bowls. This is another quicker one, which is turned into the onside by Davis, but only as far as short mid-wicket, and that brings the over to an end. 282 for 6 is the score. 38 to Davis and 21 to Overton. These two have now added 63 for the 7th wicket. So 3 good partnerships for Somerset today. Abel and Leach, Abel and Bartlett, and now Davis and Overton.
Match-changing partnerships potentially. Parkinson talking to Chris Wright. He's going to go to Ben Mike, is he? To replace? Yes, he is. He's going to go to Ben Mike to replace Decline, who was beginning to leak runs rather wastefully from Leicestershire's point of view. Mike, sitting at the moment on figures of 11 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 39. Can he pick up a 5 for? Leicestershire would dearly like that before tea.
He's probably done more with the ball than any of the other.
Yeah, he got a lot of action on it.
Yeah.
It just wasn't consistent. And he's in now from the pavilion end, bowling to Overton. It does swing a little bit, but it's too full, and Overton can step out and just stroke it away. It's not going to quite make the ground. Dearden it is who puts in the slide and manages to stop the ball, picks himself up and hurls it in from in front of the manual scoreboard. I always used to call it Dave Goodacre's scoreboard, Dave's scoreboard out there. I'm not sure he's there. Dave has been one of the sort of volunteers at the club for many a long Yeah, operating the manual scoreboard, but I don't think it's Dave these days. Not sure.
One of very few people in the ground. Of the two teams, obviously, the support staff, a few stewards, and a few media, and that's about it.
Mike is in to Davies, very full again. Just suggestion of shape back into him from outside off stump, but not much, as you wouldn't really expect. Now the ball is almost 70 overs old. Mike's got sweaty hands, and he wipes them in the dust where he's in the crease, basically, where his right foot is landing before his left foot goes out and lands on the return crease. 285 for 6. He's quietly moved towards 40. Davies is on 38 as Mike goes in and bowls to him, a little bit short this time, but it's straighter, so Davies on the back foot covers up, plays it back to Ben Mike, who hurls it to Chris Wright. Big 20 minutes here, says Harry Swindles behind the stumps.
That's the pavilion at North Devon. You can see the thatched
pretty.
pavilion.
Pretty.
With the day mark behind, which the boat's coming into
With the what
Bideford.
behind?
Day mark.
So,
It's a mark on the land that boats use to navigate.
in goes Mike and bowls, swings, but swings down the leg side. Davies tries to help it on his way, doesn't get anything on it.
You line it up, and that is the that will give you the correct way of going over the bar, which stretches out
Okay.
across the estuary there.
Is it a bar that sells the products of them? No, not that one.
Not
that kind of bar.
No, Doom Bar. If that's what
So,
you're thinking of,
is
that's
it-
over the Camel Estuary in Cornwall.
Can it not be dredged out of the way or anything, or
No.
is the bar just, is it too big, too
The sand would
extensive?
just come back.
Round the wicket goes Ben Mike, looking just to swing it in to the left-handed Davies. Does a little bit, but Davies looking actually in complete control out there, just deflects it out towards point. Patel is the fielder.
And the bar that Tennyson wrote about, in crossing the bar, that's in the Salcombe Estuary in South Devon.
Is that in your book?
No, it's not, actually.
Oh,
It's not.
a literary landmark that isn't in.
Well, you can't actually see it. So
Okay.
I should perhaps have
Not-
included it, yes.
Yeah,
Good point. Yeah.
absolutely. Well, mental note for your
Next
for your
one.
next one, for the next volume. Overton and umpire Bailey in conversation. Looks fairly one-sided. He's not a talkative man, Rob Bailey. In goes Ben Mike, bowls a short ball, which is beautifully just... Well, you can call it a hook, but it was in such control there, Davies, in putting it away between the man at deep backward square and long leg, and it chased away to the boundary. For playing silkily with so much time, Stephen Davies, and he's already on 42 from 61 balls. Somerset 289 for 6. The lead is over 50 now, 54, and these two are beginning to put Somerset in a position whereby they can really think in terms of possibly an innings victory, you know. If they get sort of 150
Well,
ahead,
I
Leicester
think
shall be in real, could be, well...
I'm not contemplating...
It's not the
that.
sort of wicket, for example, as it was last week when they had no problem saving the game, when Surrey made sort of 600 odd, as Hampshire did. Somerset plenty to do to get to 600, but they could easily get to 400, 420 here if these two stay together. The ease with which they're playing, yes, I suspect the pitch will be much more responsive to the new ball than it was down in London, and that could be the difference, but still a good few overs to bowl before they get to that new ball, Leicestershire.
Here is Parkinson in and bowls to Overton, who cuts that but can't get it past backward point. See, Joe Archer's going to miss the IPL. There's some combination of hand injury and elbow injury. As Parkinson bowls to Overton, who stretches forward.
Probably won't do him any... Well, it'll do his bank balance a certain amount of harm, but
No,
I don't think that's an issue for him
No, I think he'll-
anymore.
he just wants to get fit again. Parkinson in and bowls, and Overton stretching forward. Hampshire all out down at the Aegeus Bowl, all out for 470. Gloucester facing an uphill struggle, but they've started okay, 12 without loss. is down the leg side, and Overton misses out. He rehearses the sort of shot he should have played, didn't really play any shot at it at all. Wasn't taken cleanly by wicket-keeper Swindles. Middlesex 261 for 9 against Surrey 154, so a lead of around about 100 as this is driven, but straight back to the bowler. I think a draw down at the Aegeus Bowl is what we're looking for, isn't it, Richard?
Well, I think Abbas might have something to say about that. We'll see.
Here's Parkinson in the bowls to Overton, and he's caught at first slip, and that is the end of Craig Overton. That was a good ball from Callum Parkinson, just bit and turned, took the outside edge, and a straightforward catch to first slip.
Rishi Patel's been in there.
Who was, I think, Rishi Patel as opposed to
It is, as opposed to Harris or Azad, who's had a short leg. Let's have a look. Oh, we're ball behind on the feed. Well, I am anyway.
Yes, it is. It is Patel who took that.
Well, that's a bit of deserved reward for Parkinson, isn't it? Who's been unlucky today.
Pretty good catch as well. Actually, it went quickly down to his left. Got everything behind it. And a big wicket. He's batted well, has Craig Overton. And again, he can't blame himself for that dismissal. It was down to quality bowling from Callum Parkinson. Overton made 24 from 46 deliveries and batted for just over an hour. And he and
put on 70.
Stephen Davis put on 70 very valuable runs for their team.
Absolutely. And again, Leach will have watched that with a great deal of interest. A little bit of turn for the left-hander Parkinson. A proper... He heard his shout of... I think it was almost mixed with frustration, really. Callum Parkinson. And he's been unlucky. And probably feels himself under, obviously, a bit of extra pressure as acting captain, but also because there was a little bit there in the pitch for him. There wasn't at all in the first two games. There is now, and that sort of adds to the pressure on him. Ben Mike around the wicket to Stephen Davies, just tucks him up a little bit, and Davies plays it down into the ground, bounces out towards Patel, who's now at point. Azad has gone in as the solitary slip because he's not required at short leg. 289 for 7.
4 overs remain before the tea interval.
The lead 54. Leicestershire, another one before tea is what they need. Mike trying to get it, goes in and bowls to Davis again. That one just a little bit of bounce. You heard the grunt of effort from Ben Mike, and well, it can't have been amidships, as we euphemistically say, for Davies, but he was certainly sort of jackknifing back slightly, and it sounded a bit plasticky as it bounced back off the body somewhere off into the offside. Parkinson's having a word with Ben Mike now, who's following him as he backs off towards his position, whether he's wants somebody in on the leg side because Mike is getting it to swing into the left-hander.
Good ball to Davis, lifted quite sharply from just short of a length, angled in.
Marcus Harris has jogged across from the covers out to leg gully. Parkinson himself has gone across from mid-on to wide mid-off.
Good position, that, the leg gully.
Long leg goes a bit wider as a consequence. Short leg is, beg your pardon, square leg is still out on the boundary, Dearden. Mike's finally ready to bowl. In he goes, round the wicket to Davies, swings in again. He's getting that little bit of reverse. Davies is careful, walking into his defensive shot, pushing it to Parkinson. No run.
If he's been uncomfortable at all, Stephen Davis, it has been to that ball, just short of a length, angled in at the body.
It's difficult, isn't it, because he wants it to swing as well, and if he bangs it in, it isn't really going to do that. Mike, looking for a fourth wicket, is in and bowls. It is Fuller again, looking to drive again Davies, but the swing is there, the in-swing or reverse. A bit difficult to tell from this distance which side is the shiny side, but either way, Davies plays it solidly enough, bounces out to Parkinson again. There's no run. Run rate still bang on 4, so Somerset continuing to score their runs at a more than useful rate, approaching a third batting bonus, point 11 short. Mike in bowls. This one is a bit shorter and pulled away, but with real control by Stephen Davis. If there is such a thing as a paddle pull, that was it. It was just gently pulled away. Made sure he was on top of it, out to backward. Deep backward square it went, where Dearden was the fielder. Davies picks up 1, moves on to 43. Brings Gregory down. They dearly love to get Gregory early, because he's been in good nick as well.
Yeah, match-winning innings at, a match-winning, an important contribution to match 1 for Somerset up at Lords.
13 and 8 in the last game, the defeat by Gloucestershire, 10 and 62 not out against Middlesex at Lords. So I say good nick, but he's got runs under his belt, but not in each innings so far. Leicestershire making him wait as Parkinson decides he's going to pack the slip.
Oh, 3 slips.
Because of that away swing, that should be away swing to the right-hander. Anyway, in goes Mike and bowls down the leg side inevitably, and doesn't swing at all, but a little bit too soon for Gregory to get anything on that. Rehearses a force into the leg side. In fact, he didn't get anything on it. Swindles took the catch. Mike raises his eyes to the heavens in irritation. Sent it off on leg stump, but he was hoping it was going to swing away and clip the top of off. It just went straight on down the leg side. 290 for 7 at the end of the over. 3 until tea. So it will be about, you're right, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 20 minutes late. And we did have the delay for the injury to Colin Ackerman, so there is that extenuating factor.
But that was pre-lunch, wasn't it?
Yeah. But it's the whole day's overs that contribute to where we are with the field.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, you're right. They have to be bowled in this session, don't they? We have to get to the 32 over
always
point.
The middle session, the afternoon session, which is extended in time, if not in overs. That's driven away through the offside by Stephen Davis. Beautiful shot by the left-hander, who keeping up his record against Hampshire. He moves on to Leicestershire rather. He moves on to 47.
Oof.
Lovely flowing off drive.
Why is it that left-handers are often
I don't know.
elegant?
I think it's
tried to analyse that in some way.
I think it's because the right-arm bowler is. Yeah, it's because it's Parkinson bowls, and this is driven again into the offside and beats the
half stopped
dive. They'll come back probably for 3, and if they do, it will be Stephen Davis's 50. Well batted, Stephen Davis. A fine 50 for his side. It's occupied 68 deliveries in 83 minutes and included 7 mostly very elegant boundaries. What a lovely innings to watch this has been.
I wonder if he said before, and I always score runs against Leicestershire. I haven't played them for a while. Yes. Well into 4 figures.
So it means that Gregory will have Parkinson to deal with. He's got a forward short leg.
I'd think about a second slip here.
Who's Hassan Azad under the lid, and Rishi Patel. That slip, I'm going to call him Rishi Sunak at some stage. No, I just know.
Don't think as yet he's quite as well off as Mr. Sunak with his 11 houses.
297 for 7, and Gregory's taken on the pad and given LBW. That's the end of Lewis Gregory. Tim Robinson took his time to raise the finger, but up it went eventually, and Lewis Gregory is gone without, as they say, troubling the scorers. LBW to Parkinson, and it's 297 for 8, so 2 big wickets for Leicestershire in the 20 minutes or so before tea.
Must have just gone on with the arm a bit, or not turned, but whether it was a deliberate sort of arm ball, He was looking to get forward, Lewis Gregory.
Oh, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Let's have a look, see.
Yeah, it looked,
Oh, it might actually just have straightened a bit. Super delivery.
It was, yeah.
Super delivery. Hit him on the back
Yeah.
pad as well, didn't
Yeah.
it? His right leg, and that was bang in front. If that hadn't been given, there'd
Yeah,
have been
no complaints about that. Fair
Yeah.
enough. Fair and square. So what's the lead? The
Thought
lead
about it.
is 64. Well, they'll want to get it up to 100 if they can, Somerset.
Be well worth having. 3 more for the bonus point as well. Don't want to miss out there. That
No.
shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't be an issue.
Batting bonus points have been as rare as hen's teeth in Somerset cricket in recent seasons.
I don't remember who said to me they were as rare as hen's eggs. Not actually that rare, but there you go.
So you never know what they can do with genetic engineering these days. This is swept, and it's not swept by Josh Davey.
Shot first ball. Blimey.
Sweeping that, I don't know where.
Bottom edged, it just
Bottom
trickled
edge,
along
yeah.
the ground. Good job it did get a bottom edge.
Yeah, umpires tend to give sweeping tail enders out LBW if they miss the ball. Here's Parkinson in and bowls to Davey, who's got 2 slips and a forward short leg. Well bowled Callum Parkinson, the wicket of Gregory in that over, which means he has bowled 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65, which will have done his season's average a power of good, those 2 wickets.
Yeah, a bit of deserved reward for Callum Parkinson. He must have begun to wonder when his luck was going to change this season.
His average must now be in the sort of high 80s, somewhere around there, if my arithmetic is correct.
Well, yeah.
But he's
Discount
bowled.
the first couple of games
Yeah.
really on the road. The pitches are so good.
He's bowled very well today.
I've liked the loop, but there's just been a bit more there than there was at Surrey. Ben Mike is round the wicket to Davies, looking to tuck him up. Does to a certain extent. Davies complete control as he defends that one, turning the wrist, pushing it out to mid wicket, and there's no run. What Davies? Well, he'll trust Davey, won't he? Because he can bat. He's got his runs this season, 17 and 22.
Farming the strike has gone definitively out of fashion.
Pretty much. Davey and DeLange are both perfectly competent batsmen. Davies waits as Mike is in, bowling down the leg side. It tentatively looks at it, just starts to turn the wrist, doesn't really bother Davies, and lets it go through to Swindles.
Yeah, Stephen Davies his first priority is getting through to tea, so he's not out at tea. Somerset not to lose another wicket in these remaining 8 or 9 deliveries.
A van goes up Milligan Road. All those little businesses in there. Some interesting businesses. As in goes Mike, and bowls very full, looking for the Yorker, but it's too wide. Davies reaches out and steers it along the ground all the way out towards deep backward point, who I think is Alex Evans. I think Chris Wright went off a few minutes ago. He did. Put the coffee on, Chris, I would imagine. Single to Davies, moves on to 51. Quite happy, as we've indicated, to give Josh Davey the strike.
Now tell me, what's the factory chimney that we can see away to our
It's
left?
called the little one, or
well, the one behind.
yeah, with a
the
name on it.
scoreboard. Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's called Zanitech. I'm not quite sure what they actually make. They're not. It's fairly rare anything comes out of it. Whereas the very thin one, you might be able to see. I don't know whether you can see because there's a sort of pillow in your way behind the.
Oh yes, I see it. Yeah, yeah.
You know that often produces a slightly concerningly blue smoke. I'm always happy when the wind is blowing away from the ground. In goes Ben Mike to Davey. Well bowled, takes a thick outside edge along the ground all the way. Good work by Gavin Griffiths, scrambling to his left at backward point, ensures that Davey remains on strike. Takes off his gloves and refastens his shoelaces. 298 for 8. Somerset, the lead 65. Perfectly capable of extending that with Davey and Davies and DeLange to come.
Josh Davey averages about 15 in first class cricket.
I would imagine that Somerset would sort of take that sort of score at the moment, because you can bet that Davies in that time will probably get 15 or 20 or more of his own, and that would take Somerset to fairly close to a 3-figure lead with DeLange to come. He's going in quite close, is Marcus Harris now, at Shortish Gully. So he's put the helmet on. In goes Mike and bowls, and it's driven not back past him, because Mike, a very athletic young man, flings himself to his left, stretches out his left hand and effects the stop.
Yeah, he got against Gloucestershire 17 in the first innings and 22 in the second. In fact, he supported James Hildreth very well in that second innings against the Gloucesters.
Mike, to finish the over, is in and bowling onto the legs of Davey, who clips him away with some competence out towards deep backward square. Hill runs around from long leg, picks up and, as I say, almost flings himself off his feet in getting the ball back to the wicketkeeper, but not before Somerset have taken a couple of runs and brought up the 300 and the third batting bonus point. It's a psychological as well as useful milestone for the visitors. 300 for 8.
Certainly is, and it's the second time this season that Somerset have taken 3 batting points. They did so in their first game against Middlesex at Lords.
It was, the head coach yesterday said they felt it was a sort of 300-ish
300-ish
wicket.
Yeah.
Leicestershire felt much the same. They felt they were sort of 50-60, and so it's proving. Somerset have power to add, of course.
Been a little bit in it for all types of bowlers throughout this pitch. Last over then.
Yes.
Yeah.
It might be an update, but crack on.
Parkinson in and bowls, and that's turned into the onside by Davis. Looks for a single, but it's not there. There we go.
She'll nip in ahead of Anthony with apologies. They have, but Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's left arm spinner, an acting captain, because the captain, Colin Ackerman, has had to leave the field potentially with concussion. He was hit in the face when he was fielding at slip by the ball, of course, so he is not on the field at the moment. But Parkinson, as well as acting captain, has also managed to pick up a couple of big wickets, those of Craig Overton, who was caught by Rishi Patel, deputising for Ackerman at slip off his bowling for 23, and then Lewis Gregory, who was leg before wicket without scoring. 297 for 8, Somerset at that stage. They've moved on to 301 for 8. Leicestershire desperate to take these last 2 wickets quickly. They won't probably do that before tea. Leicestershire are now therefore facing a deficit of 68. If Somerset can extend that into 3 figures, they will put the Foxes under real pressure. At the moment, Somerset 301 for 8.
Yep, and you haven't missed anything very much out on the field of play. As Josh Davey plays defensively. This time he gets a good one, which hits hard into the ground, bounces up to short leg, Sanazad. 2 slips and the short leg. As Parkinson is in and bowls to Davies.
Oh.
Down the pitch, lofting over the top. He's fond of doing that, is Josh Davey. He's gone over the top of mid-off. And he used his feet there and hit it hard and high and pretty handsomely down the ground for 4 runs. So at tea, Somerset 305 for 8, which is a lead of 72. With Stephen Davis still there, unbeaten on 52, and Josh Davey on 6.
And we'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about 18 or so minutes' time for the last 32 overs on this second day. Somerset with that lead in a pretty strong position in the game. But Leicestershire will feel they are still just about in it. Back with you shortly.
Favourite shot, Josh Davey?
She played it well as well. Some of the oral messages, I haven't seen any of these. Over 2,000 people watching the stream, the highest ever live viewing figures and the highest viewing figures of any of the county streams.
It's us. You know, you see.
It must be us, nothing to do with it.
Well, I'll tell you, with Somerset, we were pioneers of the live stream. It was like that. It's built up really big audience and regular audience over the last few seasons. When we played for Babarazan, played his first T20 game for Somerset back in 2019, we had an audience of over 1 million.
Wow.
Most of them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It wasn't televised on Sky, so the only way Baba's legion of fans and subconscious see what's going on.
Goes Mike and bowled him! Leach has finally been dismissed this season. Whether that came off the inside edge, it was swinging back into him. He stood up tall. He lost 1 wicket today. Leicestershire to a certain extent, and they've taken their 2nd wicket of the day as you come to me. It's Tom Abel, who's played so well, the Somerset captain. He's gone, caught at second.
This is pulled away and he's going to be caught at short mid-wicket, and that is the end of George Bartlett as he went and he's caught at first slip, and that is the end of Craig Overton. That was a good ball from Callum. And Gregory's taken on the pad and given LBW. That's the end of Lewis Gregory. Tim Robinson took his time to raise the finger, but up it went.
Scene. Line is in and bowls outside off stump, beautifully stroked away by George Bartlett on this occasion. It was a bit of a gift from shirt weather. Goodness me, out of the wind. In goes Parkinson, a lovely little sweep, a little just reached for it, Bartlett. Long sleeve slightly as he walks back and goes in and bowls outside off stump, looking to chop it away, and does. That's going to run away to third man for 4. It's just as Parkinson is in, bowls, and again he's cutting, and again that's going to run down to third man for 4. And well, that brings up the 200 for Somerset. Parkinson.
Here's Mike in bowls. That's driven away through the offside handsomely by Bartlett, and that will be 4 runs. There's no sweeper out. That's Mike bowls, and that's driven away through the offside for 4 runs.
Nice start.
Uncomplicated Devonian cover drive.
Played so well in going to 88 before Mike had him caught by Marcus Harris at second slip after a partnership of 112 with Bartlett. But Somerset have now played themselves in and bowling. Davis works him away through mid-wicket, and although there's a dive over there from Griffiths, I think it is, he couldn't get...
Griffiths coming over the wicket to Overton. Place that firmly back between mid-on and the bowler for 4 runs over pitch.
Possibly after this Dieter Klein over, in he goes and bowls to Davies, who gets a shortish ball outside off stump that he plays really nicely. It just adjusted late, and it is in goes Klein and bowls a bouncer that Davies just helps down to fine leg for 4. Yes, it was a bit top edgy, and yes, it was in the air for a while.
It's Parkinson and bowls to Davies. He's back on his stumps, angling that away. Fine of backward point, and that will run away over the boundary down.
Bailey. In goes Ben Mike, bowls a short ball which is beautifully just, well, you can call it a hook, but it was in such control there.
The afternoon session, which is extended. in time, if not in overs. That's
Shot.
driven away through the offside by Stephen Davis. Beautiful shot by Parkinson. Is in and bowls to Davies.
Cool.
Down the pitch, lofting over the top. He's fond of doing that, is Josh Davey. It's gone over the top of mid-off. He
Sometimes you come across interesting bits of, you know.
Funnily enough, I was toying with the idea next winter of the grounds on Somerset.
So other than Taunton and Weston and Bath, that would be
Broome, Wells,
okay.
Glastonbury,
Ooh.
Yeovil.
Lots.
Two different grounds at Yeovil, where Brian Lankford bowled 8 overs on Sunday league without a run being scored. Record that will never be broken. And linking it with the against Leach is the gimlet maiden hunter, which he's called it through. And the associated feats being broken 6s at Towns Park. Two different grounds. And they played out at Torquay and Milton. Yeah, exactly.
But these days,
It was a sort of short-lived Torquay festival. And
you need it's weird because as you know, I spent a lot of time in Spain, and obviously the sort of communities have a lot more sort of autonomy there, and they will spend money on attracting an event. For example, you know, like the tour, you know, the tour of the Vuelta or whatever. So they will build a facility to make sure or attract Formula One, for example, you know, things like that. So that they'll get. So if the council had any funds, which they obviously don't, spare, you know, you spend it on the cricket ground and get the.
we don't have that. We don't have the imagination.
No, we don't. We don't.
Well, good afternoon, welcome back for the third and final time today to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The evening session on this second day of the LV Equals County Championship match between Leicestershire and Somerset. Somerset have got themselves into a strong position in the game, but not yet, you would have thought, a decisive one. They lead by 72 runs with 2 first innings wickets in hand. 72 runs is very well worth having on a pitch that continues just to help give the bowlers a little bit of something, and we've seen that in particular for a left arm spin of Callum Parkinson, which, bearing in mind Somerset have Jack Leach, the left arm England spinner, in their side, will give them a lot of confidence going into the second half of the game. Bit of work to do for the Foxes yet, however. They are still, he says, looking at the scoreboard, I think they're still 6 overs away from the 5 overs away from a second new ball, hoping not to have to resort to it. BBC Radio's Leicester and Somerset bringing you the commentary. Anthony Gibson and Richard Ray. Gavin Griffiths is going to open the bowling for the Foxes in this final session from the pavilion end a thankless task, you would have thought, in that he's got that very old ball, 75 overs old, and he's going to be bowling to Stephen Davies, who was added to the many runs he's scored against Leicestershire over the years in this game. Griffiths then, from around the wicket to the elegant left-hander, is in and bowling, and elegantly played down off his legs by Davies down to a long leg, and the single is taken. Looks like Rishi Patel is down there. Patel is on the field because although he wasn't selected in Leicestershire's team for this game, he has now, we can confirm, replaced Colin Ackerman, who has had to leave the field with concussion, or is not allowed back on the field, that is to say, because he is suffering from failing the concussion protocols. He was hit in the face by an edge from, it was Abel, wasn't it?
No, it was Bartlett.
It was Bartlett, that one, was it? Okay, in goes Griffiths and bowls, and Josh David is who defends on his toes off stump. That was shortly before lunch.
Abel's was the one that he missed on his left hand, the first of the
and as a consequence,
mix-ups between wicketkeeper and slip.
He has failed his concussion protocol test. He is suffering a little bit, and he's gone home to rest. Who can blame him? So a chance for Rishi Patel for the first time this season. He will get that chance in Leicestershire's second innings, but at the moment Fox is concentrating on trying to get these last 2 wickets. In goes Griffiths and bowls to Davy, who defends carefully out to mid-on. Carefully, because, as I say, every run valuable on this track. You would have thought 73, if they can extend it well past 100, and every possibility of doing that with Davies there and Davy there, and well, it's only 27 away, and DeLanger to come.
I think if they can get a lead of 100, I think they'll be well satisfied.
Griffiths, 93 on his back, is in, bowling to Josh Davy, line and length. Davy right behind it. The ball does not deviate from the straight and narrow.
We should have some fun and games when Marchant DeLanger strides out to bat.
Yeah, if it's Davies who's out and he comes in, then he probably will look to put bat to ball. But if it's Davy out and Davies is still going, then he might feel a little bit more constrained. Do you think?
I doubt it. I'm not sure I'd advise it.
In goes Griffiths and bowls edge just short of first slip, taken on the rise by, is it Harris who's in there? I say first slip. No, it's Hassan Azad, of course. He's about second slip, isn't he, really? So he was perfectly positioned for that one. It just didn't carry. Coming up to half past, so be another update soons. Might be between overs with any luck. Griffiths to finish his 12th over is in. Davy defends, slightly cross-batted from just outside off stump. He rehearses the shot because he pushed it somehow or other to Marcus Harris at mid-wicket. End of the over, just the single from the first ball, which Davies, notably, was very happy to take.
Do you reckon the seamers are getting any reverse swing out there, or is it just
Griffiths didn't in that over,
swing?
did he?
No, he didn't.
It's hard to tell, isn't it, these days, but they often talk about reverse rather than sort of in-swing or anything like that, but we're not going to possibly find out because Callum Parkinson's going to bowl, which probably means he might whip through and over into for you, and you'll get it all in. Let's see.
We will see. He doesn't tend to whip through his overs, though, does he?
Well, it's just the preparation.
Yeah, I think he's set now. He takes quite a long approach for a slow bowler. He's up for the wicket now and bowls to Davis outside the off stump, and maybe just a hint of turn out of the bowler's footmarks, but too wide for Davies to have to play a shot at it. Davis waits, left-handed. Parkinson bowls, Davis defends, back up the pitch, back up that strip of just lighter fawn colour in the batting pitch.
Grumpy's eyeing a lead of 200 and thinks he won't have to bat again.
Oh well. It's Parkinson in bowls, and this is lofted away over the top of mid-wicket by Stephen Davis for 4 runs. Perfectly safe shot. decided that the time had come. He's hitting with the spin as a left-hander to a slow left-arm bowler, and that's gone right out to the distant straight mid-wicket boundary, just to the right of the main scoreboard here at the Uptonsteel county ground, it's called these days.
Well, even that, which a club cricketer would say is cow corner, was hit with elegance, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, it wasn't a slog.
No.
It was a lofted onside pickup. His Parkinson bowls to Davis, and he gets a quicker one from Parkinson, which he defends out into the offside. Parkinson, the previous ball, which was lofted over mid-wicket, was invitingly tossed up. Not that one. And this is another good ball. Parkinson has his hands in the air in appreciation of his own efforts, and in recognition of the fact that he reckoned he was nearly through the Davis defences on that occasion. 310 for 8 Somerset, and Davis defends out into the offside, and that's the end of another over. 30 overs remain in the day's play, and just 3 more before the new ball.
I would say he whipped through that. He was certainly whipped away over the leg side, wasn't he? By Stephen Davies, who's moved on to 57, which is about his average against Leicestershire, I seem to recall you saying. So there you go.
58.1.
About there. So if Leicestershire can get him for 57, they'll feel for once.
He scored over
Got him out from below his average against us. 310 for 8.
1,100 runs in 15 matches before this innings.
For the Worcesters and Surrey. Oh, here comes the update. Perfectly timed. Almost. Griffiths is in. Bowls. Defending. Well, they've transformed that deficit of 180 into an advantage of 77 over the first 2 sessions. They've moved on to 310 for 8 now. Stephen Davies, who we've worked out has scored over 1,100 runs against Leicestershire for Worcestershire and Surrey before he started to play for Somerset. Hasn't played against us too much in recent years, thankfully, because he's already on 57 not out, which is about his average against Leicestershire over the years. Josh Davey is with him. He is 6 not out. The Foxes looking to try and end this before Somerset extend that advantage into 3 figures, and that would be well worth having on a pitch which is helping the left arm spin of Callum Parkinson, and therefore will help the left arm spin of Jack Leach when it comes to be his turn to bowl when Leicestershire go in again. And they'll go in again without the captain, without Colin Ackerman, who's had to leave the field and leave the game because he has failed a concussion protocol. He was hit in the face when he was fielding at slip shortly before lunch, and he is suffering as a consequence. He's been replaced by Rishi Patel in the game. Somerset now have moved on to 312 for 8. They lead by 79. That one's pushed out into the offside by Davey. Good diving stop out there at extra cover, and it means that no runs to Davey. He remains on 8. Davies 57. Lead 79, as I said. Leicestershire hope, I suspect, that it'll be the new ball that finishes things off, but a good diving stop by Dearden. Wright is just beginning to warm up, so they will take it, as you'd expect, straight away. Griffiths is in. Bowls. David defends. The dust comes up as his feet shuffle into position on the back foot. No run.
It isn't very often that teams delay taking the new ball these days, is it?
No.
Which is testimony to the sort of pitches on which county cricket is played, and I'm afraid will continue to be played for as long as the county championship is bookended at each end of the season.
Run rate still 4. Griffiths bowls. Davey right behind it. Good, nice, mellow sound from the bat as he pushes that back down the pitch on the onside. Captain Parkinson steps across and makes the stop. His whites are fluttering in what is quite a marked breeze, but it's swung round. It's not quite as cold as it was all coming from the north. It's sort of swung around to the east a little bit, going across the ground as we look out to the south from east to west. Griffiths to finish his over is in, and bowls. Looking to whip it off his pads is Davy. Was going to probably miss not another set of stumps, but it certainly would have missed another stump, and it was only Griffiths whose hands started to go into the air. Swindles, who was heading off down the leg side, didn't bother. It came off the pads, ran away into the leg side, and a leg bye is taken. End of the over. 313 for 8, the lead 80.
Yeah, lovely afternoon, and there is a breeze because I can see an England flag, which is tied
Extension
to
Benno's, yeah.
the. I've got to get this right. The Milligan Road entrance to the ground.
No, Mulligan Avenue. No,
Not
right.
Mulligan Avenue. Right?
You're absolutely right. Milligan Road, as in Spike.
And that's blowing out bravely, but the very special lime trees along that road are barely moving.
No.
Just coming into leaf. Right, another over from Callum Parkinson to Josh Davey, who is forward defensively, playing it out into the offside. Last over before the new ball, 313 for 8, so the lead is now 80. Somerset's first target to get it over 100, as Davey props forward to a good ball from Parkinson, and then their next target would be another batting point.
Yeah.
Which would be riches indeed for Somerset. Is Parkinson in and bowls the Leicestershire left armour as opposed to the Somerset one, and that's run up to long on for a single by Josh Davey. 314.
If they get another wicket, it'll certainly be the first time Leicestershire have picked up maximum bowling bonus points. First time they've taken 8 wickets.
Yep. Well, it did say at the start that the Leicestershire bowlers would have the chance of bowling themselves back into form against the Somerset batsmen, but Abel and Bartlett and Davies and Overton have all given good account of themselves. It's Davies on strike now as he works that up to long on the other side of the ground for another single. 315 for 8. I think the assessment by both coaches of the pitch as being around about a 300 pitch is about right. It's a quicker ball from Parkinson, which is met with a determined defensive bat by Josh Davey, who plays for Scotland. Played any number of one-day games for Scotland, did very well in the World Cup a few years ago, as this is another defensive shot when that was played in Australia and New Zealand. Out into the offside, end of the over, 315 for 8, so the lead 82.
It is confirmation the official press release has arrived regarding Colin Ackerman. Rishi Patel has come in as a concussion replacement. Colin Ackerman took a blow, it says, at first slip from a Callum Parkinson delivery during the 27th over of the day. ECB regulations outline a like-for-like replacement can both bat and bowl in the game, once approved by the match referee. And James Whittaker, who is the match referee, has approved the request that Patel replace Ackerman.
Does he bowl as well as bat?
I haven't seen him. I've only seen him bat so far. Not for very long. But in the games he played on loan officially last season before his contract sort of kicked in. So Griffiths around the wicket. Final over with this old ball. Davis on the back foot defends it out into the offside. Picked up by Ben Mike. No run. None for 40 or naught for 40 for Gavin Griffiths from his 13.1 overs. Hasn't bowled badly.
No, he hasn't. No.
Kept running in.
3 spectators there at the gate with their England flag. They ought really to have a Leicestershire Foxes flag. Or, sorry,
It is. It says Leicestershire. Sort
Does
of,
it?
Yeah, as a Stench Benno stand, really. They're there. Played by Davis off his hip down towards long leg. That one from Griffiths. They take it first one quickly, but it was only ever going to be one. But they're usually to be found in the popular seats over there in the Uptonsteel stand between the meet and the electronic scoreboard. But yeah, loyal supporters.
Well, they must have a reasonable view from down there. It's a bit like our commentary position at Lord's, actually.
Oh, really?
The pitch was about as far away as from
About 100 yards away and at deep extra cover. Not easy. Back over the wicket goes Griffiths to Josh Davey. Full, driven firmly down into the ground, stopped by Griffiths in his follow through. Looped up rather, knocked it down, did Griffiths. Dot ball. 316 means the lead is 83. Davey twists the bat in his hands. He's on 9 now. Davies chatting away to umpire Bailey. Come on, Gav, is the exhortation from the Leicestershire fielders. In goes Gav and bowls, and looking perhaps for the Yorker. Misdirected onto the toes of Davey. Clips it away quite competently down towards long leg. Goes straight to long leg. Lewis Hill is down there in front of the Turner Indoor Centre at the Bennett end. Takes 1. Moves into double figures. Josh Davey onto 10. 3, 1, 7, 4, 8. 2 deliveries left. With what I suspect now is a fairly soft and battered Duke's ball. He's going to go round the wicket. Little stutter at the start of his run to get his feet moving, Gavin Griffiths, and then he's in and bowling and clipped in the air and caught! Oh my goodness, Davis has turned it straight almost to Marcus Harris at that leg gully position. He raises his eyes to the heavens. He's done it once or twice in that he's played him off his hip in the air, but he's looked known exactly where he's hitting it. Whether he'd forgot that Harris had been placed there, but he was placed there for exactly that shot, two-handed above his head, held onto the catch, and that is a huge bonus for Leicestershire with the penultimate delivery with the old ball.
Well, I did say that was a good fielding position.
You
with
did.
Griffiths angling the ball into Stephen Davis, and he hasn't played that type of delivery particularly comfortably. And as so often in his career, he played the shot, failed to keep it down, and paid the price. But still, well batted Stephen Davis, an innings of determination and skill and style. And
he did beat his average,
he just beat his average
against Leicestershire,
against compared with an average of 58.1. But that's it's a big breakthrough for Leicestershire. They should have every hope now of every expectation of keeping the lead to below 100. Marchant de Lange will obviously have other ideas, but his batting is nothing if not unpredictable. Triumph or disaster it tends to be.
So, reward for Griffiths that I'm not sure he will have entirely expected, but has earned nonetheless. Worked so hard, but as I say, de Lange has history on this ground. Very nearly took Glamorgan to an extraordinary win when they needed about 90 when he came to the wicket, and it didn't take very long for him to reduce that to 1 blow. Griffiths in to de Lange, who defends, takes his bottom hand off the bat, hops a little bit, but he keeps it out. And Griffiths throws the old ball to umpire Bailey, who tucks it away in his pocket and walks slowly out towards square leg. The new ball, therefore, we can assume will be taken by Chris Wright. 317 for 9. Davey has 10. De Lange has yet to score. The lead is 84, and Leicestershire have 3 bowling bonus points. Hurrah!
Yep, the Leicestershire just got the 1 batting point, so Somerset 2 points ahead in the game so far, and that's probably a pretty fair representation of their position in the game. 2 points to the good with this lead of 84. But having to bat last, a lot is going to depend on the extent to which this pitch takes spin when Leicestershire go in a second time. Effective Jack Leach can be. Cannon Parkinson's bowled pretty well on it, picked up 2 wickets, 2 good wickets, and they were genuine wickets, if you like, balls that turned, bit and turned. Right, here we go then. The field has been sorted out, just 2 slips. Chris Wright with the new ball in hand, running in from the Bennett end, bowling to Josh Davey, who goes for an off drive, doesn't time it at all, but will pick up a single to the left of mid-off. 3:18 for 9. Marchant de Lange, who scored a very important 51. His first innings for his new county up at Lords in that last wicket partnership on that occasion with Jack Leach rather than Josh Davey. Leach, of course, having come in at number 5 in this innings as a night watchman and playing an important hand this morning. Right, de Lange is facing right. Only bowled, and that's the end of de Lange. Well, he looked to turn a straight ball, a quick straight ball through mid-wicket, missed it, and the ball rattled into his middle stump just about. And that is Somerset bowled out for 318, which means that they have a lead of 85 on first innings. So Somerset batsmen not detaining us long after tea, and I think the Leicestershire bowlers and fielders will be pretty pleased with the way they've wrapped up that Somerset innings very efficiently in the space of 20 minutes or so since tea.
It swung, actually. That would have, I suspect, been
would have beaten a better batsman than Marchant de Lange.
Yeah, absolutely, and he peered back down the track in astonishment, really, because that was a super delivery from Chris Wright. Could have done with a few of those earlier in the innings, but well, I still think that's a big advantage on the track for Somerset. 85, and it'll be very interesting to see where we're at the end of the day. The new ball could be absolutely key, and again remember that Leicestershire are without their skipper and arguably leading batsman. Hasn't been their leading batsman in terms of runs scored so far this season, Colin Ackerman, but he's been replaced by Rishi Patel, so that opening partnership between Azad and Harris could be very, very important. 318 all out. Somerset will have obviously a 10-minute break now, and we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes or so, probably, by the time we're sorted out, but just in time to get another cup of tea perhaps, and come back to us for what could be a really interesting final hour and a half or so here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Little stutter at the start of his run to get his feet moving, Gavin Griffiths, and then he's in and bowling and clipped in the air and caught! Oh my goodness, Davis is
facing right. Only bowled, and that's the end of de Lange. Well, he looked to turn a straight ball, a quick straight ball through mid-wicket, missed it, and the ball rattled into his middle stump just about. And that is Somerset bowled out for 318, which means that they have a
Umpires return to the field. Change of innings at the Uptonsteel County Ground. They lead the Somerset side back out, and they'll be followed fairly shortly, one would assume, by the two Leicestershire opening batsmen. Yep, here they come, Marcus Harris and Hassan Azad. Leicestershire about to begin their second innings. 85 behind Somerset. Still 24 overs to be played tonight, so the match could move on a long way in that time. Umpires change ends, of course. Rob Bailey goes to the Bennett end, and Tim Robinson takes his position at the pavilion end. The ball, a nice new shiny Duke's ball, in the hands of Craig Overton.
Is that Patel has come out?
And it shouldn't be. It should still be Harris and
No,
Azad.
It is Azad, yeah.
I'd be very surprised if they change the opening pair. It is Azad who will be on strike. He will take strike. Umpire Robinson waves at the scorers to make sure everything's ready. 3 Somerset slips, as per usual. Hildreth and Gregory first and second, as Overton runs away from us. Bowls to Azad and beats the outside edge for me. Azad did sort of bring the bat back inside the line, but was pretty close to playing at it if he wasn't. A shout from Davies in particular behind the stumps. Got a mid wicket, mid on, point, third man, long leg. As in he comes and bowls to Azad, outside off stump, just beginning to build up his speed really. A couple of slightly, not looseners, but not at full pace as yet. Of course, Craig Overton, although the first one was good and accurate.
He did play at it as well. And
pretty sure he did, yeah.
At the replay. Somerset will be looking to break this opening partnership sooner rather than later. Without Ackerman, these are arguably Leicestershire's 2 best batsmen.
Takes on, as you say, even more significance. In goes Overton, Azad solidly behind it, stepping across his stumps and turning the ball off Midland leg towards that mid-wicket. And there's no run. 36 in the first innings for Hassan Azad. And it was quite a surprise when he got out, cutting at a rising delivery from Tom Abel, and was caught by Davies behind the stumps. That was shortly before lunch yesterday. The game has moved on rapidly since then. In goes Overton and bowls, and a little feel for that one. A most un-Azad-like shot. Absolutely no percentage in that at all, but he couldn't resist it. Had a little nibble at it. Lucky not to get the edge.
These slips will be keeping their hands warm.
They will. He's going to play shots like that. Overton turns, runs in, bowls on the money, on off stump. This time Azad is solidly forward. Back down the pitch it goes. It's Overton himself who picks up, likes to keep hold of it and polishes it. First of all on the bottom of his Somerset shirt, and then a few fairly desultory just strokes of the ball on his side before turning slowly up the slope. Is in and bowls outside off stump. Azad just lets that one go through. Good accurate over from Craig Overton, maintaining the pressure. That was the call from perhaps the skipper, or perhaps it was Davies as they walked out, and he did just that with a maiden over to start with.
Yeah, important session, this mini session. If Leicestershire can get through it with losing fewer than 3 wickets maybe, they should have gone a large way towards eliminating the deficit. I think maybe I don't know, I was going to say 1.5 wickets would be the sort of cut-off between a good session for Leicester and a good session for Somerset. I think Somerset would be hoping for 2 or 3.
What would they be happy enough chasing? I mean, 150 they'd be okay with, but sort of 200 you start to get a bit nervous, yeah. Especially if there's a bit of turn.
Yep. Right. Who have we got? We got Josh Davey, who opened the bowling with Craig Overton in the first innings. He's going to take the new ball from the Bennett end. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Marcus Harris, the Australian Test player. 10 Test matches under his belt, and he's done pretty well, and he looked pretty good in the first innings. And this is edged down into the ground, into Gregory at third slip. Uncertain start there.
Harris wanders down and taps at the pitch. This is where he earns his money.
Absolutely.
This is where your overseas comes into his own, hopefully.
Show that he's he's as good an acquisition in practice as he seems to be, as he looks to be on paper. Here's Davey into him and bowls, and it's angled in at the left-hander's leg stump, and he just plays it quietly up to Jack Leach, who's fielding at mid-on. Leach, who one feels will have an important part to play in however this match pans out over the next 2 and a bit days, if indeed it goes that far. And whether it will go that far depends, I think, quite a lot on what happens in the next 100 minutes or so up to the close. I don't think we're going to be finished much before 6:45. Here's Davey in and bowls to Harris, turns that away into the onside, and Leicestershire are underway as Tom Banton comes scurrying in from long leg to do the fielding. 1 without loss. Just the 3 slips. I think from memory Somerset opened up with 4 slips in the first innings, and we've got 1, 2, 3 saving 1 on the offside and 2 saving 1 on the on, plus long leg, and there's no third man. So anything that's nicked wide of or through the slips will run away to the boundary over this very fast outfield. It's Azad facing. It's caught behind. He's got an edge, and Somerset have made the initial breakthrough. It's Hassam Azad gone without scoring, caught behind, getting a nick to a good ball from Josh Davey, and Leicestershire 1 for 1, and just exactly the sort of breakthrough that Somerset were looking for.
You could hear the nick up here. You may have heard it in the effects mic, and Azad just turned on his heel, glancing at the umpire, who didn't really bother to raise his finger because, as you say, it didn't exactly echo around the ground, but you could hear it very clearly. It was a good ball, held its own, and really nicely bowled by Davey, and that is a big breakthrough very early in proceedings for Somerset.
Well, it was Azad who held up Surrey for so long, wasn't it?
Yeah.
At the Oval. He's capable of batting for a very long time. Obviously,
Yes.
got a very good temperament for opening the batting. So that's, as I said, big breakthrough for Somerset.
Update coming. Unfortunately, Leicestershire have already lost their first wicket in their second innings. As you come to me, Hassan Azad is leaving the field, having nicked a delivery from Josh Davey through to wicketkeeper Stephen Davis without scoring. That makes Leicestershire 1 for 1. They are still 84 behind then. They've lost one of their main batsmen, and the captain Colin Ackerman is unavailable because he has failed the concussion protocols, having been hit in the face when he was fielding at slip. So a huge amount on the shoulders of the new overseas signing Marcus Harris. He is 1 not out. He's been joined by Harry Dearden. The Foxes are under real pressure down here at Grace Road.
Yep, Dearden to the crease, another left-hander, and Josh Davey is going to bowl to him. 3 slips go down. Davies in and bowls, and that's on leg stump, turned into the onside. They go for a quick single to shy at the stumps, which misses, but not by much, judging by the reaction of Craig Overton. George Bartlett, the fielder. A risky single, I think it would be fair to say. I think that Harris would have been home had Bartlett hit, but it would have been a close run thing. 2 for 1 Leicestershire.
If it was who called, I guess it might have been Harris's call, given where it went, but
Square went square, didn't it?
Big puff of dust as the ball hit the ground next to the stumps.
It's Davy again, round the wicket to Harris, in and bowls, and Harris runs that off an open face out to backward point, where Tom Lammonby fields. End of successful over for Josh Davy. He has the wicket of Assam Azad under his belt. 2 for 1 at the end of the second over.
Yeah, not too much to gain tonight for Leicestershire, but an awful lot that they could lose. You mentioned 3 wickets. I was thinking sort of 1 at the very most, 2, and they've already lost 1 with 22 overs left to be bowled. Well, that will ratchet up the pressure on Dearden and Harris. Got a poor decision in the first innings. Harry Dearden, given that leg before by Tim Robinson, hit outside the line of leg stump and swinging down. Round the wicket goes Overton and bowls to him, edge caught, brilliantly caught at third slip. It bounced and Abel dived to his left, took it two-handed to his left. Dearden got a very good ball there. It bounced and left him a bit. Nothing much he could do really in terms of keeping it down, and Somerset all over Leicestershire, who are 2 for 2.
Well, that's the difference. If you can take a catch like that, spectacular catch at third slip, diving away to his left off an edge that flew off the outside edge of Dearden's bat from a ball that lifted from Craig Overton. That's the sort of catch that wins matches. Leicester put down both Bartlett and Abel this morning with much more straightforward chances than the one that has just been snaffled by Tom Abel, who's a brilliant fielder, whether in the covers or in the outfield, or in this case at third slip. Good bowling, terrific fielding. 2 for 2.
Still 83 behind Leicestershire, and 2 of their main hopes of establishing any sort of real lead that would enable them to put Somerset under pressure in their final innings already back in the pavilion. Colin Ackerman, the captain, won't be batting. So Rishi Patel, who I assume is coming to the wicket now, what have you got? What pressure to be under in your first innings of the season for the Foxes? Won't have expected certainly to come to the wicket quite this soon. Will have hoped not to have come to the wicket tonight. But the former Essex player, with all those runs for Essex 2s, well, let's see if he can make some for Leicestershire 1s. He touches gloves with Harris, who is now aware of the pressure that, what is expected of him. The Australian leans on his bat and watches as Patel takes guard. What a fine catch that was by Abel. He took it really cleanly, two-handed. Didn't go for it one-handed, took it two-handed, diving to his left. Wasn't too bad a height, probably about 3 feet off the ground, but he was reaching for it and both feet off the ground as he took the ball. Patel takes strike to Overton, who bowls, looks to turn it off the hip. I think it came off the thigh pad as it bounced up. Umpire Robinson has his hand raised and he raises his knee to the hand. It came off the thigh pad. A leg by for Leicestershire's cause. They move on to 3 for 2.
Yes, it was the catch of a very athletic young man, which is what he is. Because
aren't they all?
Yeah, but Tom Abel more than most. I think he's an absolutely outstanding fielder. He's up there with the Overtons as a fielder.
Disgruntled Leicestershire fan points out, come back to that in a moment, as round the wicket goes Overton and bowls. Back on his stumps is Harris, defending the straight ball back down the pitch to Overton. I'll have to check he's right, but he says the difference between the two sides on it, first innings, are the number of runs made by Tom Abel after he was run out. He was on 19 at the time. Is that right? Well, roughly then. So, yeah, not sure that's correct. In goes Overton, round the wicket again to Harris, who turns his wrists on his defensive push out towards mid-wicket. It's not far off that, but take your point.
Well, swings and roundabouts, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Hopefully over the season, these things average themselves out or work their way out. 3 for 2. Harris, a single to his name. Waits as Overton is in and bowling. Solidly enough behind that one. No great. Just jumped into position, played a back foot defensive shot back down the pitch again to Overton, who is very accurate, yet to concede a run actually.
Well, this is the wicket that Somerset want.
Yeah,
That of Marcus Harris.
Harris early, they'll be really confident of going on to winning. Well, it looks like a 3-day game now, doesn't it? You never know. In he goes, Overton bowls. Harris just waiting, calmly, defends again. But another maiden over, and a wicket maiden over at this time for Craig Overton. 2 overs, 2 maidens, no runs, 1 wicket in large numbers on the scoreboard.
Just looking at Rishi Patel's first-class record. His highest score is for Essex. He made 35. His best for Leicestershire, 19. So doesn't exactly leap off the page. He's 22 years old. Comes from Chigwell in Essex, and he joined Leicestershire when, Richard?
Towards the end of last season, on loan with a view to, well, not with a view, he'd basically signed a contract, but it kind of had to be on loan at first at the end of the season. It meant he got a few games in.
The right-hander, Davey is in and bowls, and he gets nicely forward. Plays that solidly out into the offside, where Tom Abel fields. Abel without his sweater on. Several of the Somerset fielders are dispensed with their cable knit jumpers.
He played 1 match against Yorkshire in the Bob Willis Trophy, batted twice, made 19 and 5.
Here's Davey from the Bennett end as the shadows lengthen. He's in bowls outside the off stump. A bit of a way movement there, but starting too wide. Shouts of encouragement from the slip cordon. James Hildreth at first, Craig Overton at second, Lewis Gregory at third. We've got a backward point, who is Tom Abel. Tom Banton, I mean. Abel himself is at extra cover. We've got Leach at mid-off. Big Marchant doing some stretches at mid-on. Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket. As this is another defensive shot out into the offside. And again, Abel does the fielding. And just to complete the Somerset fielding side, George Bartlett, who's down at long leg. So Somerset not over attacking. I was thinking when we were talking about how many wickets they might think would put them ahead. Wickets by the close of play today would put them ahead. I was thinking 3, but I've got 2 of them. So 1 more required. Davey to Patel, who drives quite nicely, firmly up to Marchant de Lange at mid-on. Somerset fielding side in full cry, as you might say. They're taking up the hunting theme. The Leicestershire running foxes, and the building over there called The Meat, which is presumably another hunting reference.
I think they certainly smell blood.
Here comes Davey in, bowls to Patel, who drives that away through the offside, and Jack Leach can't stop it, and it runs away to the boundary. A gallant but unavailing dive by Leach, moving to his left at mid-off, and rather a fine shot from Rishi Patel. Over pitched outside off stump, and he tucked into it. Timed it nicely. 4 runs. He'll feel better for that. 7 without loss. Without loss for 2. 7 for 2.
It was a nice shot.
It was. Davey tries again, the slips go down, he's in and bowls outside the off stump, too wide this time. Much better length, but direction off. So, the first over in this innings in which Somerset have not taken a wicket. 7 for 2 at the end of it. On trots one of the Somerset 12th, 13th man. I'm not sure who that is. It might be Casey Aldridge. Yeah, it probably is Casey Aldridge. He's just about as tall as, nearly as tall as Craig Overton.
Tosses the ball from hand to hand. He's going to stay round the wicket to the left-handed Marcus Harris, who's on a single. In he goes, Overton bowls. Harris, very compact, waiting in his crease, just blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. Bowl Craigie, the shadow of the floodlight next to the electronic scoreboard, extending behind Harris onto the square, away to his right.
I wonder if batsmen find these shadows distracting at all.
You would have thought a little bit. In goes Overton, bowls, and that one tucks Harris up, bounces and swings in, and takes his bottom hand off the bat as it thumps into the pads above under his whites, above the pad, drops down the pitch. No run, but a testing delivery.
Faithful knot of Leicestershire supporters still there outside the gates with their flag.
Yeah.
A
little quiet and contemplative at the moment. In goes Overton, bowls on back foot defensive shot, just dropped out behind point by Harris, and there is no run. Yes, they have the looks of one who has drunk of the cup of life and found a dead beetle at the bottom. As we're going down the Woodhouse Road.
Yeah, very good.
7 for 2.
Percy Jeeves was a cricketer, was he not?
He was. Brian Holford has written a very good biography of him. In goes Overton, bowls outside off stump and seams away, but started wide and therefore seemed wider, and Harris just watched it through to Davis.
I think Woodhouse himself was quite a useful cricketer, wasn't he? Dulwich.
Yeah, Dulwich College. 7 for 2. Deficit 78. Overton still yet to concede a run as he approaches the end of his third over. In he goes, bowls to Harris, who is turning his wrists on that one, out towards mid-wicket, almost as he did so. No run, he said. And he was right. There wasn't a run to be had there. Lammonby, who's at square leg, came running across. He's in front of square, trying to cover both square leg and mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's a good fielder, Tom Lammonby. So he should be at age of 20.
Overton is in, outside off stump, steps forward. Harris allows it to bounce through to Davis, who takes it on the rise. Another maiden from Craig Overton. 3 overs, 3 maidens, no runs, 1 wicket. His impressive analysis thus far.
Well, his captain did say to keep up the pressure, and that's exactly what Big Craig has been doing.
Well, the difference, it's not fair, to say it really, but Chris Wright's first over went for 17, didn't it?
It did. But then he pulled himself together.
Yeah. But just is so little that's loose from these top bowlers.
Josh Davey then to bowl his second over, his third over, the 5th over, or even the 6th over of the innings. This is whipped away through the onside and will be picked up by George Bartlett at long leg, so it's just a single. 8 for 2. Leicestershire. Left-hand, right-hand combination, these two. Marcus Harris, the left-hander, and Rishi Patel, the right-hander, which always makes it a little bit more difficult for bowlers having to adjust their line, particularly if the batsmen are effective at rotating the strike. So Davies going around the wicket to the left-handed Harris. He's in and bowls, and that's a good ball, well played by Harris, who looks a more than useful opening batsman. He got out to a rather extravagant drive to a wide ball from I think it was Lewis Gregory, wasn't it, in the first innings? And he went chasing out after a wide ball, got an under edge, just came back onto his stumps.
19. He
Struck me as a
scored.
slightly out of character shot. As Davies in and bowls, and that's turned away down to long leg. Tom Banton doing the fielding down there. Another run, 9 for 2. Leicestershire. So they are rotating the strike. Couple of singles in this over. Somerset hunting for wickets out there. Davy turns at the end of his run. Quite a long approach for someone who's no more than fast medium. He's there now and bowls to Patel, and that runs off an open face out into the offside, and Tom Abel does the fielding from extra cover, but he uses his run well, does Davy, to build up genuine momentum. He's a little bit quicker than he looks as well, and he can swing the ball both ways and move it off the seam. He's more of a, doesn't hit the pitch as hard. He's a skiddier bowler than Craig Overton. Somerset, of course, has still got Lewis Gregory and Marchant de Lange up their sleeves as Davy bowls, and this is a miscue from Patel. He's looking for that off drive again, but found, took the inside edge of the bat and squirted out into the onside. All along the ground. Is he a batsman of attacking intent? Is that his natural way of playing, or is he more of a blocker?
Well, this is it. Only the third time I've seen him in first-class cricket. Watched him a few times in the warm-up games as well. I think his instinct is to be positive.
Here comes Davy again, up to the wicket and bowls, and that's again coming off a thick inside edge as he drove at that quite a long way away from his body, and they're coming back for what actually will be quite a comfortable second run as Bartlett and Lammonby combine to do the fielding. 11 for 2 at the end of the 6th over.
Made a few runs against Loughborough in one of the warm-up games, 46 not out before being retired, and 0 against Derbyshire, 10 against Nottinghamshire, 1 against Northampton. So he hasn't really made much of an impression so far. Relatively early days.
Chance to make a name for himself.
Huge, yeah. Make good runs here, then they really would be very, very valuable. Overton staying round the wicket to Harris, who leaves outside off stump. It goes through quite low and not too far from off stump, not taken cleanly because it bounces again before it gets into the hands of Davies. So falling away to his right, sort of half stops it. It trickles 15 yards or so behind him, so a bye is taken, but didn't really get up at all on that occasion, which again is cause for concern for Leicestershire, because the delivery from round the wicket, the dismissed did take off. That one stayed a little bit low. He's sort of bowling into the foothole, so which could affect things. He's back over the wicket to the right-handed Patel now. Overton bowls and line and length and carefully. Patel defends out towards point. Lammonby it is who fields. No run. Still Overton yet to concede a run as he is into his 4th over.
I think he'll fancy his chances against Rishi Patel. Swinging the ball away from leg to off.
Quite a tall man, Patel. Bat raised as Overton goes in and bowls to him, brings the bat inside the line of that one, slightly short outside off stump, and
played it well.
Sailed through to Davis, and yeah, as Anthony said, just played it calmly, i.e. didn't play it at all. 12 for 2, the deficit 73. Very straight run, Craig Overton in, bowls off stump line, good line. Equal to it is Patel defending. Nice high left elbow, back down the pitch, the ball rolls slowly, almost stops before Overton picks it up. Tall man runs in past umpire Robinson, bowls outside off stump, trying to tempt Patel into going for the big drive. It doesn't really swing, but just beginning to build up his pace a little bit now, Overton. Shoots through to Davies, but Patel again looking to leave where possible.
Certainly the off-stump line is what Somerset are looking for. They've got a third man in if Patel gets a nick along the ground, wide or through the slips, giving Overton that bit of protection.
In he goes, bowls to Patel, who I think had a little feel for that one, and his reaction, annoyance, a little punch of annoyance with his right glove, confirms that he had a little feel for it. Overton, another maiden, 4 overs, 4 maidens, no runs obviously, and 1 wicket. Almost then, a second. Leicestershire 12 for 2.
Well, he's bowling to a plan, is Craig Overton, and he's executing the plan to perfection at the moment. The plan being to bowl an off-stump line to Rishi Patel to tempt him into one of those expansive drives that he's tried against Josh Davey, or just get him, as he did towards the end of that over to that last ball, just fishing outside the off-stump. Josh Davey, though, from the Bennett end is into Harris there and bowls outside the off-stump. That goes straight through to Stephen Davis. Go on, boys, shouts Tom Abel from extra cover where he's fielding. Without a sweater. First time any outfielders have fielded without sweaters in Somerset's County Championship season so far. He had about 3 or 4 sweaters on up at Lord's. Bitterly cold it was. I really felt for the slip fielders. They must have been praying that the ball wouldn't come flying in their direction. Here's Davey in and bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside by Harris for 4 runs. Over pitch from Davey and nicely dealt with, stylishly dealt with by the compact Australian from Victoria. 4 runs.
A lovely shot, wasn't it?
It was. 16.
Yeah, an odd little sort of step, just as he sets himself, Harris. Played that really nicely. Used the shape of the ball, timed it very sweetly indeed.
Denanga just having a word with Josh Davey, maybe making a suggestion as to how to bowl at Harris. See what this produces as Davey is in and bowls, and Harris just taking a step down the pitch there and turns it into the onside, but won't get a run as it goes straight to Banton at mid-wicket.
A little bit confused here because ESPN Quick Info suggests he was actually born in Perth, but I was in the impression he was born in Yorkshire, Marcus Harris, and went to Perth as a boy.
Here's Davey in a bowls to Harris, who plays a dead bat defensive shot down to the outside. Yes, I've got him as Perth, but that is courtesy of Quick Info. Of course, he won't be in Playfair, will he? Because he was. I don't think he will be.
He's in Who's Who. Let's have a look.
Oh, here we are. Born. Well, Playfair has him born in Perth as well.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm getting mixed up with him. Marcus Harris.
Here comes Davey. He's in bowls to Harris, who again takes a step down the pitch and drives that out into the covers. It's brilliantly stopped by diving Tom Abel at extra cover. He saved his side 4 runs there, did Captain Tom. That was firmly struck by Harris, and if it didn't actually reach the boundary, they'd have had time to run for, with Tom Abel flat on his face, having to get up and turn round and pursue the ball to the boundary. Big ground here at Grace Road, the Uptonsteel County Ground. One of the biggest and best playing areas in the country. As Davey is in and bowls to Harris again, who's coming down the pitch just to disconcert the bowler and put him off his length. That's a defensive shot out into the offside. End of the over. 16 for 2 is the Leicestershire second innings score. 6 of those to Harris, 7 to Patel. And is the ground pretty much flat, Richard?
It isn't. There is a slope. I've actually, believe it or not, I actually bowled here in a charity game, and from this, when you're actually out there, you suddenly realise that there is actually quite a marked slope from the pavilion up to the square. And running up that slope is Overton, and on the back foot he has now finally conceded a run. That was a nice shot from Patel, who stood up tall on off stump and stroked it away off the back foot, and it runs to a very straight mid-off all the way to the boundary up down here below us. And again, he's played 2 rather classy looking shots, Rishi Patel, and he's into double figures now. He's on to 11. Leicestershire 20 for 2, deficit now 65.
Yeah, nice back foot punch.
Wasn't too much wrong with the delivery, but it really was a nice shot, as Overton, having conceded runs for the first time, is in again to Patel, a fuller length, brings the batsman forward on off stump, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Very good, lads.
Yeah.
Overton turns and in and bowls outside off stump. Oh, updates time. Just heard there. 20 for 2, Leicester, I'm afraid, in their second innings. They lost 2 wickets very quickly indeed. Hassan Azad, and he was caught behind. Good delivery from Josh Davey. Could hear the edge up here in the commentary box, made the score 1-4-1, and then almost immediately Harry Dearden got a rising delivery from Craig Overton, couldn't keep it down, got the edge, and Tom Abel, diving to his left at third slip, took the catch. 2 for 2, the deficit at that stage still 83. Marcus Harris is still there though, the new overseas player, and he's hit a couple of nice shots in going to 6, and Rishi Patel, who's come in to replace Colin Ackerman, who's had to leave the game under the concussion protocol, has hit 2 very nice drives indeed through the offside in going to 11. Still an awful lot of work to do for the Foxes though, if they're going to wipe off this deficit and set Somerset a testing target in their 4th innings. They're 20 for 2, still 65 behind. No cue at all, was there?
No.
In my own defence. In goes Overton and bowls to Patel, who is for a little bit airy perhaps, reaching for that one, looking for the drive. He was on top of the bounce and steered it to Lammonby in a point position, but won't be entirely displeased with that shot, I don't think, Craig Overton. Just the one scoring shot from Overton, and a nice one too, back foot drive. John Cully points out it was Josh English, who was born in Leeds and emigrated to Perth. Thank you, John. As in goes Overton, and another nice defensive shot, this time in defence. A nice back foot shot, I should say, in defence from Patel out into the offside, and there is no run. So I was getting my Australians slightly mixed up there. Harris is very pure Australian. Apologies to him. Good job. I learnt that now before I've spoken to him. Mate, you're getting me mixed up, he just said.
Players taking I think it's a mixture of sanitisation and drinks break at the moment.
Yeah, because as Polly said, a wicket resets the 6 over business, doesn't it? So it'll be 6 overs from the fall of Harry Dearden's wicket, I guess.
Batsman having a drink as well. It's as warm now as it's been all day, certainly in our commentary box and probably out on the field of play as well, although the Leicestershire stroke England flag being flown from the Milligan Road gate. It's not blowing out, standing out as
No,
boldly as it was earlier on.
the breeze has dropped.
Right, Josh Davey to bowl his 5th over. He's 1 for 14 so far in 4. He's in bowling to Harris, and Harris again advancing down the pitch. Standard response of some wicket keepers to that sort of activity by the batsman would be to come up to the stumps, but Steve Davis is much more comfortable standing back to the quick bowlers. You very rarely see him coming up to the stumps, even to the likes of Lammonby and Abel, let alone the quicker bowlers like Davy Overton, Gregory and Marchant de Lange. Here's Davy in bowls to... Oh, beats him with a beauty, absolute beauty.
What a ball.
That bit and lifted, and Harris goes down and looks accusingly at the pitch and gives it prods all over the place. Could only pitched him. Not sure he's quite sure where that pitched at all, but he knew that it almost had his number on it. I was watching the replay. It went like a fast off break to a left-hander. This time he's solidly in behind a defensive shot.
He gave Davy a nod. Yep. It was a good one.
It was a good one. Too good one, in fact. If he'd done a little less, would have taken the edge. Lots of clapping going on. JD, as they call him, turns at the end of his run. He's in bowls to Harris. Harris plays a defensive shot into the offside. It's a better over this from Josh Davey. 20 for 2 is the Leicestershire score, so they're still 65 runs behind Somerset's total. Here comes Davey again in the evening sunshine. Then bowls to Harris, who drives and just gets it wide of a diving Lewis Gregory at 3rd slip, and it's run away to the boundary for 4 runs. But that was a full shot by Harris. That was rather the sort of shot that he got himself out to in the first innings, chasing after a wide one. The first innings he dragged it back onto his stumps. This time it was an outside edge, which wasn't that far away from Lewis Gregory at 3rd slip, just away to Gregory's left. Might have been a chance to a 4th slip, but Somerset have only got 3. Patel is on strike as Davey is in bowls, and Patel is looking pretty solid so far. He played and missed a couple of times against Overton, but he's dealt with Josh Davey pretty effectively. End of the over, and it is 21 for 2 at the end of that over.
Still 14 overs left to be bowled, so best part of an hour's play, and a lot could happen in that time, but as we've seen, still something there for the seamers. If they
Just
can
the
get
odd ball, isn't it?
1 or 2 more, Somerset will feel that they're in a good position to go on and enforce the win. Round the wicket goes Overton, just the one scoring shot from him so far. Bowls and back on his stumps. Harris defends. It's great accurate stuff. This from Craig Overton. All Harris can do is keep it out. All they're looking to do really at the moment, the Leicestershire batsman, is keep Overton out pretty much, although Patel did strike one lovely back foot shot for 4 off him. He's on 11. Harris has 7. Overton is in, bowling outside off stump, trying to get Harris to drive. Harris, no big stride, and he's not a big man, just weight on the front foot as much as anything, and then lifts his bat and lets it go through. Craig O.
Yeah, there's no extra cover to encourage
Yeah, go on.
Marcus Harris to have a drive.
Have a drive.
And there's cover down at third man. If he drives and gets an edge, it'll only be a single.
Overton is in. Bowls a bouncer in the air, just short. Look to turn his wrists on it. No, not just short. It actually landed only a couple of feet away from Harris in the end, but it was in the air as he looked to turn it into the leg side, or defend it into the leg side. It popped up rather, and Overton started to charge on down in his follow through, but dropped well short.
You had thousands of Leicestershire hearts in mouths there. Thousands of Somerset hopes raised.
Well, we saw the ball go into the air above the batsman's head height. You're never quite sure of your distances. In goes Overton. Beautiful work by Overton as he feels the firm push in his follow-through left-handed, transfers the ball to his right hand, sees that Harris was starting to advance down the wicket, hurls the ball at the stumps, missed them. Harris had gone back into his ground, but really good, aggressive fielding to his own bowling there from Overton.
Yes, on that occasion he was entirely justified at shying at the stumps, particularly as he knew that Stephen Davis was there to back up.
Always makes me smile how very good bowlers usually are in those circumstances. In he goes, bowls, bouncer hooked in the air, he's going to be caught. Harris has gone, caught at square leg. It came off the splice or the back of the bat, but Overton has bowled brilliantly in this opening spell, and Marcus Harris goes, and with him perhaps go Leicestershire's hopes. He's gone, caught at square leg by, I think, Is it Lammonby out there? Was it Lammonby?
No, I think it's Banton.
Banton out there. We'll get that confirmed in a moment. But again, it was a very simple catch, and Overton has done the business for Somerset. 5.5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 4 for Craig Overton, and Leicestershire are 21 for 3.
Well, what a big wicket that is. And again, Marcus Harris, who'd been batting really sensibly, went after a short ball from Craig Overton and didn't get hold of it at all, and lobbed the simplest of catches to square leg.
It was Lammonby. I was right.
It was Lammonby. And Lammonby made no mistake at all. Ball seemed to take an age to reach him.
I was kind of looking for it down at long leg, because everybody shouted catch, and I thought he'd got more of it than he actually had. But in fact, it was looping very gently to Lammonby. A goober is a simple catch as well, and so goober enticed the goober.
Yeah, indeed.
2 for 4. What a great spell this is.
It is. Yeah.
Leicestershire very much on the back foot now.
Just the one scoring shot of Craig Overton. 2 wickets under his belt. And, well, I set the target for Somerset. 3 wickets in this mini session. And they've got 3 wickets already, and still 13 overs and 1 ball remain to be bowled this evening. So every opportunity for Somerset to pick up a couple more scalps.
3, of the main men really, as far as Leicester are concerned. Azad, Dearden, Harris, the 3 left-handers at the top of the order. No Ackerman. Patel has acquitted himself very well, in fairness, since coming in. He's 11 not out off 23. Lewis Hill, a man in form. 4 consecutive half-centuries. A lot of pressure on him now, though, as in goes Overton and bowls to him, and solidly. In defence from the off and middle stumps is Lewis Hill. Overton fields the ball in his follow-through and gets a very deserved round of applause from his teammates. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 4 for the big man.
Yeah, force of nature, isn't he? Big Craig. Let's see what Josh Davey can do now. The whole of Somerset would have been lifted by that wicket of Harris. He's a good player, but my goodness me, they've made him work for his runs. He faced 33 balls in scoring those 7 runs, which again is tribute to the accuracy and persistence of the Somerset bowlers, Craig Overton in particular.
Did him a disservice there. It's 6 overs, 5 maidens, of course, with that one. Another wicket maiden.
Josh Davey then into bowl to Patel, who drives nicely into the offside. They go through for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps from Leach, who misses as a puff of dust as the ball lands in the crease, well backed up by Tom Lammonby, and they complete the run. 22 for 3 Leicestershire, still 63 adrift.
10 wickets in the day, 13 yesterday. Still 12.5 overs.
Somerset not over-attacking, just the 3 slip fielders as Davy bowls to Hill. He's in and bowls, and Hill defends that into the offside, moving his feet well. He looks like a man in form, Lewis Hill. Batted very nicely in the first innings.
Back the bowlers up here, boys, come on. The stentorian cry.
That's Marchand, isn't it? I think I detected a little bit of South African twang, and he does have a loud voice. Here's Davy then to Lewis Hill in bowls, and this is turned into the onside, and Lammonby comes sprinting in to do the fielding, and there's no run. Well, if Somerset could pick up Lewis Hill this evening, they really would feel that a large part of the job has been done.
This second innings is having unforeseen consequences. I'm in my shed feeding the rescue hedgehogs, and the volume and ferocity of my swearing is making them reluctant to emerge for their dinner, says Brunty.
Yeah. This is outside the off stump from Davy to Hill. The Hedgehog Preservation Society will be on to Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Rescue hedgehogs. You don't see many hedgehogs these days, which is a shame. Too many blooming badgers.
Do they target the hedgehogs?
Yeah, they do, yeah. .22 for 3.
You do see a lot of badgers. Many squished.
Here's Davy in and bowls to Hill. And defensive shot out in the onside. We've got a badger motorway in our garden. They use the bottom of our garden to get from sort of rough country on one side through to their set, which is not in the next door but one garden. And they have a track that they always use, and which is fine, but sometimes they come up to the house and start digging around in the planters, and they make the most appalling mess digging for grubs. There's Davy in a bowls to Hill, and well judged leave outside the off stump. End of the over. 22 for 3 at the end of that. Josh Davy over the 3 being Azad, caught behind without scoring. Dearden, who made 1 before he was brilliantly caught third slip by Tom Abel. And Marcus Harris going to pull a short ball from Craig Overton, not getting hold of it at all, and giving a simple catch to Tom Lammonby. 22 for 3.
Overton, I don't think he'd be able to prize the ball from his hands at the moment. Is in to Rishi Patel, who gets the ball up into the sort of armpit ribs area. He manages to get up on his toes and play it down into the leg side. Pleasing symmetry from his and Somerset's point of view about his figures at the moment. Overton 6-5-4-2.
There's a tweet, yes, about Marcus Harrison being born in Leeds or Perth.
Yeah, it was English.
Liam F saying that Matt Renshaw was born in Middlesbrough and then went to Western Australia.
Several people have pointed out to me, my miss, that it was Josh Inglis. In goes Overton, and looking to force off the back foot, doesn't time it. He was looking to hit it through the offside in much the same manner in which he hit the single scoring shot off Overton so far, which was beautifully timed through straight mid-off by Patel, and it ended up rolling out towards mid-on.
Overton bowling just not a full length to Patel, just fractionally short of a length.
Yeah.
Looks as if he's limping slightly.
I was going to say, he just looks a bit uncomfortable at the moment. He's into his
He's
7th over.
Turned his ankle possibly in the footholds.
Away he goes. Bowls again to Patel. Back foot defensive push. Out as far as mid-off. No run. Bartlett at mid-off.
Yep.
Starting to recognise the build and the sort of fair, slightly fairish hair. Batted very well. He was never seen a player leave the field as slowly as George Bartlett when after he'd been caught by Dearden off the bowling of Ben Mike. It's slightly similar to dismissal to that of Harris. Yeah. In goes Overton. Just drops his hands, Patel, as that one bounces past him outside the off stump. Again, Overton not looking entirely comfortable as he walks back to his mark. May just be a good idea if he has a little spell after this over to just make sure everything is in good order.
Just limping on his left foot a little bit, isn't he?
He's going to have a long season ahead of him. Just
the foot that comes crashing down in his delivery.
He's a big fella. There's a lot of force going through that sort of left knee and left foot as in he goes and bowls to Patel. Line and length. And Patel is forward on off stump, playing it out to Bartlett as he comes running in from mid-off. Is he something of the old soldier if he feels it, or does he soldier on?
No. He and his brother in their early days used frequently to end up flat on their faces in mid-pitch after delivering the ball, and would always get up and march back to their marks, none the worse for the experience.
Shrugging it off. Away he goes. Past umpire Robinson and bowls outside of some little bit of seam movement away from the batsman, but it was wide enough to leave in the first place. And Patel did so. End of the over. Abel having a word, checking he's okay. On comes the 12th man with cap. Throws it a little dismissively, really, towards Craig Overton. But another maiden over from Overton. One scoring shot off 42 balls.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. 2 wickets, 4 runs. Talk about maintaining the pressure. Overton has put the squeeze on Leicestershire's second innings, 22 for 3.
Bowling change at the Bennett end. Lewis Gregory coming into the attack. Bowled pretty well in the first innings.
They've got Leach, who we know now is going to be bowling on a pitch that is offering the left arm spinner the finger spinner, occasional turn to come.
Here comes Gregory then into bowl to Hill, who turns that into the onside and will pick up a single as George Bartlett comes off the boundary at long leg. And Leachy is warming up. Yeah, he's going to replace Overton then, you would think. Well, I think that's sensible. If Overton has turned his ankle just a little bit, it's obviously not seriously inconveniencing him. He wants his sweater now, he says. But it's sensible to give him a rest. Turns to the 12th man, says, bring it on at the end of the over. Brings Patel down to the business end. Gregory bowls to him and gets in a bit of a tangle there. That manages to get plenty of bat on the ball and keep it out, play it up on the offside. Played pretty well, has Rishi Patel, 12 and 31 deliveries. Playing his part, doing his stuff. Pitched into the battle because of the blow in the face that Colin Ackerman took when George Bartlett edged a ball from Callum Parkinson that really spat from this pitch. Is Gregory in a bowls outside the off stump. Nice shape there from Gregory, but too wide for Patel to have to play a shot. 5 to 6, so we should be coming up in a perfect world. We'd be coming up to a close of play now, instead of which we have another 10 overs to be bowled today, which is going to take us up to, I don't know, 20 to 7, something like that. I guess if Leach is bowling a few of them, they might just take a few minutes off that, fingers crossed. Gregory then to Patel, he's there and bowls outside the off stump, and that one comes back into the batsman who leaves it alone. It didn't miss the off stump by very much, but Patel obviously knows where his off stump is. It's another very important qualification to be a top order batter, particularly in a situation like this where
Mr. Softy, whose
here we are.
ice cream you've ruined forever in the eyes of one or two.
I think it was actually Mr. Whippy that Margaret Thatcher was credited erroneously with having invented. That's played into the offside. So I think Mr. Softy, I think ice cream lovers of all political persuasions can indulge in Mr. Softy without it troubling their consciences. 23 for 3 in the evening sunshine.
Still 62 behind on first innings.
At Grace Road. I'm going to ask you about Grace Road in a moment, as Gregory is in to Patel outside the off stump. Where exactly is Grace Road from? It's behind us, is it?
Yeah,
Right.
it runs along the back of the ground where we are, behind the pavilion.
There we are. End of that over from Lewis Gregory, which was not a maiden because Hill took a single off the first ball off it to get off the mark, in fact. So 14 overs have gone, 23 for 3, 12 to Patel and 1 to Hill.
On come the helmets and pads. Off goes the cap of Jack Leach, and he sheds his sweater as well. I suspect Lewis Hill might have a little bit of company as Leach checks his mark, which is presumably even he's going to pace back. Not pace, it's foot on foot from Jack Leach. None of your pacing. He uses an old-fashioned way of marking it. No markers, just a scrape in the ground. So he's going to have a short leg. He's going to have a slip. Is that all? I have somebody in Hill's eye line. He kind of has, in that he's got a short, straight sort of extra cover. Who is Tom Abel, the skipper? Hands on knees, waiting for Leach to prepare himself mentally as much as anything, you feel. Blows on his hand, walks back up, gets in position, ready to go now. Hill takes strike as Leach, who got a wicket with his very first ball yesterday out of Ben Mike. Can he do the same? In he goes, bowls outside off stump. Hill steps forward, lets it go through. Nice Leachy. In the zone here. In goes Leach and bowls. Forward goes Hill on off stump. They are a noisy crew.
They are. He's not lacking for encouragement.
No.
I think I'd get rather fed up with it if I was a bowler, I think.
Yeah. Leach bowls. Forward goes Hill. He's sort of getting straighter with each ball, Leach, so far. And that took a little bit of the inside edge of Hill's bat as he defended it back down the pitch. Short leg stepped in and picked it up. Leach is in, that is outside off stump. He went back, it was a little bit short, and steered it into the offside Hill, but without any pace and comfortable enough for the man at backward point to come in and make the stop before any chance of a single. Leach bowls down the leg side and helped on its way by Hill, and that's going to run away for 4. The bat clipped the pad slightly before connecting with the ball, but poor ball from Jack Leach, and Hill unfussily clipped away down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, important test this for Jack Leach, who wasn't quite at his best in the first innings, hasn't been quite at his best throughout this season so far. Somerset will be looking to him to make big inroads into this Leicestershire batting lineup. Leach
bowls, and again just drifting slightly towards mid-and leg, clipped by Hill firmly, but only as far as mid-wicket. End of the over, 4 from it. Relatively unthreatening, but very, very early days as far as Leach, Somerset and Leicestershire are concerned. 27 for 3. 9 overs to go today. Leicestershire still 58 behind.
Have you seen this tweet from Ollie Slack?
I haven't.
Who says, great to see Rishi Patel stride out for Leicester today. Former Cambridge University man will be playing his club cricket for Sawston and Babraham in the East Anglian Premier League when not in action for the Foxes. And he spoke to him for the 105 Sport Special. That's outside the off stump, no shot from Hill, goes through to Davis.
I was going to say that's a bit of a trek, but it isn't really, I suppose. Will that be 50 miles, something like that, across the Cambridge area?
Well, he's done himself no harm today, Rishi Patel, battling away out there against this very high quality Somerset attack. Already have 3 wickets under their belts and are hunting for more. Gregory in and bowls. Ooh, and gets Patel there in a bit of a tangle. That one bounced. He'll come back for the second run as it runs down off a thick edge down to third man, where it's retrieved by a combination of Tom Abel and Tom Banton. 2 runs go on the board, 29 for 3.
Well, you mentioned that you might accidentally call him Sunak, and his nickname apparently is the Chancellor, so there you go.
Gregory in from the Bennett end in bowls. I think Patel didn't quite play at that. He was thinking about playing at it and just dragged his bat inside the line.
No ball.
Oh, it's a no ball, sorry, thank you. To which Lewis Gregory is more prone than he ought to be. Be interesting to have a look at, see how many no balls he's bowled in his career, and I guess it would be a lot many than other bowlers of similar experience. He's in now, bowls to, I was going to call it, I almost said bowls to Sunak.
Sorry.
You put it in my mind now.
Update time, so I'm going to sneak in. Yeah, they've lost 3 wickets in their second innings, which they began with a deficit of 85 after bowling Somerset out for 318. The men to go: Hassan Azad, Harry Dearden, and since you were with us last, Marcus Harris, the new overseas player, was caught at square leg, tried to pull a delivery from Craig Overton, got a top edge and it looped very comfortably to the fielder. That was him, gone for 7, 21 for 3. Rishi Patel is at the crease. He's batting nicely. He's 14 not out. He's been joined by Lewis Hill, scorer of a half century in each of his last 4 innings, and that is the least Leicestershire will need from him if they're going to set Somerset a challenging score in their final innings. At the moment, they're just concentrating on reducing the deficit. They're 31 for 3.
And we got Gregory bowling from the Bennett end. He's bowling to Patel, who gets another good ball and plays it pretty well defensively back up the pitch. And again, a chorus of encouragement. It's they're a bit like a chorus in a Greek play, aren't they? Sort of offering an accompaniment to every event out in the middle.
There've been a few plays about cricket, haven't there? None of them in the Greek style.
Greek tragedies. Here's Gregory in a bowls, and this is flashed away. Back at a square through the offside for 4 runs. Short and wide from Gregory, and Patel went decisively after it and picks up 4 runs, takes the score on to 35 for 3. A nice shot to a not very good ball.
Wristily slashed away. Right on top of it. Gregory's gone for 9 from his first 2 overs. Have to be a little bit careful, Somerset. They talked about maintaining the pressure which was put on Leicestershire by the opening bowlers, Overton and Davey.
He can be expensive, Gregory, but he is a wicket-taking bowler.
Yeah. One before the close from him would do the Somerset cause
Absolutely.
very nicely indeed. Leg slip has gone in now for Leach. He's gone from short leg to leg slip, so nobody close catching other than the short extra, the captain Abel, in front of the bat. Forward goes Hill to a straight delivery, getting to the pitch of it, defending it back up the pitch to Jack Leach. 35 for 3. Leach, a little gust of wind bowls down the leg side to Hill, who let it go, and it wasn't taken cleanly by Davis, bounced off down towards third man, but not having played a shot, no extra to be taken. Got to be a bit careful there, Hill, because he did step across slightly, could be bowled behind his legs, conceivably, if it turned a bit. Didn't really. Leach in again, tosses that one up, and
Too much
waiting
leg side.
for it
Too much leg side.
is Hill, jamming the ball down into the ground. Puff of dust as he did so. Leach is in and bowling, and Hill is driving down into the ground, firmly back to Leach. Patel turns quickly and makes sure he's back down in his crease. Spin bowlers often less inclined to try and flick the ball onto the stumps than pace bowlers. 4 dot balls. Leach is in, looking to make it 5. He had the shout of no, he has done, as Hill, looking to drive, found the man at a conventional extra cover. And no run. He remains on 5, Lewis Hill, 18 balls faced so far. Leach bowls to him, he waits for it, and just for a second Leach thought he was going to be late on the shot. He turned it off the back foot out towards square leg, where Hildreth is the fielder, and there is no run. So maiden for Jack Leach, which might just help settle him down a little bit. 35 for 3 is the score. 50 is the deficit. 7 the overs remaining in the day.
He's not getting much turn out there, Jack Leach. Not quite got his line right either. He's bowling just slightly too much leg side. Just watching that last delivery again. But he hasn't got the sort of sharp turn that Callum Parkinson produced once or twice. Sharp turn that almost did for Abel and Bartlett this morning. Gregory's in a bowl, so it's driven away through the offside. A handsome shot by Rishi Patel, who's a pretty handsome batsman, if you ask me. On first acquaintance, 4 runs, he collects 39 for 3. Well, the previous Gregory delivery was short and wide. This one was over pitched and wide. And Patel tucked into both of them, has picked up 8 runs for his side. We're getting close to eliminating half of the 85-run deficit. And these two playing pretty comfortably at the moment. We haven't had any plays and misses recently. Haven't been any shots in the air, as that's played up to. Oh, and a poor misfield there by, I think that's Josh Davey there at mid-on, and gives away 4 runs. That's not clever. 43 for 3.
That wasn't great. He looked very startled to see it coming towards him at a rate of knots, and didn't get in any sort of position to make the stop. And he owes a big apology to his bowler there, to his teammate.
He will be.
Sorry, mate.
So 2 balls, 8 runs in this over so far. To Patel, who's moved on to 22 as Gregory is in and bowls to him, and this is short outside the leg stump. Patel gets in a position to play the hook shot, decides to pull out of it, conscious that there's a man down at long leg, waiting for a lofted shot or a top edge.
I'll whisper it, but he's looking a good player at the moment.
He is, I agree. He's played very well. He's played and missed a couple of times, but no more than a couple of times. Here's Gregory. In and bowls outside the off stump. And no shot from Patel. It's not been the best spell so far that Lewis Gregory's ever bowled. Not quite got his line right and can't seem to find a consistent length. And just looking at the replay, not really getting much in the way of swing.
Needs the lacquer to get off the ball. And
here he comes again, in and bowls to Patel down the leg side, and Stephen Davis takes that. So 2 boundaries, 2 balls down the leg side. Not what his captain was looking for in the way of keeping the pressure on these Leicestershire batsmen. Doesn't seem to have diminished the volume out there. They're all joining in now, not just the captain. Here's Gregory. In bowls. Oh, that squirts off the inside edge. Gregory thought he was almost, well, he was almost through there. That would have, if that hadn't taken the edge, there would have been a terrific LBW appeal, but it did. There wasn't, and it's the end of the over, 44 for 3.
6 overs remain to be bowled today. Probably 3 of them by Jack Leach. Whether Gregory will get to bowl the other 3, it seemed likely, but you never quite know.
Well, he might give Marchant a go, mightn't he? Coming down the hill.
The light is good, so that's not an issue. The light is very good. And yeah, the big man roaring in, banging 1 or 2 in short, might be interesting. Patel checks his guard with umpire Robinson down this end now.
Gloucester going well against Hampshire, 106 for 1. James Bracey, who was very impressive against Somerset, 40 not out. And Brathwaite, the West Indian Test captain, Craig Brathwaite, he's 60 not out.
Beginning to look a bit drawy.
Well,
there,
that would be
like a draw.
Just ideal for both Leicestershire and Somerset.
Not sure it kind of mattered much to us, but
well,
you never.
Come on, you can't give up your.
Well,
you can't
no. But
dish your chances this early in the competition. We're only in the 3rd game.
We are. Oh, Leach is off.
Yeah.
And DeLange is on already. Bowl short outside off stump, steered by Patel, but had to wait for it because it was a bit of a loosener from DeLange, and he steered it in the end reasonably comfortably along the ground towards Lammonby, who's at point. Channa.
Sorry, 97 for 3.
DeLange is in, bowls, and that was a little bit quicker, and Patel hurried on the back foot, just tensed up a little bit as he defended that one on the back foot down towards the gully area. No run.
So Surrey is still 17 runs behind Middlesex with 7 wickets remaining, so not an entirely dissimilar situation to the one here.
Indeed. Leicestershire hoping to get 150, 200 ahead. Long way to go. DeLange is in, bowling on, off and middle. Patel waiting in his creases solidly behind it, playing it back down the pitch.
DeLange's still got something to prove as a quick bowler for Somerset. He's picked up a few wickets.
5 wickets in the last game, but none in the first. So
they've tended to be tail enders though, rather than the top order.
In he goes. Bowls. Good shortish ball. Drops his hands though, Patel, who plays it well. It wasn't the line. It wasn't quite straight enough, and so Patel able to leave reasonably comfortably. It was good lift and carry from DeLange, but
good quick delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, needed to be a fraction straighter. Channy. Wonder if there's any explanation in who's who. In goes DeLange and bowls. So, oh, and got in a bit of trouble there, does Patel. He almost lost the line of that one. He was looking to lean inside the line of it. Maybe didn't get up as much as he thought it was going to. Ended up wearing it rather. Bounced down off the body into the ground, but not convincing.
No. That'll encourage the big fast bowler.
Seem to lose it slightly. DeLange in, bowls short again. That's better from Patel, who's up on his toes defending that one. Back down the pitch to the bowler. End of a maiden over from Marchant DeLange. So pressure back on, the squeeze back on, if you like. Patel has 27 and has acquitted himself well from 54 balls. Hill has 5 from 19. Leicestershire 44 for 3. Are 41 behind now with 5 overs remaining to be bowled.
Good over that from Marchant DeLange, generating some pace.
Right, the nickname is in Who's Who. It's actually Shanna with an S, S-H-A-N-N-A. Now whether that could mean something in, don't know, in South Africa.
In Afrikaans.
Yeah.
But it may just be a derivation of Marchant. Anyway, Gregory bowling to Hill, who turns that into the onside, and Lammonby will field. No, he won't. George Bartlett will do the fielding instead, coming in from long leg, and they decide against a second run. 45 for 3, so they're more than halfway towards eliminating the deficit, but they've lost 3 wickets in the process, Leicestershire. Somerset, though, striving for this breakthrough, this 4th wicket that I think would make their day just about complete. Gregory, 3 slips go down. He's in, bowls, and this is driven away through the offside, and good half stop by Tom Abel, and sufficient to deter them from even taking a single. He certainly saved his side 4 runs there, did Tom Abel. That was middled by Patel, who isn't afraid to play his shots and is moving his feet well. Gregory again, up past umpire Bailey and in bowls, and that's outside off stump, and Patel decides against playing a shot. Much better ball from Gregory. Wasn't far outside the off stump, but Patel has already shown that he knows where his off stump is.
Just checking the forecast for tomorrow. There's a lot more cloud around tomorrow, but the temperatures are still good. So swing a bit.
Might swing a bit. Gregory in and bowls, and it's much better from Lewis Gregory. Draws a defensive shot out of Patel. Beautiful evening sunshine here, the shadows of the floodlights stretching out almost across the entire width of this big cricketing arena. Grace Road, the Uptonsteel county ground. Here comes Gregory to bowl to Patel. Gets a really good one. That really lifted on Patel. Could easily have gloved that through to Stephen Davis. Managed not to get anything on it, but Gregory bent his back on that delivery. Best ball he's produced so far. Showing that he can do it. His threat is to be taken seriously. Here he comes again into Patel and bowls. This is outside the off stump. No shot from Patel. End of the over. 45 for 3 after 20 overs. 4 overs remain in the day's play.
So 24 these two have added so far for the 4th wicket. I don't think Leicestershire will be remotely relaxed until it's something like 124 or more, and they've taken Leicestershire well into the lead. A long way from that situation. 40 is the deficit now, but they're fighting hard. Patel 27, Hill 6. Abel chatting away to Shanna Delanger. It's a girl's name apparently, Shanny, but I can't imagine it. Who knows? Who knows? You have to ask him if you're ever talking to him.
It's not the most feminine of men that I've ever met.
Maybe that's why. Maybe. In he goes, and bowls. Good bouncer to Hill. Gets out of the way. As in, tiny for a tall man or something like that. But I don't imagine. There'll be something behind it. You'll have to ask him.
I will.
When he takes a handful of wickets and you're talking to him sometime. Hopefully, from Leicester's point of view. Not tomorrow.
Yeah, I have interviewed him. That was up at Lord's after you got that 50.
In he goes. And bowls. Hill back foot, defensive shot. Just turns it away towards square. Takes the first one quickly, but it is going to be just the one. You heard the shout of no from Hill, holding up his hand as well as shouting to Patel. Settles for one. 46 for 3. Chatting away to umpire Robinson. Just 2 slips and a short leg. The third slip has gone to gully now for Patel as Delanger bowls back foot firmly out towards mid-off, but a good tumbling stop away to his right by Bartlett ensures he doesn't have to pick himself up and chase, although mid-on would have probably had to do the chasing in those circumstances. Actually, it might be Banton, is it, at mid-off? No, darker hair. Davy, is it? In goes Delanger, outside off stump, deliberately inside the line of that one is Patel. Remarks his guard, walks away towards short leg.
His highest score for Leicestershire.
It is.
Patel.
Approaching his highest first class score of 35. Delanger bowls. Patel forward on off stump. Out towards Lammonby, who runs in from point. Patel already walking again towards square leg. There is a backward square, almost in a sort of catching position for the firm clip off the legs. It would be a good catch to take one there, that's for sure. And then Harris picked up the wicket of Davies in a not entirely dissimilar position, more sort of leg gully. He's actually a backward square. In goes Delanger. Bowls. Nice high left elbow in defence from Rishi Patel to the rising ball towards the sort of rib area. Played it very well. Played the over pretty well. Not giving anything away. Delanger 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1, but not looking quite as dangerous, understandably, as Craig Overton. Out comes the sweater and cap for Delanger, which might mean that Leach will bowl the last over from this end. 3, or maybe the last 2 overs from this end. 3 remain in the day.
I'm gonna have
1 from this end, 2 from top end, of course it is.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, folks. Apologies.
It has been a long day, isn't it? Gregory's going to bowl the penultimate over from the Bennett end. 2 more from that end and 1 from this pavilion end. He's bowling to Lewis Hill, who advances down the pitch, just shuffles down the pitch towards the ball, which is outside the off stump and goes through to wicketkeeper Davis. This is Gregory's 5th over. He's gone for 19 runs. He's been much the most expensive. Overton 7 overs, 6 maidens, 2 wickets for 4. Going at just over half a run per over. Josh Davey almost equally miserly, 6 overs, 1 for 16. Gregory, I've given you his figures. He's in now to Hill and bowls outside the off stump, no shot. Jack Leach 2 overs for 4 runs, and Marchant Delanger 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1. But didn't look as if Jack Leach was posing much in the way of problems for these two batsmen. Rather less so than Callum Parkinson did for Leicestershire to Somerset.
Just thinking that, really.
Don't know whether Parkinson gives it a bigger twist than Leach, but he certainly seemed to get more out of the pitch. Here's Gregory in bowls to Hill, who's up on his toes, playing that into the onside. Never a single there as Lammonby was quickly onto it. Somerset pressing for this fourth wicket that would make their day complete. They had a pretty good day with the bat, with Tom Abel, their captain, leading the way. He'll be disappointed though not to turn his half century into a century. He made 88 as Gregory is in and bowls to Hill down the leg side. Didn't miss the leg stump by very much. Leach, the night watchman, played his role to perfection, adding over 50 in a partnership with Abel. He made 26. George Bartlett 48, looked nailed on for a half century at the very least when he holed out to mid-wicket. Stephen Davis, elegant as ever, 59 he made, and Craig Overton a good 24, got a very good delivery as Gregory bowls and Hill turns that into the offside from Callum Parkinson, which really bit and turned. He was caught at slip by the man who's out there batting now, Rishi Patel. 46 for 3, the deficit 39. 2 overs remain after this from Gregory to Hill. He's there and bowls, and has Hill jumping around all over the place with one that flies through to Stephen Davis, and again just the odd ball lifting off this otherwise pretty placid surface. 46 for 3 at the end of that over. 2 overs remain today.
Delanga will continue from the pavilion end, and we'll bowl the last over of the day from the pavilion end. One more to come after that from the Bennett end. Quite a lot of milky cloud around now, and the sun's effect diluted as a consequence. Still nice and bright though here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Still having to shade my eyes as Delanga goes in, bowls to Patel, who plays firmly in defence on the back foot out into the offside. No run. Acquitted himself admirably, Patel. He's impressed me a lot. They've worked hard with him, Leicestershire, over the winter and sort of in the early part of the season. They thought they'd just identified a little technical flaw when he was playing across his front pad. In goes Delanga, bowls to him, outside off stump. Good pace and bounce and carry, but again it's kind of wasted effort in that it's just outside off stump and slightly short of a length, and Patel doesn't have to play and doesn't. And he has looked to have played pretty straight, just to finish the point I was making about any technical issues playing across the line. Well, he hasn't done that so far in this innings. Delanga is in to him, very straight in defence again. This time it's along the pitch on the on side. No run. That is Bartlett at mid-on, Davey at mid-off, slightly wide, Lammonby at point. Delanga is in, bowls, again back foot defensive shot to that short of a length delivery. Very solid from Patel.
Good bowling, well played.
Yeah.
This over so far. This is as good as I've seen Martin Delanga for Somerset. Not perhaps the quickest, but
accuracy wise.
Yeah.
In he goes up the slope, bowls. Turned into the leg side by Patel. Thinks for a second there might be half a chance of a single. Realises quickly there isn't. back into his ground and then walking away, as is his habit, towards square leg. Doesn't go quite as far as Bartlett earlier in the day. Little route march, exaggerate, obviously, but he went quite a long way between deliveries. In goes DeLanger, bowls, and again a lot of time on the back foot for Rishi Patel to defend that one out into the offside. DeLanger's work for the day in terms of bowling is done. 3 overs he's bowled. 2 of them have been maidens, 1 run conceded from t'other. So good, accurate stuff from the big South African, but no chances created by him. So 1 over for Leicestershire to see out, regroup and come back tomorrow. They're 39 behind, and Lewis Hill is going to face the first delivery of that final over,
which will be bowled by Lewis Gregory, his fellow Lewis. Lewis to Lewis.
A song called Louie Louie, isn't there? Is there?
Yeah, there is, yeah. Louis, I can't think of it right, but yeah. So, Lewis Gregory, who is indeed sometimes known as Louis. He's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill, 2 slips and a leg slip, and Hill defends first delivery. He really bent his back on the last delivery of the previous over. Lewis Gregory really got it to lift from only just short of a length. And Lewis Hill jumping around, but he kept his bat and gloves well out of the way of the ball as it reared towards him. Gregory straining for this 4th wicket, and that's a short ball, which Lewis is a short man, ducks reasonably comfortably underneath. It's easy for me sitting at this distance to say reasonably comfortably. Very different if you've got Lewis Gregory charging in 22 yards away, bowling the ball about 85 miles an hour. But calmly played by Hill. We're going to have a short leg coming in, I think. Is that Tom Banton? Yep. He's got the fielding pads on. He's going to go under the helmet at short leg. And we've got a leg slip as well. So a little bit of leg theory here, with Lewis Gregory going around the wicket. I think this is a good plan.
Oh yeah, might as well.
This is a good plan. He's not going into short leg. He's going into very sort of silly mid-wicket, if there is such a position. So we've got 3 catches on the leg side. Gregory in and bowls, and that's a good one. It's angled across. Lewis Hill gets his bat out of the way. 3 balls remain in the day's play. Saw Neil Wagner for Essex operating with this sort of field a few 3 or 4 years ago for Essex, and he was very, very effective indeed. It was 2017 that was.
Very amiable New Zealander who suffered from white line fever, probably still does.
This is another bouncer, but too short, and it's a no ball.
just to extend the day into the evening.
48 for 3. So the tactic is good. The execution not so great at the moment.
As a consequence, you might just have to nip in and do the final update of the day. How many balls have we had? 3 legitimate ones.
There's Gregory, bowls, defensive shot, no run. This time they're giving you the full ration of cue. They're making up for last time.
We're into the sports programme now, which is between 6 and 7, so they don't tend to be quite as technically adept as when the studio is occupied by newsreaders and what have you. Bless them. Not that I could be.
Here's Gregory then, round the wicket to Hill, in and bowls, and Hill plays that down into the onside. 1 delivery remains in the day's play, in which Somerset made 318 in reply to Leicestershire's 233, and Leicester have replied with 48 for 3, which represents something of a recovery. as they were at one stage, 21 for 3. This is turned into the onside on the bounce to Tom Banton at short mid-wicket, and that concludes proceedings for the day. 48 for 3 are Leicestershire at the close, which means that they are 37 runs adrift of Somerset's first innings of whatever it was. I've forgotten what it was now. And
233.
No. Somerset's first innings. What was that?
Beg your pardon.
318 was it?
318 all out.
Yeah. So, good day's cricket. Somerset have just about had the better of it, thanks to those 3 late wickets, but some spirited resistance from Lewis Hill and the very impressive, I must say, Rishi Patel.
Thank you for your company today here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. You'll probably hear me do a little update for BBC Radio Leicester, close of play update, which I'll do fairly shortly, but otherwise we'll be back bright and early, 10 to 11ish tomorrow. Good forecast, good game of cricket. Could be that tomorrow is the conclusion, but we'll see. Pitch is still offering the bowlers a little bit, but essentially there's runs still in there to be scored. Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, Anthony Gibson of BBC Radio Somerset. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, it's a very good night. Klein and bowls outside off stump, and this time up on his toes. Abel is in complete control and plays it firmly away in front of square for 4. He's most 20 yards from the ropes as Mike goes in and is on driven nicely for 4. It wasn't too bad a ball in that it was starting to swing away. This
is turned away by Jack Leach towards the deep backward square leg boundary and reaches the boundary, and the fielder down there didn't really.
Who's Mike and bowled him! Leach has finally been dismissed this season. Whether that came off the inside edge, it was swinging back into him. He stood up tall.
Bartlett. Here's Griffiths into Abel, who's up on his toes, playing that away through the offside. I think that'll run away to the cover boundary. The outfield is very quick over there. Bennett end in and bowls, and that's pulled away by Abel. That was short and dealt with superbly by Abel. He got himself into a beautiful position.
Whether they're still played with a white ball. In goes Mike, bowls outside off stump, beautifully put away by Tom Abel. It wasn't so very wide, it was wide enough, and again he goes and bowls 2. Abel kicks the outside edge, and it's going to run down to find third man for 4. Mike has his hands on his head. That was a super delivery. I think it would have been short of in to Abel, who plays it nicely off his legs. He's going to pick up at least 4. Yeah, it is going to be 4. Well, they have lost a wicket now this morning. The night watchman
Griffiths bowls to Bartlett, who drives nicely away through the offside. Over-pitched from Griffiths and hit
of Jack Leach. In he goes and bowls to Bartlett, a full toss which Bartlett hits for 4. Not a great start from Callum. After all that warming up, he bowled a full toss. In goes Parkinson. Good ball! Dropped! He can't believe it. He went forward, Abel, took the edge. I think it came off the gloves of Swindles, and I think it also came off that pavilion end, and bowls very full outside off stump, and it's been stroked away down to third man by George Bartlett. He must have just turned the bat in his hand.
Right has been right on the money. That's turned away down to long leg for 4 runs.
Good shot.
Just using the pace on ball.
Wrist. In goes Parkinson, bowled a little bit wide, and that one can be put away, just the width, and Parkinson had turned away. Scene. Line is in and bowls outside off stump, beautifully stroked away by George Bartlett on this occasion. It was a bit of a gift from shirt weather. Goodness me, out of the wind. In goes Parkinson, a lovely little sweep, a little, just reached for it, Bartlett. Long sleeve slightly as he walks back and goes in and bowls outside off stump, looking to chop it away, and does. That's going to run away to third man for 4. Just As Parkinson is in, bowls, and again he's cutting, and again that's going to run down to third man for 4. And that brings up the 200 for Somerset.
Here's Mike in bowls. That's driven away through the offside handsomely by Bartlett, and that will be 4 runs. There's no sweeper.
So they've only lost 1 wicket today, Leicester to a certain extent, and they've taken their 2nd wicket of the day. As you come to me, it's Tom Abel, who's played so well, the Somerset captain. He's gone, caught it.
As this is pulled away, and he's going to be caught at short mid-wicket, and that is the end of George Bartlett as he went. That's Mike bowls, and that's driven away through the offside for 4 runs.
Nice start.
Uncomplicated Devonian cover drive.
He played so well in going to 88 before Mike had him caught by Marcus Harris at 2nd slip after a partnership of 112 with Bartlett. But Somerset have now played themselves in and bowling. Davis works him away through mid-wicket, and although there's a dive over there from Griffiths, I think it is, he couldn't get...
Griffiths coming over the wicket to Overton. Plays that firmly back between mid-on and the bowler for 4 runs, over pitch.
Possibly after this Dieter Klein over, in he goes and bowls to Davies, who gets a shortish ball outside off stump that he plays really nicely. It just adjusted late, and in goes Klein and bowls a bouncer that Davies just helps down to fine leg for 4. Yes, it was a bit top edgy, and yes, it was in the air for a while.
It's Parkinson and bowls to Davies. He's on his stumps, angling that away. Fine backward point, and that will run away over the boundary down.
Bailey, in goes Ben Mike, bowls a short ball, which is beautifully just... Well, you can call it a hook, but it was in such control there.
Overton, and he's caught at first slip, and that is the end of Craig Overton. That was a good ball from Callum in the afternoon session, which is extended in time, if not in overs. That's driven away through the offside by Stephen Davis. Beautiful shot by... And Gregory's taken on the pad and given LBW. That's the end of Lewis Gregory. Tim Robinson took his time to raise the finger, but up it went. Robinson is in and bowls to Davies. Down the pitch, lofting over the top. He's fond of doing that, is Josh Davey. It's gone over the top of mid-off. It's Parkinson in bowls, and this is lofted away over the top of mid-wicket by Stephen Davis for 4 runs. Perfectly safe shot.
Little stutter at the start of his run to get his feet moving, Gavin Griffiths, and then he's in and bowling and clipped in the air and caught! Oh my goodness, Davis
is facing right. Only bowled, and that's the end of Tilanger. Well, he looked to turn a straight ball, a quick straight ball through facing. It's caught behind. He's got an edge, and Somerset have made the initial breakthrough. It's Hassam Azad.
The wicket goes Overton and bowls to him, edge caught, brilliantly caught at 3rd slip. It bounced, and Abel dived to his left, took it two-handed to his left.
Davey in bowls to Patel, who drives that away through the offside, and Jack Leach can't stop it, and it runs away to the back. Slip fielders, they must have been praying that the ball wouldn't come flying in their direction. Here's Davey in and bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside by Harris for 4 runs. Over pitch from...
is Overton, and on the back foot he has now finally conceded a run. That was a nice shot from Patel, who stood up tall on off stump and stroked it away off the back foot, and it in those circumstances. In he goes, bowls, bouncer hooked in the air, he's going to be caught. Harris has gone, caught at square leg. It came off the... Leach bowls down the leg side and helped on its way by Hill, and that's going to run away for 4. The bat clipped the pad.
Greek tragedy. Is Gregory in and bowls, and this is flashed away back at a square through the offside for 4 runs for Abel and Bartlett this morning. Gregory's in a bowl, so it's driven away through the offside. A handsome shot by Rishi Patel, who's a pretty handsome batsman, if you ask me. Shots in the air, as that's played up to. Oh, and a poor misfield there by, I think that's Josh Davey there.